Can you get a military bearded one? How about this one? Proficient Spear Dwarf. You're afraid after experiencing trauma. Vervolts. This is the sequel to Dwarf Fortress. This is actually a sequel. Dwarf Fortress is the sequel. Can you get a scribe? I can appoint a scribe. I don't have any scribes appointed yet. But let's do Vervolts first, and then we'll get to you, Frozen Leaf. So Vervolts is a Spear Dwarf who's currently sparring, equipment-wise. You have a steel helm, an iron shield, an iron spear. Oh, we need to get you a steel spear. And an iron spear. We also need to get you more armor, but we're working on that. You're tough. You've got good intuition. You're intemperate. You value peace. You're scatterbrained and overconfident. If you clearly have your own room. He personally feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and he is extremely confident of himself in situations requiring his skills. He likes to take it easy, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. I mean, people are allowed to watch the World Cup and my stream. I'm okay with this. He personally values peace over war and doesn't care about art one way or another. Considering I've been late for streams before because I've watched Formula 1 races, I think people can watch the World Cup and my stream at the same time. Looks like Messi might finally get a cup then. Well, I mean, maybe he's finally not being Messi for once. That was a terrible joke that's definitely been made before. He personally values peace over war and doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams about crafting a masterwork someday. Like sterling silver, green jade, mussel shell, you monster, and the color aqua. Yaks for their shaggy hair and kestrel men for their haunting prowess. And the sound of the play of tresses and the sight of the secrets of right. And when possible, prefers to consume magpie, anchovy, and tapir cheese. And tomatillo wine. And hates purring maggots. Focused with satisfied needs. Good dwarf. Is blissful remembering sleeping in a great bedroom, felt wonder remembering communing with soul, and feels pleasure after a sparring session, but was bored after being away from family for too long. Sounds like the worst pizza. Dwarves' likes and dislikes. Definitely the worst pizza. All right, so Frozen Leaf, you said that you wanted to be a scholar, yeah? Well, our library is here, so let's assign a scholar. Squalor? Let's assign a scholar and then name you after the scholar. So we have a Grandmaster. Actually, I have a question. Do you want a beard or no beard? Frozen Leaf. Because we have a Grandmaster astronomer up here with no beard. And we have a Adept Critical Thinker who has a beard. Do libraries do anything? They're extraordinarily good for dwarven mental health. Aside from that, they add a lot of story flavor. Beard 100%? All right, so Adept Critical Thinker it is then. So Etur the Scholar is the dwarf that we are looking for. Got a lot of farming dwarves, if you can't tell. There you are. 79 years old. Frozen Leaf. All right. Done. All caught up. Sweet. You have a spouse with no official position. You're a perfectionist and you value stoicism. Yeah, see, here's the thing, right? Dwarf Fortress isn't Tolkien. Tolkien's elves aren't cannibals. Last I checked. I feel so good, says Frozen Leaf. He feels euphoric due to inebriation, and he feels fondness when speaking with acquaintance, and is exhilarated after getting into an argument. Definitely a scholar. I have a vampire. Only one? Well, that's shocking. I mean, there's certainly probably vampires in this fort. Wouldn't surprise me. There's plenty of vampires in this world. Even if they're just visitors. Unless you're talking about the character that's stuck in the thing. Female beard dwarves are cool. Cool. You run your game the way you run, and I'll run my game the way I run, right? In my worlds, lady dwarves don't have beards. In your worlds, they can have beards. That's totally cool. Don't pressure your headcanon on other people. That's just mean. All right, let's get back into this. He is obsessed with details and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure things are done the right way. And he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he can be very single-minded, and he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And I've completely lost my train of thought and location in this wall of text. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is quick to form negative views about things, just like me. And he has a greedy streak, unlike me. And he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and likes a little excitement now and again, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is slow to anger, and does not go out of his way to help others, and he is currently more rude. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally respects power, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and dreams of mastering a skill. And he likes Bismuth Night and aluminum, or aluminium, depending on whether or not you're on which side of the pond you're on. Green jade, alder wood, bolts, windows, figurines, flasks, and the sound of the play of tresses. And the sight of the lance of glitter, and when possible prefers to consume giant moth, guava wine, and giant kangaroo's milk, and hates leeches. He is unfocused with unmet needs. As far as his needs go, he currently needs to acquire an object, fight, be extravagant, be with family, and be with friends. He is married to his wife who's in the fort, and his older brother is in the military. No problem, Toker. I also don't really care about anything anymore, so it's kind of just a mood all around. So stuff on the surface is still collapsing. It's fine. It'll eventually stop. The whole forest burnt down. Everything burnt down by that. I mean, literally everything burnt down. And the reason literally everything burnt down is, well, if we go up to here, you might notice our new pet. We call him Bernie. Bernie Cinders is our nickname. But he is a 461-year-old dragon who is hopeless after being confined. That's Bernie Cinders. And then we also have Dwayne, which hasn't been built yet. Dwayne is a rock. And Dwayne, where's Dwayne? I don't actually know where Dwayne's at currently. Dwayne's probably being hauled somewhere right now because we only just caught Dwayne. But we do have a rock, which is a giant bird of prey. Can you ride the dragon? No, not in Fortress mode. In Adventure mode, you could. But in Fortress mode, you can't ride the dragon. There's actually a lot of really weird bugs with dragons in Fortress mode where I kind of need to leave it chained up, or I'm pretty sure my military will just execute it. So you have to be kind of careful with that. Unless they've changed that stuff, which I'm a little bit concerned about, letting them do that. How did I manage that? Cage traps. Cage traps, cage traps, cage traps. The answer is always cage traps. If you're going, how did you catch? Insert critter here. Answer is cage traps. Is the dragon tameable? Dragons are tameable if you have baby dragons. We do not have baby dragons. So currently, no. But if we got a breeding pair, yes. As for current project, this. So we're going to pump lava to the surface in this map. How do you deal with the miasma? You kind of don't. Like, if they're just messy dwarves, because some dwarves are just messy, and if a dwarf is just messy, then they're just going to leave their food on the floor, and there really ain't much you can do about it, unfortunately. So this is a pump stack that I'm building. The problem is we are building it through this cavern layer. And this cavern layer includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 layers of aquifer. So I'm having to dig through 9 layers of aquifer. Are they available to your civ? I don't know. Because they're mega beasts, I don't actually know. I mean, you could just expel the dwarf that's leaving food in their bedroom. So, yeah. We're on like a weird multi-biome, very high elevation change map. So yeah, weird aquifers. It's not an issue thing, it's a toggle, Aurorius. So if you go into your military, and give me a second to find this menu. If you go to the equipment button, and you, I think it's under D, nope. It's under assign, nope. It's under add. Yeah, so if you make a new uniform, you can set it to, no, actually, no, you don't need to worry. Where is it? Is it in schedule? It's in schedule. Yeah, okay. So if you go to schedule, and let's just go show full monthly schedule, right? I have them set to train and then off train. I'm going to click edit under schedule, right? Under edit, I've set it so that they equip always. So if they are if they're training, they have their weapons and armor. If they're not training, if you set it to equip orders only, if they're not training and they're not actively ordered to go do something, they will put their armor in the barracks if you set it to put them in them to put it in the barracks. If you set it to equip always, they will keep their armor and their weapons with them at all times, which is how I have them set. So they're training 3 months, and then they have 3 months off, and I have this set for both squads, and they keep their weapons and armor at all times. Should you make 4 separate archery training zones or just one big one? You should just make... Previously, it was one big one, but I think dwarves currently can only train 1 at a time in archery zones, so you'd be better off making a bunch of small ones. Just set your squads to constant training. They do kind of need breaks, though. Another kid was born. Look at that. Could not find path to construct building. Building are you kind of trying to construct, my guy? He'll make great fodder. That poor elf. Should make him some better armor if you have him as a mercenary. He might actually be useful then. Alright. Can they really just straight up not get to that? Alright, let's try making this out of something else. Alright, sweet. That's now actually getting done. Alright, so up here... Do I have any mods active? No, because there's none that are really useful to me currently. And also, I feel like it's more useful for me to show people things with live demonstrations with the vanilla game and not be like, by the way, you have to install 5 mods. Because like all of the UI mods to me are just like, oh, well, we put hotkeys on it. It's cool. I've already memorized the ones I care about and changed the ones that I don't care about, so that mod's not relevant to me anyway. And then the other ones are just like, add stuff to the game, which cool, sure. I'll do that once I'll start adding stuff to the game once because currently like the game is in what I consider to be like in flux, which means that a new version just came out, right? And when a new version comes out for Dwarf Fortress, it's like 6 months, or maybe not 6 months. It's like 6 to 8 weeks, I would say, of Zach and Tarn pretty consistently patching the game. And what this means is every time there's a major patch, you're going to have to generate a new world and probably update some of your mods in order to spot problems. And, you know, people often get mad when games update and their mods break. Well, I know that the game's going to be updating a lot between now and when Classic is released and because of all these crash fixes. And a lot of them are going to require new world gens anyways, and some of those mods might need to get tweaked. So I'm just not going to touch it until... I'm not going to touch mods aside from making videos about interesting ones that you guys can use if you want, until the game is in a stable state. Once the game's in a stable state, then I will start then I will start adding in mods and adding in other factions and such. But until then, I don't see the point, really. Am I crazy, or can you just adjust the game speed anytime? Go to your settings, go to game, scroll down, go to frame rate, and change your frame rate to the speed you want. By default, it's at 100. If you want it to run at half speed, set to 50. So, yeah, that's my take. And then also, I like doing themed runs. So usually I'll just play with vanilla content. But I like big overhaul mods. So once the Long Night mod is fully tile setted up, I will be playing a couple Long Night runs because Long Night is incredible. If that Star Wars mod ever gets updated and gets a tile set, I'll stream that. I really want somebody to update the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom tile set because who doesn't want to watch Yoshi rip a Toad's or Shy Guy's arm off from halfway across the map? That sort of stuff. How do you turn it off? Right click. Well, I think. Unless there's like a button to permanently turn it on. But like literally like you start digging, it turns on the grid, you right click, it goes away. May the 4th be with you, Orange. Yes, to all 3 on Megaloaf. But is hospital a meeting area or dormitory? Hospital is a meeting area. Sorry. I should have read that. I thought you were asking an if, and, or. No, you should make all 3. Hurricane, thank you very much for the 7 months. Apologies that I missed that, by the way. I hope that you've been well. Okay, let's get that done. So we're going to go there and there. Am I through it yet? Okay, what? 1, 2, 3. 3 more layers. Oh my god. Can you also build it from dormitory? I've only ever made them from meeting areas. Why dwarves sometimes have nothing to do when no one is assigned a specific job and there's lots waiting to be done? Because don't you sometimes just want a day off? Way to spoil the World Cup for people who are watching the VODs later at Freeways. Jeez. Cool. Good for them. Nerf goalkeepers. Just tie their hands behind their backs. Heads only. Vuvuzela, dude. I mean, round of beers for Argentina, I suppose? It's fine. I don't care. It was just kind of like, you know, an ad. I think anybody who actually gives a shit about the World Cup had just finished watching the World Cup. I mean, I'm just waiting for my speedy tracks and cars to come back. But my Sundays are boring without F1. Build one. If it spins, it'll work, Tarth. That's how you tell if a windmill will work or not. Oh, yay, people will stop talking about World Cup soon. I'm not going to say I agree with you, Pilot, because I like seeing people excited about things, but... You're Brazilian, you feel like you're supposed to care about football. I feel like there's enough, like, people from Brazil in this stream that I could actually raid some of the, like, Portuguese-speaking Dwarf Fortress streams, too. Thank you for the tutorials. They've been very helpful as a new player. Hell yeah. Happy to help. It doesn't even function. How to build a windmill. Click on the machines and things, click on the windmill and place it. If it spins, it works. Just build a test run before you use them. Do I have VODs up as tutorials? So on my YouTube channel, I have short, like, just not scripted, but like short tutorials that are like filmed specifically for YouTube. And I also have all my VODs up there, so if you just want to watch gameplay, you can watch that too. Nope, only spins if it has power. Oh, that's fun. Let me clean my glasses so I can read this. All right. The Forgotten Beast, Somdu Spen Rusmo, has come. An enormous maggot composed of green glass. It has a square shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly dust. I stupid, I'm blind. All right, so that's... Glass isn't too bad. They crack pretty quickly, but dust can be terrifying. Dust can be terrifying. All right, so we're just going to pause immediately upon... Where it at? Well, ain't you cute looking? All right, so it's on the layer that it can get to me. So I'm going to send my military in with a kill order. And I'm going to... Sor B Midven. I think I probably butchered that, thanks to Prime. I'm going to unpause this. I know not all dwarves are in it, but that's fine. The fact that it's made of glass is spooky. It's a glass maggot. This is a Forgotten Beast. No known kills. It is interested only in facts and the real world and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Yeah, you can say that again. I wish they were colored to their materials, Tropic, but yeah, they do look cool. Very logical critter. Sounds dangerous? Oh, for sure. I'm just hoping it doesn't have sleeping dust. Oh my god, why are you running up here with no weapon? Okay. All right, well, that's not smart. Good luck there. All right, so we got a wrestler up in here. Just fighting with nothing? I mean, you're supposed to bring, like, something. Anyway, punched it. I respect the hustle here, Dwarf. Punched it in the left second leg with his right hand, but the attack glances away and gets caught in a cloud of the dust. Well, it's glass, yeah. And then punches it a second time, but it does not. I mean, obviously he's not going to do anything, but he is punching it, so good for him. He also appears to be doing a rather good job dodging. We also have Diamond Destruct up in here, who is wielding a bronze mace. We have our spear dwarf here, who's got an iron spear, who's Coulette. And we have swords dwarves incoming. Let's check on the combat logs real quick. Let's see the mace dwarf attacks it, but it glances away. So, yeah, he does bite off the shell to get at the nut. The thing is about these, with these glass critters, it's going to glance a lot. But once we start cracking it, it could shatter. So, see, we do have some chipping. That's good. Okay, so it's not super happy. It doesn't feel feels annoyed after choking on dust underground. Hopefully the dust isn't that bad, because they're all covered in deadly dust right now, which means it could do nothing. It could make them all explode. It could make them feel sick and fall asleep. It could poison them to death. They could stop breathing and just die. It could, like, give them a fever. It could make them start bleeding. So, fingers crossed. Anyway, Mo Junkie is coming in, who is equipped with a steel spear. And did it just... Okay, it didn't just die. It's just underneath a dwarf. Let's take a look at some more combat. This is a fight. I must press on, says Coulette. And Diamond Destruct says, the battle rages. I'm not scared, but he is terrified while in conflict. I mean, touche, sir. Touche. This is a fight. I feel no terror. Is terrified while in conflict. Uh-huh. You guys are bad at lying. I can see into your minds. Mo Junkie is also terrified while in conflict and says, I was caught in dust underground, and that is annoying. The battle rages, I must press on. And Lead and Silver, who killed a beast earlier, is wielding an artifact steel, or a artifact named Steel Spear, who obviously this dwarf killed a forgotten beast with, named Eli, Torment Scarred, the hellish subtlety of terror. Previously. So congrats to you. You hate dust. It's rough and coarse and it gets everywhere. Yeah, especially when it makes you vomit later. As for our critter here, still healthy. Has lost its ability to stand, though. No notable wounds, and an ad's about to start. Fuck you, Twitch. We're going to delay that by 5 minutes. All right, so his right foot is broken. His right foot is cut open. His right third foot is broken. His right third foot is cut open. Well, this is a good sign. This is a good sign indeed. Let's jump back over to our forgotten beastie here. Where's you at? See? There he is up top. And scroll down to the bottom. The Mace Dwarf punches him. Well, that's good. In the left front foot, but the attack glances away. The Spear Dwarf stabs it, chipping it. The maces seem to be pretty ineffective, but we're probably tiring it out at the very least. More dwarves pile on, and I just saw bits go somewhere, and it appears to be dead. The value of its body. Wow, it's heavy. No value. What about its body itself? Holy shit, that thing's heavy. Anyway, it's dead. Who got the kill? The wrestler punches the Forgotten Beast in the right third foot with his right hand, but the attack glances away, and the Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the head with her iron spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. So it was beheaded by a Spear Dwarf, probably Coulette, I'm assuming? Yep, so Coulette got the stab kill. Bitch got glassed, gotta say. So now we kind of have... Looking for Coulette. Oh, there you are. Coulette. Glassed. Good job. So now we find out what the dust do. Does it give the dwarf more XP for the killing blow? Not really, but it does give them a mark on history and potential, like, titles in history, which is more important in my opinion. Has had 2 lovers and has a spouse. Thoughts-wise, she feels vengeful upon joining an existing conflict. This is Vervolt's wife, by the way. So, worth noting. And older sister is, of course, also in the military. Yeah, the sound commands are for Tier 2 subscribers and $7 a month on Patreon. It's largely how I pay paid bills before we're in this situation now where the stream's significantly larger. So now it's just simply here to reduce spam. Is that a new emote, Eleanor? Did you make Bella's skull spin? Even from garbage dump zones? Interesting. Which means you can make a trash tavern. I appreciate that. Brutalist Toast, thanks for the 45 cents, by the way. Will I ever make a tutorial on water reactors? Well, if you know what a water reactor is, do you really need a tutorial? I mean, probably. It's one. I'm working my way up to the more advanced things, and I've slowed down a lot on the output for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, I'm fucking exhausted. Reason number 2, I'm extraordinarily fucking exhausted, and I need to slow down or I'm gonna burn out. So I've slowed down a lot. As far as tutorials, sure. I mean, if there's interest. I mean, we'll see how the previous kind of advanced topics I've done shake up. We'll keep an eye on these dwarves. Nobody seems to be super injured, which is good. Let's follow Glast, who is definitely close to that. We'll see if you start getting any weird effects. Glast has bestowed a name upon an iron spear, so she named her spear. Baconeth Adgerber. Cool. Wait, so the infinite power reactor, or are you talking about the mist generators? I'm assuming you mean that, but like, yeah, I mean, I could. Oh, we're vomiting. Nauseous and drowsy. All right, that's not so bad. Very drowsy. Is this sleeping dust? It might be sleeping dust. Lots of vomit. Injured. Uh-oh. Diagnosis required. Okay. Yeah, I don't do infinite power generators because those do feel cheesy as fuck to me. They're just very drowsy and vomiting. We do have a huge hospital, though. Still moving, so that's good. It could be forever sleeping dust. Yeah, that would suck, but we'll see. They're working their way up, though. I mean, they're all still walking. I'm not seeing bodies, so that's a good sign. I'm going to set both of these squads to off-duty right now. They're all going to the hospital. They've stopped vomiting. That's good. Like I said, I do have a very large hospital, so they should be good. So, they're all very drowsy. I'm not seeing them all as injured, though. Glast is injured. Odell is injured. Now, the question is, did I... Okay, I need to pause that so the other dwarves can get out. Okay, doctors are coming in. Oldswary's coming in to do the doctoring. Runs off to a different patient. Looks like they all went to their bedrooms instead of going to the hospital, which isn't necessarily the worst thing. Let's follow Cold-Blooded. Let's see what we get. Okay, so it's bruising. That's not bad. We can deal with that. That'll go down. So hopefully it doesn't turn into bloating from bruising. Health, treatment, no treatment needed. Yeah, okay. So they're just bruised. It's just bruising. It is just bruising. Looks like Wide Peepo happy, does it? I don't know about that. This looks like a peacock to me. The game's somewhat addicting. Dev says he's gonna charge $5 for it when he releases it on Steam. I think he should charge 10 or $9.99. Evaluated, yeah. So it looks like they're just completely bruised, which should just go down. It's moderate bruising. Let's see if it turns into like pussy mounds or something crazy. Yeah, they all just kind of got battered. But I think they'll be okay. Uh-oh, we got a ghost. Do I have a slab made of you? I've had a couple of random dwarves drown, so... let's see. Do I have a... No, I don't. Okay, let's get these slabbed. Ghost. Pop went up by one? Yes, we did in fact get a baby. But I already removed it. That or you looked initially during a full moon, because in the wall over here, we have this lady who becomes a were-lizard once per month. She's also the depressed one in the fort. In the stream or in the game? Because, yes, on both counts. Attending a meeting? Well, she's depressed. I mean, she's been left alone in that room for a while. Is this still the Orb Fort? No, the Orb Fort went away. Nothing happened in the Orb Fort. This is the same world as the Orb Fort, though, Froggy Frog. But, Orange, thanks for checking us up at in Crazed, by the way. So, chat, I have my Mastodon in the title of my Twitter account. How long before I just get randomly banned from Twitter? Genuine question. How long do you guys think? How long do you give it? I should probably remove that. Motherfucking cunts. I go remove that. Pathetic social media platform. Garbage. Chat, if you want to follow me on a decent social media platform, you can follow me at Mastodon, at blindirl at mast.to. Or right there. Jesus fuck people. That's all I have to say. Fucking Twitter sucks. Beesbub. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Pretty much everyone that has started using has it in their bio, and there are even tools for scraping follows for their Mastodon handles. Yeah, no, I know. If you should make a Mastodon account for real, it's like Twitter, except you can download your data. I'm just going around deleting things. It's like, fucking hell. Terrible, terrible platform. All right, done. Why not just kill the Werebeast? Because it's part of my fort. She's part of my fort. One of my fortress's kids. And that would upset my fortress members. You woke up feeling sick, then felt hungry, ate a thing, and now you feel worse. Time to lay it day down. Oh, go get some sleep, friend. Where is our caged guest? Oh, I was gonna say, where's the rock at? Found the rock. All right, so let's get the rock placed. Werebeast squad incoming. They kill each other once a month. It doesn't really work as well as you want it to. Werebeasts are, like, you can sort of control them, but think about werebeasts like... Werebeasts aren't friends, whereas vampires can be friends. Vampires can be used. Werebeasts are, like, they need an asylum, basically. We're gonna make a rock sanctuary. I mean, if you want to try building a Werebeast fortress, be my guest. I'm not gonna let that critter out. Werebeasts are for dropping on an enemy siege to kill the entire enemy siege, and then you let a bunch of bit dudes leave the map. And that's about it. But you need to kill them in the process. They're like a one-use weapon if you want to use them as an attack weapon. But if you're going to do naked goblin blood sports, make sure that your dwarves can't see it or you will scar them for life. I'm just saying. Just be careful about that. That's disturbing. Thanks for sharing, FriendWeird00. I would, if you're having problems with kids not being happy in Dwarf Fort, what I would recommend doing is disabling chores like hauling dead bodies and give them a lot of toys. They want toys. So give them toys and disable the dead, like hauling dead bodies jobs. Because by default, they haul corpses and they tend to do it more frequently than normal dwarves. Meaning you've literally just like given your children, hey, haul bodies. The job. Also, apparently a vile force of darkness has arrived. If you don't traumatize children, how are they going to grow up to be depressed dwarves? Last I checked, the point was to make them not be depressed dwarves, but I mean, you live your life, I suppose. All right, so are my military healed up? That's the question. Things are falling apart fast. It's bound to happen eventually. You know, it's funny. People keep asking me how my dwarves are so happy in, like, comments and such. And it's like, by not doing what most of you do, apparently. All right, so all my military have healed up. Thanks for watching, Blind Orca. Cheers, friend. All right, so I'm stationing my military right here. And we are going to jump up to the surface. I'm going to lock these. All right, and now we wait. Talking about Twitter with people behind the scenes, don't mind me. All right, so we now are going to kind of lock the dwarves inside temporarily. Got some visitors coming in too. Being for rent in the tavern so that people that are staying permanently don't go insane. Because they will go insane if they don't have anywhere to sleep or store their stuff. So like if you have monster hunters or visitors that are just there to hang out and fight things in your caverns, they will go crazy if you don't give them access to a place to sleep. It's like being nice to them helps. Jeez. I mean, like, crushing a whole bunch of depressed children in Dwarf Fortress is going to do one thing. Piss off their parents. So you're just going to, it's just going to be like a revolving door of, like, more problems. If that's your goal, by all means, have fun. But if you're trying to, like, fix the issue, that's not going to help out. It's not going to help at all. Did I not build a bridge across this? It's like 99% certain I did. I guess I didn't. Oh, they're stuck on the wrong side of the river and can't get across. I thought I built a bridge across this. Huh. See, here's the thing. It will improve it for, like, a very, very, very small percentage of your dwarves, right? Like, a very small percentage of them will be totally cool with that and will improve, genuinely. But it's going to be a very small percentage. Even the War Grizzlies came along. Look at that. Cancel order. All right, well, let's disable this. I don't currently have a stream schedule, but I'm currently, well, I'm currently doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, Friday, Saturday, Sundays. I'm streaming a lot more because of this release. And I'm actually going to be building a stream schedule on Monday. I'm taking tomorrow off, but to just edit stuff for YouTube. But I currently am streaming more because of this release. This is going to be tricky as fuck. Because they're booking it around over here somewhere, probably. Thank you in regards to the YouTube guides. So these are all the platforms you're not allowed to share about on Twitter. You're not allowed to promote Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Truth Social, Tribal, Post, and Noster. And you're also not allowed to use third-party link aggregators like Linktree and Link.bio. Examples: follow me at username on Instagram, at username or at mastodon.social. Check out my Facebook profile at facebook.username. Yeah, this is new as of today. You're not allowed to promote Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Truth Social, and Tribal, Post, and Noster all on Twitter. Free speech, guys. Yeah, you're not allowed to promote anything that's useful. Like, what? Why? Well, here's the thing. It says nothing about OnlyFans. So you can still promote your OnlyFans. And Patreon. But, like... Oh, yeah, Tumblr. Tumblr's good. Tumblr's totally fine. Yeah. Tumblr, you can still share Tumblr! They also said nothing about co-host, so I guess I'm going to go back to promoting my co-host, which not many people follow me on, but that's fine. Pyrotechnics, by the way, thanks for the Prime. Or the tier 1 subscription, cheers. Jesus, fuck. Useless platform. All right, so let's build this little bridge across. Remember, chat, comedy is now legal. The only thing that's legal about this comedy is Twitter is a joke. All right, we're going to build there, I think. What is with the random forbidden shield? I don't know. I don't know. I think somebody died. Would be my guess. Mighty good question. Oh, man. GeoCities. Freewebs.net, boys. Right, where's this siege at? Where'd they run off to? I hope that they're down the side of the hill so I can actually construct these. Yeah, okay. So they are down the side of the hill here. So we like hiding. So we should be able to just book it up top. I'm sorry about talking about this stuff, but this is like genuinely aggravating for me. Angel Fire. Oh my God, Angel Fire. Holy shit. Back in the past. Chat, follow my blog on Blogspot. Blogger. Used to have a website on Angel Fire. I had a free webs. And a blog on Blogger. I think Google owns Blogger. Don't forget Dig. Dig still exists. Sort of. You have a Weebly? Weebly's still like an active website, though. All right, so we're through. Time to send the dwarves in. Which means, let's grab our squads. Send them up. This is going to be over pretty quick, probably. It's not that many of them. Section of cavern has collapsed? I beg your fucking pardon? You know, here's the thing, Dracolisk. It's my stream. I talk about what I want to talk about, okay? You can talk about what you want to talk about, and if that makes you uncomfortable, tune out, come back 15 minutes later, topic will have changed. I don't need to hear your opinion. All right, so. Sending this over here. Clearly the majority of chat is enjoying the discussion of Twitter being a shit platform. Because quite frankly, it's fun as fuck. So over here, we need... Figure out where they all went off to. You're in my house. I talk about what I want to in my house, and you can't tell me what not to... Why are you So Goblin is, like, willingly drowning itself now? Is that what's happening? Party time. Get him. Go for it, boys. Smack him. Crush him. Hit him. Dwarves are running through them as they're firing out bolts. First few down. Set orders on the last rest of them, and then we party until the day ends. Get him. The siege over yet? Not seeing many more. There's two drowning. There's this guy over here. He's probably going to die in a few seconds. Oh, one of my dwarves died. Well, that's unfortunate. We're going to party like it's the year 2045. Or 245. I'm sorry, what? Oh, hey. Did the goblin actually get in? What's killing him? Hold on. All right, so something's going on. Is it this elf hammerman? He's terrified while in conflict? This human crossbowman is shooting at us. Bring the military in. There's somebody just who's gone rogue in our temples from the looks of things. And it's chaos, damn right. We're sending the military in right now. Something got loose. Not something got loose. Something just started shooting my dwarves. And I'm not totally sure what it was. But from what I can tell, long story short, there's a bunch of humans and a couple of elves in my fort that have all suddenly gone hostile. And the result is a lot of dwarves are dying. So, what I'm going to do is race riots again. I think that I just killed somebody on the surface that is good friends with somebody in here. So let's see what I can do. Because the game knows that they're hostile, right? This is going to cause a lot of carnage, by the way. Let's just start executing. Begin the executions, I suppose. Nobody named, but a lot of people have died. See where the military's at. Red rum? Oh, damn right. Fortunately, there's only one way in and one way out. We will clean up the bodies and dance until the day ends.
Bring out your dead!
Yep. On the looks of things. Whatever it is, they seem to be down in this area. Not you. This monster slayer's fine. Don't mind the chicken. Somebody's pet. A petition! The farmers would like a nicer guild hall. Guys, we'll worry about that later, okay? We will worry about that later. So I think what happened probably is we probably had a person. How do you make iron bars? You need a smelter and fuel for the smelter, so probably coal. And then you need iron ore. And then you smelt the iron ore in the smelter, the fuel. So my assumption here, because bodies appear to... Why is my dragon released? Who let the dragon out? Got. Why is there a dragon in my fort that is not chained up? The dragon should be chained up. I'm full! Yeah, pretty much. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna place a cage here. And we are going to assign the dragon to a pasture in here. And say, Draggy, you gotta behave yourselfy, okay? I know that you're excited with your new freedom, but we have to... He is tame, okay? So, like, he's not like... It's not like there's a wild dragon running around, but, like... Did this man just catch a dragon? Yes. I'm not joking. Yes, hey, shit, we also caught a unicorn, apparently. Cool. Where my dragon at? Where my dragon at? I want my dragon where it's supposed to be. Probably just flew past it. 80% of the way down. Ah, there you are. Bernie Cinders, get back into your cage. Read my username and wonder why I passed it like 4 times. All right, well, an elf let it out. Somebody let it out. I like this, though. This is good. Where am I Durgan? Definitely gonna fly past it a couple times first. Feels free after being released from confinement. All right, it's okay. Dragon being led back to its cage. There's just like bears and things running around everywhere. It's wild. Okay. Dragon's getting put back in its cage. Where it's supposed to be. You know, I'm actually pretty sure it was humans. I think it was like a group of mercenaries. It was humans and elves. I don't think it was just an elf. I'm pretty sure it was a few things. But there is a dead elf in here. Which leads me to believe, I think that it was that mercenary band that I said no to all of them. What was your most recent kill? Apparently the year 257. Maybe it wasn't even named. Yeah. So, definitely torched somebody. The elf did it? Well, I mean, they got what was coming to them if they did it. So, There is a dead elf there, and there was definitely a lot of smoke there. But yeah, to just kind of like address the topic from earlier, chat, at the end of the day, I talk about what I want to talk about, and I talk about what chat's talking about, and if you're not comfortable with the subject, that's totally fine. It probably won't last longer than 30 minutes. So if you're like, I don't like a subject, just tune out. That's totally okay. Absolutely acceptable. But, of course, I prefer if you stick around because that just shows that you're capable of discussing interesting subjects. All right, so we've got a bunch of bodies now that we need to deal with. So hilarious how half of your DF time is spent trying to be a detective, figure out what the fuck happened. I mean, I have a pretty good idea of what happened. We killed dudes on the surface. Somebody underground was friends with dude on the surface. And then they went apeshit and started attacking my people because they were friends with the goblins on the surface. Like, it's probably that simple. That, or like that elf was plotting to release my dragon because animals and wildlife or something. It was probably the latter, actually. It was probably just like those goblins on the surface were friends with those mercenaries. Maybe they hired them in the past or something, and they were like, "You killed my previous employer. What the fuck?" It's probably all it was. Well, somebody released my dragon. So, I would assume so. And it appears that a philosopher and a herbalist have been found melted. So, one of my dwarves and a philosopher. So, this philosopher was just like, fuck this shit. I'm releasing the dragon, and then... More like sulfur. Karen elf? I don't even know if it was a Karen or a Jonathan. Could have been either. Anyway, there's fluffy wamblers in the corpse pile. Typical. Wowie. Wowie. Okay. Let's, Is that a land dragon? Dragons don't fly in Dwarf Fort. Just kind of a factoid for you. Somebody pull this lever, please. Do it now! The upside down ones are not okay. The not upside down ones are okay. All right, you. Open door. Fit all those. All right. Cool. This game looks so cool. I mean, it's abject chaos, but yeah, it's pretty fucking cool when it works. Don't mind the dying goat in my living room. That's fine. Sheep, actually. Thank you for watching, and I'm glad that you're enjoying that series. I haven't uploaded a few episodes because I've been streaming too much and I've been extraordinarily busy with like holiday stuff getting going. But appreciate the kind words, and I will get new episodes out as soon as I am able. Also, by the way, my military does have war grizzly bears assigned to them. I think if I ever get a pet guinea pig in real life, I'm going to name it Urist. I just want to throw that out there. Battle bears? Sure. You've got grizzlies too? Yeah, we bought them off the humans. So let's run through the events today. I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for like 40 minutes. We had a Forgotten Beast that made everybody projectile vomit, and a siege that ended with blood everywhere in the tavern. Beware with breeding war elephants. The baby elephants take 10 years to mature and be trainable. Just a warning. Elephants are cool, but they grow really slow. You drew your first forgotten beast? Drew is in drawing one, or it showed up on the side of the map? Blood in the tavern? Way too close to blood on the dance floor. They don't feel anything after seeing humans' dead body. Well, I mean, I guess that's good. Shout out to this kid who's playing on the corpses of a dead elf. This is like, you know what? There you go. Chad is playing make-believe on the corpse of a dead dwarf and was playing on the corpse of a dead elf. There you go. Yep. I thought you guys would appreciate that. All right, a lot of dwarves are resting. These are all the injured dwarves. How are we doing over here? No health problems, really. Needs cleaning. Okay, well, it's midsummer, so no problems with buckets. It's just super emo version of Panic at the Disco. Isn't that just Panic at the Disco? Like, not trying to just be mean here, but isn't that literally just Panic at the Disco? All right, I know that this might seem mean, chat, but I think it's time for us to remove visitors from my temples and taverns. Just for the time being, so that we don't have that happen again, and so that we can clean things up with that. Because I need that to not be a thing that happens frequently. Let's get the military back to training. He's kind of not unattractive. Kind of not unattractive. Why don't you just say he's hot like a normal person? I don't mind the super groups that he's been in, but Panic at the Disco songs just ain't my style. Frightened in the meeting zone? Frightened in the tavern. Oh my god, did I flood my pump stack? Please tell me I didn't. Fuck me, I flooded the pump stack. Cool. Great. Great. Excellent. Awesome. Fantastic. We flooded the pump stack. Not fun. Very much not fun. I need more miners. Oh, hey. Another dwarf's been found dead. Great. Excellent. Awesome. Templar's been found dead. No more fighting, fortunately. Great. Melted, yes. Dragon. Dragon has that effect on you. If dragon decides you dead, then... well. About that. If dragon decides you dead, well, then you dead. I guess what we have to do is we have to go one layer above and channel down. I don't... Nah. Skyrim lied to you? Skyrim is a very bad representation of dragons in almost every aspect. Also, Skyrim, you know, this isn't even a hot take. This is just, I'm a fantasy nerd. Skyrim has no dragons. You know that, right? There are no dragons in Skyrim. This isn't even a hot take. This is just a fact. There are no dragons in Skyrim. There are wyverns in Skyrim. No dragons. Wyverns. There isn't a single dragon in Skyrim. You can play all of Skyrim and not see a single dragon. Like in Game of Thrones. You know, fun fact, I didn't make it far enough in Game of Thrones to realize that they were wyverns. Dragons have 4 legs and 2 wings. Wyverns have 2 legs and then 2 bat wings with hands on them. All of these so-called dragons ain't dragons. Are we still locked in a zone or something? What's happening? My mayor died, apparently. Why are things not getting done? Probably because there's just so much stress happening. But, like, why are my miners not mining? Starting to think that there's still something that's like scaring them. Dragons in Dwarf Fortress are flightless, but they are dragons because they have 4 legs. I'm just making sure there's a dwarf doing doctoring. Looks like it. Just goes red and then like before. I don't know why. That's strange. I've heard certain weird issues about people not being able to follow people on Twitch, and I always just kind of like blink twice at it because then it seems to never happen again for anybody else. I'm just trying to figure out why we are unable to complete any tasks. My assumption is it's probably Twitch fucking up. All right, you know what? Let's do it this way. Fine. If you're gonna make me do it this way, I will do it this way. Yeah, if you're on mobile, update the app. That's a good call. Still got bears that are in conflict, supposedly. I'm going to set this squad to patrol my fort a couple rounds, because I'm wondering if there's still things that are aggro in the fort. Because I keep seeing things sprinting around and saying that they're still in conflict, meaning there's something that's still not right. Yeah, I really like the whiskers on the Chinese dragons. That little tidbit is neat. Yeah, they're just straight up doing nothing. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm going to delete this, if that helps. Because suddenly, nothing is getting done. My manager's assigned. Let's reassign my mayor to stuff because I have a new mayor because my mayor died in the fighting. Which is sad because Diamond is now single. Sorry, Diamond. What's up, Brewhog? We just had a pretty major meltdown in the fort after a siege. The dwarf needs to do a craft. Will they do it on their own, or do you have to manually set it up for him, Kelpie? But it's been good, Brewhog. It's been good. Today's been pretty good so far, aside from Twitter being fucking stupid for some reason. Surprise. And also, for some reason, dwarves are refusing to do their jobs, which is perplexing. Let's do this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Obviously, nobody does that. Nobody does this. 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 Nobody does. Only a selected do this. Let's see. Can we just get stuff put away? I just want bodies put away. You were mad you deleted the world? I might do a hard restart of the game, which I don't think is going to change anything, but... I wouldn't mind at all. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I know that, Spider. That's why the game won't let you assign mining and woodcutting to the same dwarf. Or you're not supposed to be. Supposed to deselect one and assign the other. Can a pick be a weapon? Yeah, you can manually assign a pick as a weapon in squads. But you have to set it up as part of a custom squad in order for them to use them as weapons. Now let's jump back into Riverdance. Can't figure out why your dwarves refuse to construct or deconstruct buildings. I would make a custom work order that's only deconstruct buildings, disassign everything else, and only assign that and see if they do that. I was running into some issues with that as well, but I was able to solve it because it was simply just a work priority issue where we had too many things assigned. Part of the new guys, thank you for the tutorials. Well, cheers. It will be useful, you're sure? Well, hell yeah. And also, thank you, Edgemon. Okay, so let's see if this helps. Worst case scenario, we just go through and disable every single one of our meeting zones. You don't need to spoil raids, Brewhog. Das Tactic, thank you very much for the raid. Cheers, man. We're currently, we just had a kind of mental breakdown in the fort. Everything kind of fell apart a bit. And now nobody's doing any jobs. I'm trying to figure out why. Like, literally, everything's just ground to a halt. And the only thing that's happening is, worshipping? Trying to figure out why. Although, actually, I'm starting to see some people picking up equipment, so that's an improvement. But, welcome everybody from Das Tactics crew. Cheers, guys. My name's Blind. I play too much of this game. It's kind of my bread and butter, main thing I do here. But welcome to the stream. And for those of you who haven't yet, Das Tactic is an OG of this game. Was putting up tutorials, like, for the old versions a decade ago, it feels like now. And they still age pretty damn well, too. How do I have my temple set up? I've made temples as they've requested them. Can you host feasts? I mean, it's a Dwarven Fortress. It's always a feast. You had to remove all of your temple meeting zones? Well, let's pause them all. That's kind of what I was about to try and do. I'm assuming it's just because it's been overly traumatic and they need a break. Let's just go around and well, not that one. That one I need to keep. Let's just go and pause every single, well, not the hospital, actually. We should keep the hospital open. It's probably wise. I'm just going to go around and remove every single non-essential zone and see if that fixes it. Because this can go away. This can go away. That can stay. Let's see what happens. Oh. My dragon got a little angry again. Oopsie. Dragon, I'm going to have to chain you back up there, bud. I love you. You are a lovely, scaly friendo, but I need you to not fire balls of fire into my library. What's the bug? They seem to have just ceased functioning. And by ceased functioning, I mean, like, they're not doing anything. God dang it, can you not do that, dragon? Like, that's rude. That's really, really rude. I need you to not torch my fort. Like, can we behave? You're trained. You're trained. No, it's bad. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You're just panicking. Don't panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Dragon, can we please not do what we're doing right now? I really want to keep you. I want you to be trained. That's what I get for releasing the dragon from the cage. It's fine. Bunch of animal trainers were just found dead. I mean, is this zone 2? No, but where are you socializing? I keep clicking the wrong button. All right, fine. I will simply delete, 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 delete. Okay, can we please put the dragon away? I have some eternally burning books up here now for a bit. Yeah, I saw that, Sam. Unfortunately, I don't care. I got priorities right now. Can someone just grab the dragon? Just grab him by the collar, okay, and put him away. He's just a little burny right now. He's still friendly, I swear. Just put the guy away. Just put him away. We have lots of animal trainers. Somebody grab the dragon and put the dragon away. What's the line from the movie? Put the bunny down. Put the dragon back. Okay, let's assign a new trainer to you, because clearly your trainer doesn't give enough of a shit to do its job. Where they just stand inside them for way too long. That's an old bug, which is just kind of funny. Okay, middle management, congrats. You now have a new job. Go fucking put the dragon away. Okay, middle management. But actually, I wonder if the dragon was breathing fire on people because their tamer died, which is true. Their tamer did die. I wonder if they were like blasting fire at things because their trainer died. They were angry. We're gonna be dealing with so many ghosts in like T-minus 5 seconds. Angie Durgan. All right, can we? Don't mind the eternally burning books. It's fine. You'd be sad and lash out too. Yeah, I know, right? Unfortunately, the way he lashes out is with his mouth and going. All right, a dragon. Yeah, it's friendly-ish. And also, I don't think he likes visitors very much. I've only actually seen him like blasting fire at visitors. Ah! Can you stop that? See, he killed a human spearman. Like he's killing visitors. Like it's just dragon. Stop it. I know you're afraid of strangers, okay? But can you please go back into your cage? What is middle management about doing? Socialite. Great. Okay, fuck it. I'm also destroying the tavern. We no longer have a tavern, dwarves. Can we please put the dragon away? Can we please? Can we please put the dragon away? Well, at least we're brewing drinks. Something works. Okay, fuck. Okay, where am I Durgan at? Because at some point it's gonna cease being trained, right? And when it ceases being trained, then it's just gonna kill everybody. Which, while on one hand would be hilarious, and I could probably kill it with my military, I don't want that to happen. I like having a pet dragon. There he is. Okay, let's. It's not much of a library anymore anyway, so might as well get rid of the library. Robe has icons still? Oh, I know, but it doesn't change the fact that nobody's doing anything, so I don't really care. I'm just trying everything. You can tame dragons, yes. Well, tame. It's like a unpredictable dog that also has a portable sun on its face. All right, middle management robot. I understand your need to drink, but like, can we please put the dragon away? Please, you have one job right now, and that's put the dragon away. Okay? Can you please put the dragon away? Just there's a human in the fort. Can you please put the dragon away? Can you breed dragons if you happen to have a breeding pair of dragons? You can breed almost anything in Dwarf Fortress, actually. All right, so the dragon just is following you. Like, It wants to be near its owner. I mean, it's a baby, yeah. The dragon, it's a baby. All right, so I don't know what's going on with labors. Labors seem to have all suddenly ceased functioning. I don't know why this is. The secret is very carefully, Orange. Maybe reload my save? Well, okay, so we already tried to save and reload. I do have some autosaves. Should I go back to an autosave? I could do that. Like before the fight broke out. Total reboot. All right, let's just quit without saving right now because we're not losing much. Let's do a full restart of the game. Reload the most recent save. If that doesn't work, we'll go back one. Did all the no jobbers have working limbs? Ask another dumb question. They're all perfectly healthy, dude. It'd also help if I launched the right game. All right. Well, the thing is, it's not that they're doing no work. Like, they're all perfectly fine. Like, health-wise, they're all completely fine. How far back do we go? I'm going to reload the same active save and see if it functions. And if this doesn't work, then we'll go back to an autosave. And Semtaxagon, not going to be mean to you, but I'm just going to refund that and disable that for now. All right. Now was this before or after? So this was after all of the crap started. So I could just lock the dragon in here. Just stay in there for a sec. Okay, so this is still when they were doing nothing. I have a free roaming dragon in the fort? Sure, but I was also spinning through lots of different people's health tabs really quickly and didn't see anything about missing limbs. All right, so I could go to early summer. Guess we go to early summer. How do you fulfill their need to pray? Make them temples. Pretty fun event regardless. I mean, I could just let the fortress crumble, but it's not worth it. Okay, so... All right, so this is before the siege happened. This is before everything went to hell. It was all a dream. Thank you to the gracious prophet that informed us of this great event before it happened. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to Dragon, and we're going to leave Dragon on this cable. And I'm still going to keep the Dragon. Yeah, and the pump stack isn't flooded. So how do you get a tame dragon in the first place? You catch it in a cage trap, and then you tame it, just like any other animal. Let's just make sure that all the jobs are still working. I'm assuming they are, so let's try this. Can I dump these? Is that a man-made river? This one is. This one isn't. This is just a natural river. Also, Dwarf mate, please. All right, so they're still doing labors. Okay, sweet. So the other thing I'm going to do is, just as a preventative measure, I'm going to remove all guests. Because I want to keep that dragon. But you know what I don't want? I don't want random guests exploding. So I'm going to not allow guests in this fort. Considering I don't think I allow them in the tavern. No, I don't. Let's not allow them in the library. Because it's too tempting for Draggy here. I don't need to touch the pump stack. It's currently sealed up. A bunch of kobolds on the surface. That's a non-issue. And I do need to go down here. So the pump stack's not in a situation where it's flooding currently. There's nothing really to say. Like, you trap a dragon in a cage trap, and then you go to like there's some things where it's like it's worth making a tutorial, and then there's some where it's like I would just be like clickbaiting. You literally just go into your animals and others section, right? And then you just select tame. It's just like this rock we have here. You literally just click toggle whether this will be receive war training. You assign a trainer to this creature and then they tame it. It's that easy. Like you click up. It's one button. That's not a tutorial. I don't need to make a tutorial out of that. Do caged animals starve? If they're grazers, yes. If they're not grazers, then no. And then you have to check that on the wiki, whether or not they're grazers. How do you move caged creatures? You construct the cage where you want to put them once they're in the cage. Sure, but like highlighting highlights videos takes a lot of time. And what would you prefer? More tutorials or more highlights? Or highlights? I'm only one person. Are you volunteering to work for me? Or are you asking me to do that? Would I consider doing vids like 50 tips? Sure, but I'd have to think of 50 tips. Once again, I'm only one person. And currently I'm doing 18-hour days on average. What are you doing, Dwarf? Look at that. That whole area is forbidden. You big dumb. I should really reroute this. I've been doing 18-hour days with the exception of Tuesday since the game came out. Yeah. Clone myself? It's only 6 hours of sleep. About that, yeah. With the exception of Friday where I crashed and slept until noon. Why do you think I seem so tired? It's because I'm fucking tired, dude. I'm trying to, Livered. I'm trying to. Which is why I'm not going to do everything that chat's requesting. I'm going to do the things that I'm capable of doing. Something speed of sound, Nasty? Oh, hey, it's that vile force of darkness. Except they spawned in a different location, which is significantly more accessible. All right, let's... send these in. They were already on their way, but they seem to have taken a slightly different route. Do drugs? I already do drugs. Next suggestion. Okay, you get a timeout for that one, Mike Zero. And then we got Snatchers, which are these guys. Got my militia commander up here with no weapons on or anything and is literally punching goblins to death. Well, you're a badass, Dwarf. More of that, please. Just don't fall off the edge. What are you fucking doing? Ha! Oh, he was using the tree to, like, handlebars across the river. Well, I mean, if you guys want to openly ask me to hurt myself, go do that to somebody else, please, chat. Which is what a large number of you are doing right now. which is one thing, and it's just a massive problem with this industry. Realize that I'm human, and I will do what I'm capable of. Okay? So that dwarf just like handlebarred across the fucking thing. That's wild. Bridges are for casuals? He didn't even have any weapons. He was completely unarmed. Yeah, they're leaving. Wish they'd add animations. The engine's capable of it, but it would take a long time. Let's see, are we leaving? If they're leaving the map, then we'll just let them leave the map. Yeah, they are leaving the map. All right, let's see. What's going on in the fort itself? Everything still good? I just want to... I almost never do this, but... There you go. So farmer was found dead. All right, is it beginning again? Okay, so what we've got now... This fucking dude right here. We fought the Forgotten Beast. The human swordsman. So it's literally this dude. This dude. Get him dead. Hopefully you're not friends with too many people. So chat, remember these names. He's part of the Patterned Union and a member of the Untamed Council. Yeah, so this guy's upset because somebody who he knows was just killed. Let's just take a real quick look here. Well, she, apparently, yeah, she doesn't appear to be friends with any of those. He's good friends with another human swordsman. But anyway, they're about to die. That's probably what's going to cause more chaos here. Hopefully it just ended with that, and then we can get back to being dwarves. Got an artifact being done. Yep, looks like the dwarves are still operating as they're supposed to, so that's good. Dragon was on a chain. The difference is I locked the dragon in this time, so the dragon's still there. The dragon was always on a chain. I just simply locked the dragon on a chain this time so that nobody could run in there and release it. Is that just an elk hanging around? Probably my moose. I have a moose. Probably my moose. I do have a tame moose. Very friendly. Doesn't have a name, though. I don't think. Dragon needs gold coins. There's no gold in this fort, but I could give him coins. We need to be nice to the Durgan, though. Durgan is good pet. Durgan just gets a little burny when he gets upset. So we just have to make sure Dragon doesn't get burny, okay? You build the chain, and then there's a little assign animal button. You click the assign animal button, and then they put the animal on the chain. Pretty simple. A lot of stuff's getting put into... Whoop. Is there still something? For a second there, I thought that they were all clustering at the bottom, which usually means that there's combat going on. I'm just unforbidding everything that could have died. Oh, no, this looks like there's still combat going on. What is it? And the military over. The dwarves are running away from something. Something just died. A grizzly bear has died. Oh, did one of my grizzly bears go crazy? Bear dwarf's been found dead. Oh, human up there just fought with somebody. Moving these zones. Yeah, it seems like one of my war grizzlies was killed. One of my... It's not a spiral. No, spiral is when your own dwarves are killing each other. We just have guests in the fort that are hostile. So it's not a spiral because it's not my own dwarves. It's just a matter of weeding out the last of these hostile guests, if that makes sense. It could turn into a spiral, though, if we're not careful. Also, a lot of these people are already dead, and we're just finding the bodies. Also, we do have a strange mood happening. They've used water buffalo leather and 3 pieces of dolomite. And some migrants have arrived. Well, that's great. Excellent. What causes hostile guests? Killing their friends. And we just got hit by a siege. And clearly, some of the guests that were in my fort are friends with the people that attacked us. Because the result was we instantly have people that suddenly are hostile with the whole fort. I'm going to assign a couple extra doctors because I need more of them. Even if they have no idea what they're doing. All right, well, we're getting some migrants. Alaron, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Cheers. All right, I'm going to assign some more miners. I know that I've got tons of picks lying around. Now the question is, are we still going to run into this problem or people just refuse to do jobs? Just watch this dwarf walk around for a little bit. They're all replanting these garden plots, which is fine. Are slabs worth bothering with? They're certainly better than having ghosts everywhere. Ghosts can kill your dwarves, make them go insane, make them go crazy, possess them, and make them do dumb shit. I mean, it depends on what you want. I mean, do you want your dwarves to go insane? If yes, then definitely don't bother with those. Okay, so let's see what they... Okay. So far so good. So I got this dwarf in the strange mood who's going somewhere. Okay, there's still hostile things on the surface. That's probably not helping. There's probably mods for a lot of things. Alaron, thank you very much for the 10 tier 1 subs. Cheers. Yeah, so there's something that's hostile on the surface. Send my military up here. I don't know what it is, but we got to kill it. Let's also clear these. Beardorf and Ezem are fighting. Oh. Well, I guess we're just at war with the elves now. So we go up to the surface, right? My dwarves are running away from something. There's a bunch of elven merchants here, and my soldiers just immediately kill the elves. I don't know. It's probably their fault. Don't make it weird, Vicious Rage. Don't make it weird. If you make it weird, you won't type in my chat much longer, and you're making it weird. All right, well, that's cool. Look at all that gear that was abandoned. Clearly. Still seems like we're all stuck just brewing, though, which is odd. Well, they attacked us in the tavern, it seems like. Well, doesn't matter if you're a StarCraft player or not, but I'm gonna let that get stuck in auto mod. Like, I just genuinely, like, don't make it weird. And if you guys are gonna make it weird, I'm very unimpressed and very disappointed in your lack of maturity. Oh yeah, we're absolutely surrounded by elven settlements. Let's see if we're officially at war with them. No, we're not, actually. We're allied with them. Not with these guys, though. These ones we have no contact with. Although that's a Goblin Forest Retreat. Because there's, like, Goblin Forest Retreats, I wonder if the elves and goblins are kind of one faction. Nope, I'm not the only one making it weird. If you're spamming race war in my chat, grow the fuck up. Like, bluntly. Think about what you're saying. Okay? Well, cheers, Alaron. Appreciate you. There's no offense here. But if you're being an ass, I'm going to call you out. And you're being an ass. It's that simple. All right, so. Let's see if we can calm things down. Still working on removing the visitors. Yeah. Chad today, man? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Shit's gotten weird. I don't like it. No, it's more just fight the elves, right? If we're gonna make this say, let's meme about racism shit, I don't want you in my chat. And that's all that there is to it. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to justly evict them. I mean, they're the ones that attacked us, if you guys remember. They started this. Wasn't me. We didn't want this. I certainly didn't want this. I would, however, like it to unbreak my pathing, which is a little annoying. Now, someone said something about disabling all temples, so let's just try that. Let's try disabling all temples. don't think that's a bug necessarily, but if it can force them back into what I actually need them doing, which is working, that would be much more helpful. Still training the dragon. That's okay. If people don't understand what I'm asking, they can go watch somebody else, and they will live. It's that simple. If you can't put 2 and 2 together and read a room, there's, 1,015 other people watching that are super cool that I'd love having around. Right, chat? Cheers. Leave a wet wagon. How do you deconstruct a wall? Using the deconstruct tool, which is this tool. It's this tool. Click, drag, select. All right, let's approve this nicer farmer's hall and see what's going on. Which one was the farmer's hall? I think it was this one. Yeah, the farmer guild hall. So they want the value to go up. I think I have pedestals constructed. I should be able to make a pedestal and put an artifact on it. Can you mass uninstall furniture? You can mass cancel constructions of furniture, but you can't mass uninstall, that I've found. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of weird issue with the game right now where they just seemingly completely lose the ability to differentiate between jobs when there's some sort of loyalty issue. Yeah, it's happening again. Like, they're not doing anything. Was it possible for your map to have 0 caverns with a normal world gen? No, it's impossible. But you bought geese from curators and you can't figure out how to release them. Make a animals pasture zone and pasture them in the zone, and they will be moved out. For keeping your floor clean of stone, make stuff out of the stone. Let's see what happens. They're not in a burrow. I deleted the burrow because I gave up trying to just disable it. I wish it was that simple. For reference, no burrows. How do you make your dwarves not be miserable? Give them the things that they want. Treat them like people. Wait for them to finish telling the story and see what happens. Quantum stockpiles are lag safe if you're dumping the items into a stockpile. Otherwise, no. Because if they're sitting in a stockpile, then they're removed from physics and temperature. If they are, just physics, not temperature. They're removed from physics if they are in a stockpile. If they are not in a stockpile, then they are not removed. We'll delete that. We'll delete that. Human, get out. We're gonna expel you. I've still got a strange mood going on. Some people are picking up equipment, store item in stockpile. Artifact got done. Dolomite toy hammer. Dwarves in a squad ignore all burrow commands because they have their own commands. Fish dissector is created. Orthodeist. I'm going to try and make this fix itself, chat room, even if it takes a while. Warhammer? No, Toy Hammer. Wrong first letter. This is a Dolomite toy hammer. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular Dolomite cabochons and studded with steel and decorated with peachwood and willow leather. We have a diplomacy line. And willow and encircled with bands of ginkgo wood and featherwood. This object menaces with spikes of Dolomite. On the item is an image of... The fuck was that bear doing? Right after experiencing trauma. Oh, probably it's, parents are dead. The human high treasurer meets with Cold-Blooded and says, "Greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We've added information to your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants?" Help. Please. More bears. Naturally. The only thing I've requested from them are bears, so we're going to request more bears. All right, they want legwear and powder next year. I didn't even realize they were trading, but we'll see if they actually show up to trade. All right, so let's just see if I can get these bodies cleaned up, because actually, here's something I'm gonna try. Let's go to miners. Nobody does this. Let that sit for a minute. Only selected do this. Zircrum, hello. Your small indie streamer had a bit of a grow up. Still a small indie streamer, man. I'm just a small indie streamer with a bigger ego. Okay, so can I manually queue up jobs? Is that a thing that I'm allowed to do, game?
It seems my small indie streamer has had a bit of a glow up.
Yeah, it seems like all orders are just immediately getting canceled for some reason. Managers assigned. Like, just straight up, the whole job system is broken down. Let's see this. Let's see if I can set up, like, custom work orders. Do custom work orders work? So I'm going to say nobody does this, nobody does this, nobody does this, nobody does this, nobody does this. Nobody does this, nobody does this, nobody does this, nobody does this. And also, of course, nobody does this. Now let's make add a work detail. Healthcare. We'll call it orderlies. Okay, let's make one that's just mining. Or mining is. Assuming it's even in here. Imagine a world where it's just straight up not in here. Mining isn't in custom. Cool. All right, well then, on that regard, then we'll do hauling. Everybody does this. Let's see, do they start hauling now? I just need to get these bodies out of here. Always a shame to lose a fort to a bug. Yeah, I mean, I could go 1 year further back. I mean, I'm still getting I'm still getting, okay, I am getting some stuff now. Here, I'm trying to decipher a problem, and if you only just tuned in, then don't worry about it. I'll just put it that way. Just don't worry about it. I'm trying to figure out a problem with the fort. Maybe the number of corpses makes them uneasy to work. Yeah, but they should still be hauling them. Quick, dirty rundown of the problem. Pseudo-loyalty cascade has caused every single job to cease functioning, and I can't make them work. Like, they just won't do anything. Like, nothing. I have assigned jobs, priority 1, high priority. They're not locked in a burrow. There are no burrows assigned. I've disabled every single meeting zone, and they aren't doing anything. That's the problem. Let's just assign that back up. And, make a refuse stockpile as well? Maybe the bodies are all rotten? Yeah, I know that the hospital is also a meeting area. I was about to remove that. Or disable it, actually. Test that, too. No more hospital. Who needs it? They're all working again. Hold up. Let's see. Can I turn jobs back on now? Don't need fishing. Were they injured? No. I mean, maybe, but the vast like I've checked many dwarves and seen no injuries. Let's see, does mining start happening? If mining starts happening, then we've fixed it. Something weird with meeting areas, yeah. Perhaps their brains were injured. By the end of this, my brain will be. Yep, they're mining again. Huh. All right. Don't touch anything, chat. What's up, Joe True? How thing? That's really fucking strange. There's some hidden priority, but there's always been hidden priority. I've got dwarves making coffins. Yeah, I don't know. That's wild. What do I think helped? Deleting the hospital. I deleted the hospital. Deleting the hospital seems to have done it. Now turn meetings back on. I have to remake most of those zones because I was just straight up deleting them. But here, I'll remake the hospital. Let's see if remaking the hospital works. Somebody in chat actually said that they had to delete all of their meeting zones to fix this. So let's see. Can I make a hospital now? And also reassign all the dwarves to the hospital. You. Oopsies. You. 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 And I think it was it you or did I already assign you? Yeah, I already assigned you. Okay, so let's check you in there. Let's see, does this break it? Knave is an extremely kind person, folk. You had a problem with the hospital yesterday too? Weird. I wonder if there's like an analysis paralysis problem with the dwarves where they just have to. So I guess like if all jobs stop functioning, delete your hospital. It seems like a meeting zone bug. Yeah. It just happens to happen at like the worst possible time. I'm a bit flabbergasted, I'll be honest. Like I was about to say fuck it, but shoutouts to the person in chat who was like, by the way, hospital's also a meeting zone. Duh. I mean, like, I knew that, but also. We're just having a bunch of hospital problems. Can someone do me a favor? So if you type in !DF, there's a link to the KitFox Discord. Jump in there briefly. Wait, no, I'm sending these as bedrooms. Same thing. 2 bedroom, no difference. Anyway, jump over into the Kitfox Discord and see if this is a reported bug in the bug section, because they have a bug fixing forum. Like there's a room on their Discord just for reporting bugs. Jump in there and see if this is. You sleep here now. Just don't wake up, please. If you wake up, we have big problems. That's how you truly know you have problems, is when your corpses are waking up. All right, well, I can get these doors placed first. But, like, jokes aside, yeah, someone go see if this has been reported. And if it hasn't, can somebody please say that there's something weird with zones after mass loyalty cascades or after large combat situations? I'm glad your experience could help with this, and deleting all your attempts helped. Well, it's crazy. You've lost 4 forts to this bug before I figured it out. Oh, really, Krillix? Well, Jesus. Okay, noted. As a disappointing number of bugs. See, here's the thing. This is a new bug, right? And, like, saying that there's a disappointing number of bugs, fair. But this is not abnormal for new versions of Dwarf Fortress. When new versions of Dwarf Fortress come out, and this is why there's the history of things like, you know, the cats bug, children riding their parents to death bug, the evil carp. Every major update, there's something. And they go from utterly fucking hilarious to absolutely game breaking. Do I need to run down the one about mothers getting ridden to death by their babies again? Okay, so they added mounts to adventure mode, right? When they added mounts to adventure mode, this introduced a problem, because the way mounts worked previously, which was just specifically for enemy soldiers and AI, was the mount was driving. And because the mount has the same faction alignment as the person on top, it's fine, because the mount has the control, right? So when they added mounts to adventure mode and allowing players to ride animals and tame animals and ride animals around in adventure mode, this changed the way this works. So instead of the mount driving, the rider was driving, which is great, right? Because when enemies are still sieging you, it's still the same AI because it's the person on top driving, which is great. Except Tarn forgot one thing, which is when mothers give birth to babies, their babies ride on the mom's shoulders. So the baby is mounted on mom. So the result was baby was driving instead of mom driving. And mama AI is feed baby, keep baby alive, keep mom alive, feed mom, do thing mom would normally do, etc. Baby AI is walk in circles until I starve to death, going blah 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 blah. So for about a week, if you had a kid, it was a death sentence. So, like, when things like this happen, it's like, yeah, it's disappointing and it sucks. But as somebody who's played this game for a long time, this is normal for, like, a month after a big new version of Dwarf Fortress. There's always, like, you know, everybody loves to joke about Killer Carp, right? That's the funny one. Nobody remembers the annoying ones, right? This is not abnormal for a new version of Dwarf Fortress to have utterly fucking stupid game-breaking bugs that drive the player base nuts for 2 weeks. Or 3 weeks. Or a month. And they're generally... like, there's never been an instance of a game-breaking, utterly game-destroying bug being left in, with the exception of, like, the frame rate issues, which are never going to go away. When it comes to mechanics like this, it usually just means Tarn forgot a typo somewhere. And because the entire way labor works has been rebuilt in the game, I'm not surprised that there's stuff that just breaks. And as long as we can find a way around it, Tarn can fix it. So maybe I'm just giving them way too much leeway, but as somebody who's played this game for a really long time, this isn't even remotely surprising to me. And it's also not surprising that it's taking a little bit for people to start to find them. This is pretty normal. Also, seriously, Zycrom, thank you very much for the 16 months, and Mr. Hacky X, thanks for the Prime. Is the development team still 2 people? They have help testing now, and they are recruiting, I think it's 2 people to work on the Mac and Linux ports through Kitfox, but outside of, like, artists and contractors, yeah, it's still 2 people. It's Zach and Tarn. I mean, I'll put it this way. Tarn is faster at fixing bugs that are game-breaking than Halo Infinite. So, I'm not too worried. And also, if we know problem, delete hospital. You know, it's just like real life. Problems with society, delete hospital. Right? Normally you'd prevent this with a beta versus stable versions of the channels, but DF's bugginess sounds like an institution. If you've played this game for a long time, you're used to it. And I think that this is part of the growing pains of this game now being for sale. So, I mean, like, believe it or not, if this was like pre-Steam release, I would just be like, all right, file this into Bug Tracker, keep playing, and just not even care about it. Did I ever play Masterwork DF for DF Classic? A little bit. I always found it kind of bloated. It was fine. I would rather just like mod this stuff in separately and not use the launcher. Yeah, DF is technically still an alpha. It's technically still an alpha. Just like Warframe was a beta for like 9 years or something. But apologies for all of like the heated moments of just fucking trying to figure out what the hell was causing that. But we seem to have fixed the problem now. So excellent. Anyway, has anybody looked at the KitFox Discord? Is there anything on there about it? Also, you guys are moving real fast, so I'm gonna put you guys in slow. And a baby. At least someone's still happy. This is version 0.5, yes. Minecraft has a beta for years. Yeah, true. Actually, not a bad comparison there. Jesus, the size of my headphones. Did you just go all right, yeah. So Orange is a recently modded mod. Are you just like going through people's chat logs, being like, "Woo"? About 5 hospital zone bugs. Noted. Okay, so it is hospitals to blame then, which means I can put my library back. That's good. That's good to know. I mean, also hospitals have been completely changed, which means there's probably a typo in the code somewhere. DF became graveyard keeper for a little bit. Yep. Certainly seems like it. It's good to know that, like, if they're already aware of it, because, like, so lifting up the curtain a little bit, I've been told from people behind the scenes that there is a patch coming. Exclamation point, patch. But Tarn doesn't want to release it until he has Classic ready. Which I think is fair. So there is a patch coming. There is a patch coming. And will probably be out sometime this week. Who needs hospitals? Just make more tombs. Exactly. See, now that is a Dwarf Fortress player. Green, you know what's up. But I like patch. Yeah, but we're also talking about a game that, you know, has been free for a large portion of its fan base for a very long time, and that version hasn't been updated yet. So I don't blame the guy for wanting to get it out to those people. You know, it's like the YouTuber that prioritizes getting a Patreon post out instead of getting a video out, you know? Like, it's like, I get it. You lost your fortress to a Werebeast infecting your doors. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. But can be exciting. I lost one recently, too. Hospitals are just a band-aid. Tombs are long-term. There you go. See, like chat gets it. We understand. We're all on the same page here. If hospitals are broken, that's fine. Don't build hospitals and just accept that any dwarf with a slight cut gets dead. We've found the solution here. Just remove healthcare until healthcare no longer bugged. I don't see the issue. You get plenty of migrants. I mean, come on. Okay, hold on. Jokes aside, Noble Chapel, Noble Chapel. Did I just assign the same one twice? I think I did. Okay. I'm trying to, like, get all my temples rebuilt here. That's a stockpile. Temple of Dai. The Heavenly something or another. And then this is just the generic everything temple. That doesn't really have a fancy name. Also, by the way, the Copper Nut is, in fact, the name of my tavern. So, you know, just thought I'd inform all of you of that. I didn't name it that. Chat didn't name it that. The game named it that, so we stuck with it. It's just too good. There's sometimes you get a good name and you're like, well, we're sticking with it. I'm sorry, what? How did I end up with a tiny temple right there? Oh, I see. It's a tiny corner of this temple that got stuck over the edge. It's like, why is there just like an itty bitty temple right there? What am I looking at? The future world? Hey, there you go. That's a good name. Oh yeah. Fortunately, if it's actually just a bug with zones and meeting areas, that should mean we won't need to generate new worlds to get that functioning. But yeah, no, there was a good, like, in regards to like the babies getting killed by their mothers. There was or the mothers killing their babies killing their mothers. There was a good like few weeks there where in order to play Dwarf Fortress, you had to turn on Dwarven contraception, which just does not allow them to have kids. You had to manually disable that. Oh, why did I delete that one? Could have just turned that one back on. Oh well. This was a meeting hall. Can't remember which one. This one, I can just simply reactivate. That one's still active. And then this one, do I make a new hospital? I'm going to try making a new hospital. I think I already did. Yeah, I already did. Sweet. So, let's see. Do jobs keep getting done? Or does the hospital just break it now? We found a big bug, Diamond. Hospitals break the game. The big bugs with hospitals, as in, like, everything breaks. Okay, cool. They're still doing jobs. All right. After all of that nightmare hell, I'm going to go take a real quick piss break. Let's follow this dwarf around. I will... Okay, maybe... yeah. We will follow this dwarf around. For fuck's sake. Oh, we're out of food. I'll be right back. I'll worry about that in a second. Bark. No!
Over here, he has a sword!
No. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a sword. Mods in chat have a sword, though. Is there a Tekken around? Tekken? What's up? Did we get a shout out for Tekid yet? All right. Well, we're out of food. Probably because shit went to hell and back a couple times.
Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins,
Yada, 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 yada,
nutrients,
yada, yada.
everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
It's true. You should stop eating ketchup. All right, let's eat some pigs. Chat room, if you want some of the best analytical content for nerds on Twitch and YouTube about Dwarf Fortress, where a guy who knows way too much about how the basic under the hood mechanics works, go watch Tekid. Click that heart. All right.
No, no.
You don't? Okay, fine, Orange. Be that way.
No.
Let's continue making coffin zones. Ay, ay, ay. Also, apparently my blood sugar's a little low, so that's not helping my brain function. Tomb. Let's do some more of these. Is it bad that you want to see more chaos? No. No. Not bad. There will be more chaos. It's just my job to control the chaos. Yes, the one and only paranoid Metroid. So, Tekid, we discovered, if all jobs cease to function, delete your hospital. Like, just flat, just delete the hospital. Is the old intro still in the game? No, it is not currently. But supposedly they are working on a replacement. I'm trying to think, like, has there been bugs like this before? Like this particular one. Has many members in Riverdance and now requires a guild hall. We need a Rangers Guild as well. So the Farmers Guild needs to go up to 10,000 value, which right now is not. So I'm going to just make this easy on myself because shit's still nuts. So we're going to do all of this. You know, today has taught me something, chat, and I think that this is a valuable lesson. I think I might actually need to write down some actual rules for my stream now. I think we might actually have to do that. Which makes me sad, but I think we might actually have to do that. When your mayor unemploys chief medical dwarf and triples convent production, yeah. Put an artifact on the pedestal in the guild. I could absolutely do that, or I could just simply smooth all the floors. I think we're gonna do both. Also, we just had another kid. Sure, but then I have a legitimate reason to just ban people, right? Instead of like having to explain to people why I'm banning them. It's more just for my own sanity, not assuming people will actually obey rules. It's just for my own insanity. Or my own sanity? Insanity? Something. Yeah, Twitch chat ain't a democracy. This is true. All right, you right here also can just have a cool item.
You fucking donkey!
Explain the mods. True. Orange, it's your fault. Literally the rules in this chat are don't be a dingbat and ketchup is illegal. So yeah, I need to actually make some rules. Like, I shit you not. The word for word, those are the rules for this stream right now. Is mayo okay? Sure. And also, it's a humorous ketchup is illegal because I don't like ketchup, but you're allowed to like whatever you want. I don't actually care. All right, let's do that. All hail mustard. Dude, mustard's great. Like fucking, like a nice spicy mustard. Proper Dijon mustard. Certainly learned how to Atom Smash Jurists. As a streamer, Adam... As a DF streamer, you've certainly learned how to Atom Smash Eurus. As a streamer, Atom Smashes viewer. Do I Atom Smash viewers? Absolutely no. No, I will not intentionally kill dwarves. My job is to keep the dwarves alive. Your guys' job is to try and convince me to do dumb things. But no, you will not convince me to intentionally kill my own dwarves. Oh, speaking of killing my own dwarves, check this out. Where lizard? Ain't it cute? Look at it. Am I taking the rock already? I haven't done anything with the rock. Sorry, I was too busy like dealing with this. Okay, one thing at a time. We've got meat coming back up now. I mean, that's not a rock, but there's a dead eagle. A dead named eagle? Yeah, it's one of the better ones, although this whole soundtrack is phenomenal. Something I really need to do sooner rather than later is get Dabu and maybe Simon as well into a voice call and do a chit-chat. Really, really, really want to do that. All right, let's also just straight up get rid of these now. View stockpile, kill this stockpile, view stockpile, kill this stockpile. And then we can also deal with all these. Why are you playing make-believe in the corpse pile? Kid, I worry about you. My mom bought me some homemade mustard not too long ago. It's fermented Dijon mustard, and it is very good. Oh, by Atom Smash viewers, you meant just ban them? Ah, yes, absolutely. No, I do just ban people. If people annoy me, they get banned. But also, it's really hard to annoy me. You have to be a genuine, terrible person for me to actually get annoyed by you. A genuinely terrible person for me to get annoyed by you. So if you've managed to annoy me, congrats. You are a really bad person. Or just be a child. Yeah, that too. Act like a child and go away. Although, that being said, there are some kids who watch this stream that are definitely not old enough to watch this stream that are definitely more mature than a lot of the adults that watch this stream, which I think is kind of funny. Orange is just a dwarf with a gun. And you're pretty bad. I don't know about you. You're fine, Mark. You're fine. It's like as an immature as hell adult, sometimes I'm impressed by kids. I love it when someone tunes into the stream and they're just like, English is my second language. I don't know what I'm saying. Orange, just to be clear, speaking other languages in my chat is not against the rules and will never be against the rules. Just to be completely clear. Cursing at me in other languages is against the rules. And I have a plugin that automatically translates chat, so I know what people are saying. Cryo Shakespeare, what's up? Hey, Blind, it's some nice post-release viewership. Shit's been wild, dude. Like, it's been like this since the 6th. It's been like this since the 6th. Time to get Google Translate? Yeah, so if you right-click chat and you're using a Chromium-supported browser, you can just right-click. You can right-click chat and translate. And so, you know, and then I have a plugin that also tells me what language that was translated from, making it very easy to immediately spot people that are just being idiots. So I genuinely don't care what language you speak in my chat. Opera GX doesn't do it. Get a plugin. Can you build an underwater fort? I once built a fort that was a tower in the middle of an ocean, right? Have a large amount of my family is from the Netherlands, and I can read some Dutch. I built a fort that was a tower in the middle of an ocean, and we could pull a lever and drain the entire ocean into the caverns. It was very laggy, but I mean, if you ooh at me too much, I might get weirded out. But I won't say it's directly against the rules. Okay, we got ghosts. We got ghosts. We got cats. We got all of the things. Oh, that's not good. All right, well. Let's actually... Let's do 25 slabs. There's a ghost. Can't translate any of this? Yeah, well, don't push it, chat. But thank you. I mean, you're literally just thanking me for the tutorials, Curly, so, like, that's not even a hard one. I love how everybody's just thanking me for the tutorials in different languages. You guys are really nice. Cheers, chat room. All right, let's, is there a particular reason my entire squad is just hanging out in the hospital? Oh, are they all visitors? Okay, it's because they're all visitors. All right, so since we've, like, sorted out the source of this problem, I'm curious. I wonder if we're at war with the elves now. I should probably, like, pay attention to that, eh? Probably should, right? Let's allow visitors in the tavern so they don't just hang out in my hospital. Could it also be they're not using the dining room in your world, on your world? Why, what, due to that? I mean, dining rooms are a weird room that they literally just walk into, eat food in, and then leave. So I don't know what you could mean by they're not using it. Also, I need to see if my mom's texted me. It's snowing a lot outside, so the amount of snow we get right now depends on whether or not I'm doing Christmas dinner tonight at my grandma's house. All right, let's just go around and mass unforbid things, I think, once this stuff all gets done. Let's just pull this lever and do it now. Where are they putting... Okay. Let's not pull that lever because there's actually, like, valuable weapons and armor in there. I'm going to make a really big stockpile real quick, and y'all are going to be like, oh my god, it's so huge. Why are you making such a big goddamn stockpile? Streamer wasn't no. Okay, we're going to do that, and then I'm going to make an armor stockpile, and I'm also going to add weapons to this. I need, because there's just crap everywhere right now, especially after that thing. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to unforbid everything. And then I'm going to go up a level, and I'm going to unforbid everything. And then I'm going to go up a level, and then I'm going to unforbid well, actually, no, let's just go up to the surface. We're going to go up to the surface, and then I'm going to unforbid everything. I just want to get all of the, like, decent stuff into my fort. Vancouver, yes. I think I still have the Canadian tag. Yeah, I still have the Canada tag. Just gotta look a little more, I think. Ontario? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, knee-jerk response. But I've never actually been to Ontario, but I've flown over Ontario a few times. If you're Canadian and you know it, raise your beer. Hail! Lower Mainland? Maybe we should do like a pub meetup at some point. For Lower Mainland people. Ever go to good old QC? I got really drunk with Orange in Montreal earlier this year, so yes. There's a really sad bear here, just like booking it around. So this war grizzly is super, super stressed and sad and injured. And because they're a war creature, I can't do anything for them. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to cage them. I'm also going to go put a brick over here so that I could theoretically just seal off the next siege instead of fighting it. But not in the area that people live. To be fair, that's probably for the best. It's quieter. I have to be in the areas that people live because I can't drive legally in Canada because my eyes are so shit. So I simply have to live close to public transit. So I live close to Vancouver because that's where public transit is. Did I actually make the stockpile? Yeah, I actually made a stockpile. See, they're putting all these weapons and things here. Mostly because like there's a bunch of nice armor right here, and I don't really want it to like get crushed. Does that count as Canada? No, it does. Ireland does not count as Canada. I can go from walking out my front door to being anywhere in downtown Vancouver in about 40 minutes. Yes, we got good public transport. It's the reason the rent here is worth it. All right, there we go. We're getting all this crap put away. And it's also, my rent's pretty cheap. Lucky. All right. We are putting the last of that stuff away. Bunch of chains away. So I'm gonna go to this cage. And we're going to assign that warb grizzly to it, because it did get pretty badly battered. Oh wait, they put the large rat in it? Okay. Let's tame this large rat and get this large rat out of this cage. 50% tax income? It's never been a thing? What? I pay about 25 after deductions percent tax. But I'm okay with it because I have free healthcare. And believe it or not, free healthcare. Optimal. Not being bankrupt. Good. Even. Native platinum blocks. I think you can make native platinum into blocks. I think you just smelt them, don't you? Swear that I've done that before. So you'd have to go, I think it would be... Maybe you can't. I don't know. Because you can't do metal blocks. But you can't specify platinum. Platinum. Yeah, make platinum blocks. There you go. I just had to spell platinum right. So you'd need a forge, and you'd need native platinum ore, and then you could make platinum blocks, I think. Unless those are also made at the stoneworker shop, in which case, then it's even easier. Well, I mean, I'll put it this way, chat room. I wouldn't be here if I didn't live in Canada. And that's because my monthly living costs for insulin and needles and test strips would cost me over $1,200 to $1,500 a month if I was self-employed and living in the States. Up until this month, my average monthly income was below $1,500 a month US. Up until this month. I don't use a CGM, but I don't want to get into why I choose not to have things permanently attached to my body that are connected to a phone. I don't. It's not even worth talking about. So I would be bankrupt 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Never would have been able to do this. Yes, I'm type 1. So if I lived in the US, this stream wouldn't exist. And that's why I'm okay with paying my taxes. All right, let's back out of this. Sincerely, every other modern country. Yes, exactly. Eli Lilly can burn? Yep. That was the one thing that was good about Elon Musk's Twitter, actually, was Eli Lilly getting burned for billions. Anyway. Let's just release this large rat from this cage, and they'll just kill it. Raining time. Unless it's a tame large rat, which I'm actually not sure about. Troglodyte certainly isn't, so we can unassign that too. Anybody know how to get rid of files? Delete them? What are we talking about here? For catching flying creatures? If we're talking Kias, give them something valuable that they'd want to steal. Is what you want to do. You want to give them something valuable to steal. Let's make a little pen pasture right here. Sign that troglodyte. Sign these troglodytes. I have a helmet snake. Helmet snakes are dangerous. Actually, very poisonous. Oh, shit. Dwarves have arrived to trade. The dragon is doing great. Bernie is fine. Bernie got a little bit too Bernie, though, so we had to refresh the game. So, if you're wondering about the sound commands, there's $7 a month on Patreon or Tier 2 on Twitch. Although I might need to automate the Tier 2s. Initially, that was how I paid rent. Now it's to reduce spam. And yes, that's Tarn speaking Kobold. Without any of those benefits, that's fucked. If you're working a union job, paying 20% taxes and not getting paid for healthcare. But here's me. I'm technically unemployed, self-employed, private company person with absolutely no coverage, and all of my stuff is free. I have a $250 deductible per year. So, anyway. Paying taxes is fine. I would pay more if they gave me free dental. All right, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of all this crap because I don't need to worry about any of it. And we're gonna trade. Trade. Move goods to depot. Let's do. Go Canada, providing excellent Twitch entertainment for the rest of the world because I can afford to do this here. But, you know, there was that one person who got really mad at me about politics earlier, so let's, you know, not make them upset about me more than I need to.
Celebrating my 3-month with a question. What are the best ways to display my sexy artifacts?
So you can assign them to nobles in this screen. And you can also, using this button, you can also put them on pedestals. Those are kind of my two favorites. Putting them on pedestals and giving them to people. It's not politics, it's basic living. I agree with that, but I've been yelled at twice today already about politics. I honestly, I don't care. I'm super down to talk about that sort of shit all the time with you guys if you guys want. I don't need that many iron. Oh, we can keep the iron ones. Let's get rid of the bronze. Get rid of the bows. Let's get rid of the other bows. All the bows. Get rid of the swords. This is my home faction, so I'm not too worried about selling them a bunch of stuff. Keep the axes. Did I go to college or study anything? No. I barely graduated high school. I graduated early and then finished my classes later. Worked full-time from 16 to 18, then was unemployed for about 6 months, then got another job, and then I've worked full-time ever since. 1 to 2 jobs at a time. I've never done any post-secondary because I couldn't afford it. Which is why I would gladly pay more money in taxes if they gave us the option. But no, I've done absolutely no post-secondary. Prepared pig heart. Well, that's great. I like my pig hearts to be properly prepared. All right, let's go through these. I love the fact that you can still... So, pro tip, chat. If you want to get rid of clothing quickly, go to legwear and then type in X. And it will give you everything that's damaged. If clothing is damaged, then dwarves will start to get upset if they're wearing it. If you want to go for more damaged clothing, type in XX or capital X, and it will literally just filter out all of the damaged clothing, and you can just sell all of it. It's great. So let's go to handwear. So all of this is damaged. Let's go to headwear. They don't sell for much. I mean, a lot of these are like selling for just a couple pennies, but hey. It's an effective way to get rid of a lot of garbage. I'm glad that that still works. I wasn't sure if it would. What menu is that? That's the trading menu. So it's the bring goods to depot for trading. So when you click on the trading depot, move goods to and from depot. Triple X only includes clothes that could fit in diesel. Yes. Hold on. Just let me read something. You just popped in watching your videos because you have a question you couldn't find an answer to. How and when would it be a good time to set up a criminal justice system? I mean, in Dwarf Fortress, there is no bad or good or optimal time to set up anything. Set up whatever you want when you want to. And oh, okay. I was like, what's fighting sounds? I released those. I'm releasing troglodytes in my training area so my soldiers can train. So maybe I'm a bad person, but you know, it's training. They are training, okay? I'm not murdering troglodytes. I'm simply telling my squads to train. Anyway, guys, go get drinks because you're all thirsty. Poor troggies, but also they're training. It's just live body training. But yeah, generally, like when it comes to, like, you can completely ignore the criminal justice system, right? So you can just completely ignore the criminal justice system if you want. You do not need to take part in anything relating to the criminal justice system. Or you can focus entirely on it and build a whole fort around it. So when is a good time? Right when you want to. Quite literally. Whenever you want to. Or if you start having crimes happen. That's probably a good time. Dwarf Columbo? Elaborate? So now that we're in trading, obviously, like, the shitty clothing isn't going to sell for much, but look at all this. I can just mark all. I'm going to buy meats from them, buy fishes from them, buy plants from them. Don't need spinach leaves and fruit from them, cheese from them. Thank you, home faction. Although, let's not buy the leaves and fruit, actually. Not buy that. Let's not buy that. Let's just not buy as much of the cheese because the cheese is expensive. Turns out, cheese is expensive. If you have a vampire, it kind of forces you to. Yes and no. I mean, you can just like visually spot the vampire and lock them in a room when they go into a room.
Cheese for everyone!
Canadian fun streamer. I mean, fuck the cops. Am I right? I mean, honestly, like, in Dwarf Fortress, you can do what you want, but... I feel called out, man. I mean, earlier I was literally saying, if you're having problems with pathing, delete the hospital. Like, remember, this is still that stream. This is still that stream. You're ready the expose right now? Oh god, I can't wait for Kotaku to put out their official hit piece on me. I'm screwed. Alright, so all that stuff's gonna be brought over. Now that we actually have fish in here, I need a few fishery shops. Where did they put the fish? Farming for some reason. Well, I mean, the dwarves are a narco-communist, so there is that. Also, this is a game made by Twitter May Ban You. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. Here's the thing, right? Zercrum, thank you very much for the 5-pack, by the way. This is a video game. Dwarf Fortress is made by the same people who made Liberal Crime Squad. Don't forget. They made Liberal Crime Squad. If you don't know what that is, go look it up. I'm not saying Dwarf Fortress is making people into radical leftists, but it is kind of played by a lot of radical leftists. All right, so we're gonna sit here and we're gonna deal with more of these corpses because I got so fucking many of them. It's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. It's a goddamn problem. Hey, Spites, what's up? A12, yep. I also love Dwarf Fortress, Clayborn. On Twitter, you're banned on Twitter all time or Facebook, jail, you leave sleep, all over it. I mean, you got to lurk. Chat, orange is gone, so compare them with apples. Go. Chat, serious question. Anybody here play Radical Heights? Anybody remember that horrifically bad video game? Rhymes with apple? Snapple? What rhymes with apple? Was that the 80s themed Battle Royale? Yeah, Radical Heights. It was made by Cliffy B and Friends. It was not very good. But it had skateboards in it. Battle does not rhyme with apple. Happy Sunday indeed. Cheers, friend. A common Cliffy BL. Oh, to be fair, Cliffy B recently tweeted. You know what? I don't even want to get into it. Let's just keep working on this goddamn pump stack. It's the actual nightmare of this stream. So then I have to finish this pump stack. Okay. It's going through 9 Z levels worth of aquifers, so yeah. Thank you for watching the awesome videos, Framer. Cheers. Porridge doesn't rhyme with orange. What? Liffy B has been irrelevant since 2009. He's still a fun Twitter follow, though. Assuming Twitter is going to continue existing. Anything rhymes if you try hard enough? Anything rhymes if you mispronounce it. That's how, like, the vast majority of SoundCloud rapper lyrics are written. Or make up words and call it slang. Problem solved. Twitter's dead and it knows it, okay? Ugh, man. You're doing some great experience with river fluid dynamics, and you learn that displacing rivers is a great, fast method to move rocks down towards a stockpile. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Blast some water at it. Fuck yeah, that'll move some rocks. That'll absolutely move some rocks. It may also remove some dwarves' life, but and cause some mass drowning. But you know, if you're all right with that, it's pretty efficient. You're deleting your Twitter on January 1st? I don't know if I'll delete my Twitter because it is a legitimate thing that I used to... All right, where did that troglodyte end up? Okay, he's dead. It's fine. It is a legitimate thing that I use for work. Still. But what I will say is, if you want to follow me on a social media platform, follow me on Mastodon. You deactivated your Twitter last week? Yeah. Follow me on Mastodon. I mean, unlike Twitter, I don't post sponsored tweets ever on Twitter. I just use Twitter to communicate with people. So like, unlike Twitter, I'm actually welcome there. You know, although I think currently my Mastodon instance is down. I think actually, hold on, let me check. It was down earlier today because too many people signed up. But you can follow me on Mastodon right there if it comes back up. What is Mastodon? It's like open source Twitter. You can't figure out Mastodon? It's not that complicated. It's like, imagine if Twitter was TeamSpeak servers and anybody could run a server, except you can link your servers together to talk to other servers. That's Mastodon. It's extremely simple. And if you have, and then don't take this the wrong way, chat. One of the reasons I like Mastodon is because it has a built-in idiot check. If you can't figure out how to use Mastodon, it's fine. You probably shouldn't be posting on social media. Moving on. Basically like old school IRC. It's like less complicated than IRC by a lot. We have a farmer that's been possessed. Let's keep an eye on what they make. Depends on if the server has turned that setting on or not. And once the instance is up and running, they can't turn it off. Just don't use private messages. Problem solved. As if Elon can't read your private messages. Come on. I'm waiting until the ads end. Well, what do you want me to call him then, Moto, assuming you can hear me right now? All right, so now that we're through the ads, chat. Sorry about that. I'm as annoyed by them as you. I don't like them. If I could completely disable them, I'm still on the side of yes, I would. The thing that I like about Mastodon is it has a built-in idiot check. If you can't figure out how Mastodon works, that's okay. You shouldn't be posting on social media. It's not that complicated. Is it more complicated than making a Facebook account? Yes. That's fine. You must call him Mr. Dr. Professor CEO Musk. Okay. Hey, Ovsy. Thanks for the 20th month. Welcome back. Hey, Necros. What's up? Not much. Just complaining about Twitter and building a pump stack. That or I could just complain about the pump stack. I don't think anybody should be driving because I think everybody should take public transit everywhere and everywhere should have good public transit. But if you can't change a tire, you definitely shouldn't be driving. What happens if you get stuck in the middle of nowhere? The hell? Come on. But also you have to take into account that I'm legally blind and incapable of driving. So probably a bad person to ask about cars. Okay, let's follow the strange mood because they did claim a magma forge. I mean, not just bikes? Or, because I don't know of a channel called Not Just Cars, but I do know of Not Just Bikes. What social media platforms are being used nowadays and need to do some networking for your work? Well, I mean, I'm moving all my shit to Mastodon. Instagram gets a lot of use. WhatsApp gets a lot of use. Telegram has its uses. But they all suck. TikTok, yeah. TikTok gets a lot of use. Public transit? What are you, European? That's funny. World Gen is too fast now. You were supposed to clean kitchen and bathroom and do laundry while you wait for 500 years. You barely got the laundry and dishwater going. I know, it's so fast, right? I don't know what I'm going to do for the next time I have Zach and Tarn on. Trees do, in fact, grow by themselves, yes. They regrow quickly. If you look at all of those saplings that are everywhere, all of those saplings are going to regrow. Okay, what are you grabbing? Still moving. That's what we want. What's the goal of the pumps? Bring lava from the magma sea to the surface. That's the goal. Russian flew by too faster than I could click on the little thingy to see what it said. At this rate, Twitter won't be used as a viable method for business. User organizations are going to be banned or censored for posting active reporting. You already can't link to aggregator sites, and it's a matter of time before Musk decides that he can't link to your shop links to your Mastodon. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, if he was just like, you can't link to Twitch anymore, I'd be like, all right, bye. See ya. They're just like slowly killing off every single portion of their user base, and good luck. The Forgotten Beast, Rethi Omaninu, has come. An enormous feathered slug. It has wings and a gaunt appearance. Its feathers are downy. Beware its poisonous gas. So unless the gas is like horrific, this one won't be too bad, I don't think. But let's see. Where are you at? Right, I got more ghosts. Shit. Beastie, 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 beastie. Where's that uninvited guest at? Hello? Oh, all the way down at the bottom. Oh my god. Okay, it can fly. Wow, it's like, it's literally a winged noodle. But it's in the bottom layer. I don't... actually, no, we need to watch this. I think it can get to the next layer. Let's see. It does look awesome, doesn't it? You don't want this thing to fly up your butt. A plaything for the wagon? It would probably kill the dragon, actually. Here's the thing. Dragons are a glass cannon. So, like, they can, like, insta-gib anything. But if it gets past the fire, dragon dead. And most Forgotten Beasts are fireproof. Oh, that's awful, Curry. I'm so sorry. You know, one of the last times I signed into Facebook in 2018 or 2019 rather, before I deleted it, I realized that somebody that I used to hang out with had passed away. It's like, cool. Thanks, Facebook, for just surfacing this picture of somebody that I used to hang out with. That's awful. It's basically a poisonous flying leech, yeah. But I don't actually think it has direct access to my fort right now. Pop out on that side. If the name goes blue, it means it's underwater, by the way. I think it might have a way up. All right, well, we'll just let it hang around. It might have a way into the fort. If it does, that's fine. Just surprise fun. I mean, chat was saying earlier that they wanted more chaos, so I will provide more chaos. I got to work on this pump stack. All right. How do you tunnel down around aquifers? You feel like this aquifer is trapping you near the surface? I have a video on how to dig through light aquifers. If you just want to dig through them, it's literally just one layer at a time because they will cancel the layer when they hit water. So just slowly and carefully is the easiest thing I can say. And Dr. Mirror, thank you for that Prime subscription. I'm really happy my vast majority of my family never got into Facebook, with the exception of the one crazy uncle that my family has. Oh, really? Bison? Huh. That's interesting. Also, I'm being informed via private chat room that I need a new sub goal. Shit. Oh, time to start a new goal. Chat, what number should I set my sub points goal for? 2,400 is recommended because that's the next emote. 5,000. That's a bit ambitious. I mean, we're above 22K. We're at 2,255 sub points right now. 7? A lot of 6-9s. Let's do, here. Just make you guys happy. There you go. I'll make it a meme. There you go. We now have a new public sub goal. God, Twitch, why do you have to put it at the top of chat like that? Man, I don't like that. Should you be able to kill 10 elf invaders with 7 bowmen and 2 spear dwarves with your 10 iron dwarves? Assuming they're like basic levels of training, 1 dwarf on average, I would say, can take on about, like, assuming like they're listed as spear dwarves, they should be able to take on about 3 each. Today is the first day since well before release. I woke up in the morning with only Discord alerts from friends talking about non-DF things. Wow. Thanks for watching, Roxy, for you. Cheers. Today's been crazy, Clino. By the way, Clino, apparently hospitals break everything. So the Canadian tax-paying streamer who loves free public health care is quoted now stating, if you run into problems, delete your hospital. Which is, yep. I said that today. What is a good pattern for minecarts if you just want them to go up Z levels? Come up with whatever pattern works for you best. Just remember that they cannot go up diagonally. So if it's turning on a ramp, it'll stop. It'll smack into it, and it won't go up. So just make sure that you are letting them not turn diagonally. What's the craziest stunt you've ever seen a dwarf do? Jump 2 open tiles over a 30-something Z-level drop over lava to get to his cat. Probably the craziest one that I always like to reference. And then didn't make it back and fell into the lava instead of petting his cat. Which was equally as funny. Nobody tosses a dwarf. This is true. And then the cat hung around in the stairwell for the rest of the fort until it died of old age. Does a wrestler dwarf take down a giant by crawling along the spine? I had an elven bard. This wasn't a dwarf, so I didn't reference it, but I had an elven bard killed a titan with a book. Threw it at him. It went through its eye and destroyed its brain. It was a platinum-bound codex. Just went, whoop! Went, thunk! destroyed its eye, and bruised the brain, which killed it. It still only counts as one. It does still only count as one. This is true. You could take out an entire siege with one lever and it still only counts as one, right? Right? That's not a book, that's a brick. No, it's a book bound in a brick, okay? Totally different. Totally different. It's the densest book ever written. I mean, yeah, uranium would be... I would not want to get hit by a uranium book. I wouldn't want to get hit by a book. Fuck it if it's made of uranium. I'm trying to think of other dumb stunts I've had happen. I mean, my favorite one to reference is the very classic, the dwarf that throws the lion and kills the lion with the lion. This didn't happen to me. This is just like a legendary thing from Dwarf Fortress history. Let me just find this real quick. So this is a classic bit of fan art from Dwarf Fortress history. So this is a combat log. The spinning lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the lung and tearing apart the left lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion is lodged firmly in the wound. So took a dead lion and threw the dead lion at the living lion, killing the living lion with the dead lion. That's one of my favorite moments from Dwarf Fortress lore. Is the dwarf that was so strong, they threw a dead lion at a living lion and killed the living lion with the dead lion. Just dwarf things, yes. Lions are sharp. They got teeth. Yeah, this is true. Perfectly normal Dwarf Fortress. I'm waiting for this water to dry up. Murder kittens are pretty deadly. I mean, there's also the legendary Fluffy Wambler, the dwarf that threw a Fluffy Wambler at a bronze colossus and killed it. That's also pretty legendary, I would say. God, I can't wait to be through that bit. Cannot wait. All right, so it seems like things are getting dealt with. So let's just pull this lever over here. Set the squads to monthly orders. Pull this again. I'm also going to go place some more slabs because I'm sure that I've just got ghosts everywhere. There's one. Ah, come on. See if there's any others that I'm missing. Then you. Looking for ghosts, 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 no ghosts. Sweet. Our dwarf down at the base has begun their mysterious construction. What did they grab? One-cut citrines, dolomite, granite, realgar, rectangular granite, precious fire opals, which are very valuable. Cave spider silk, emerald cut smoky quartzites, willow logs, and steel bars. Royal with cheese. Thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the raiders? Pro tip to anybody coming in from the raids. If suddenly everything stops working and doors refuse to do jobs, delete your hospital. There's a big bug in the game right now. Also, mods, can I get a big old shout out? Not the old-fashioned shout out, the proper new shout outs, the /shout out for the lovely raiders who have been playing quite a lot of Dwarf Fort as well recently. So definitely it's worth giving them a follow. You know what I'm saying? All right. So go click on that heart at the top of the chat, please. Please and thank you. No, this is just to speed up and not make me have to. This is speeding up the process, but I'm going to have forges in the fort itself. Those are temporary forges. I'm also going to have forges in the fort itself. The reason I don't yet is because setting up stuff down there is just faster for other things. But the reason to have lava up here isn't just for forges. It's for forges and setting your enemies on fire.
It's not much, but it's the least I can do for the great video tutorials. Keep up the great work and I hope you have the merriest holidays.
Well, thank you very much. Dutchco. Cheers. Thankus Spankus Alakazam. I love your username. This might be a very silly question. You're new to DF and you're having a problem with your dwarves. Keep taking squads and armor from the barracks and then placing it in the armor stockpile and then making your squad run in a never-ending loop. Yes. No. I've encountered this as well, which is why up until now I haven't actually made a weapons stockpile. I feel like you kind of either need to use the weapons stockpile or don't use the armor. There's got to be like some sort of like option there to like remove claimed armor. For whatever it's worth, armor stands have never worked in my entire time playing Dwarf Fortress. This is the first time in like as long as I can remember where armor stands have actually worked. So there does seem to be some weird habits there. Overcome by terror. Well, just let the large rat out then. Or we could stab it to death. That's fine too. Well, for one thing, that voice isn't Hindi. That voice is Finnish. Second, no, she's hilarious. Because robotic accents are amusing to me. Ghost has been put to rest. Yay! Okay, let's see if there's any other ghosts. Not that I'm seeing. Cool. For right now. Let's go down, go down, go down, go down, go down. You go down! Okay, so you here. We're going to... Bonk. We're just going to delete that. And then this one... This needs to be here and here. You know that meme where the guy goes, where there's the two guys in the boat and they're just like going towards the thing and he goes, I think it goes down. And the guy goes, no, it doesn't go down. And then the other guy's like, it goes down. And then he goes, no, it doesn't go down. And then it goes down. And then it's, no, it really does. It doesn't go down. And then there's an actual waterfall there and then they bail. Just reminds me of Dwarf Fortress for some reason. All right, let's do this. How goes it today? I discovered that hospitals are broken. Aside from that, good? That driver knew. Oh, he knew. He knew it'd go down. I don't even care if that video is fake. It's just so funny. But that's how I feel about good videos. How are hospitals broken? I'm not sure. But long story short, everybody stopped doing all of their jobs. And by simply deleting the hospital, it fixed it. Ooh. Didok Zundaral, the farmer has created Dol Karaz Debinumos, a steel chest, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Ajin Roughness Tip. Roughness Tip, yes. That is pretty badass. This is going to be assigned to one of my militia commanders, I think. Do what to your tip? Roughness tip. Don't worry about it. This is going to be put into the militia room, I think, because this is a badass chest. It's worth 25,000. Dwarf Bucks, and it is... I need to sneeze. Hold on. Okay. Fortunately, I have a mute button. So this is a steel chest. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and oval dolomite cabochons. It is decorated with willow and encircled with bands of cave spider silk, briolette-cut citrines, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of steel, menaces with spikes of precious fire opal, and on this item is an image of erased pleats, the dolomite toy hammer in smoky quartz. Right for stealing? Not once it's in my not once it's in my where my military trains. There it is. See? Not anymore. Too raw for stealing. With a thief tip outside of it, and then walk away with an empty chest. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this zone. Let's just have a rat running around wild and free in the fortress. You poor terrified rat. This poor terrified giant rat. Do I do pump training for soldiers? It's not necessary, so no. Although I had somebody in my comment section saying that they were able to get danger rooms working pretty consistently using bone bracelets and rings. For those of you who keep asking me about danger rooms. But again, I don't see it being worth it. Eat that moose or reindeer. Let's eat that horse. Eat that bull. All right. Yeah, referring to everything as Eurist is kind of a Dwarf Fortress community joke. Wait. Process plants. You think the game progression is too fast? Play slower then. There is no progression in Dwarf Fortress. So play slower then. Like, genuinely, there is no progression. Elf, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. Cheers, thanks. Check, can I get a round of beers? The brand new subscriber. Yeah, pause for long amounts of time. Play slowly. Like, just let your dwarves hang out in the tavern. Deny accepting nobles. Like, there's all sorts of things you can do to slow down the game's progression. Or, and also, if you want less migrants, sell less stuff to your mountain home. Claytor, thank you very much for the Prime for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Stuff's gotten crazy in the last month, hey? Or you can do what Clinodev said and play PopCap games. Like you could go play Peggle Knights, even a modern classic, if you will, and often very cheap on Steam. But otherwise, because he did say PopCap in your options menu, if you're just like, I want less dwarves and I don't want the chance of even getting more dwarves, go to your population cap here under game settings and set it to whatever you want. And then strict population cap. So say you don't want more than 40 dwarves. Be like 40, let's just say 45 dwarves and 50 strict. So you'll get up to 5 babies, and then this one will be set to 45. Then you just need to click save. I don't want to click save, but... So you can literally just do that. So if you're just like, I don't want more dwarves, get rid of them. Have less. Why Twitch not let me ban streamer? What, for me saying that you said PopCap and I said, yeah, of course you could play Peggle. In fact, you could play Peggle while you're playing Dwarf Fortress. You could do both. One dwarf challenge, that's not a challenge. It's just really fucking boring. It's just really boring. And a lot of dwarves are just broken and won't be able to do that because they'll be like, I want to see my family. And I'll be like, I don't blame you. Yeah, you don't. That might sound like fun, but trust me, somebody who's done it. As somebody who's done it, it's not really a challenge. It's just really boring. Now, like, 8 dwarves is kind of fun. If you're at war with things. Or like 12 dwarves. One thing I do like, though, is a attack everybody fort, where you play as dwarves that are evil, and you attack your own civ when they show up to trade with you. You kill the outpost liaison. You fight with every single trading caravan you go with, and you would just embark with like 7 soldiers, and you train up the first round of migrants you get, and you just fight everything. That's fun. That's fun. You never last very long, but it's fun. I mean, if you want to play that way, go nuts, Lazy Replay. Honestly, it's a single player game. There is no right or wrong way to play. If you're like, I want to take a long time to get my shit set up, take a long time to get your shit set up. Ads are about to hit, so I'm about to get cut off again. Yeah, I like putting metals on normal low too. I don't even think about that. Metals by default are on frequent. I have them on sparse. I need more bedrooms. So I'm just going to make bedrooms while the ads play. They're everywhere. Whatever the most common one is by default. Everywhere so much. Yeah, I generated a world without looking at the default settings initially, and I was like, why is there, like, platinum everywhere? What the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck? I'm happy that it's helped, Azrael. I'm happy that it's helped. I'm happy that you watched. And thanks for swinging by the stream to say hi. Twitch is my bread and butter. YouTube's always been a side hustle for me. I think it always will be a side hustle for me. But I'm going to do my damnedest to keep that content train going. Only if the bin is made of metal, Gygex. But if you're removing it from the bin and selling it to them, that's fine. So if it's like a wooden bin, as long as you're removing the stuff from the bin, it's good. Because the elves grow their own wood ethically. You're cutting down trees and crafting stuff out of the tree. I assign them to my nobles, Clino, is how I defend my artifacts. I'm assigning them most of them to my nobles, or if they're constructible, constructing them. And then just simply having a properly set up military system so I can deal with shit. Elves hate wood. They hate wood and they hate animal products as of most recent version. So like leather, trees, meats, that sort of stuff. It's like trying to sell a steak to somebody from PETA. Like, good luck. Which I also was quite the surprise to me as well. Wait. I don't think that would do it. I've sold the metal a couple of times. Are they still cannibals? They're ritualistic cannibals. Yeah. I mean, this base design is a multi-layer thing. I was trying to make a fort that was easy to watch, so I dug out these large open walkways in the center here. With most of my crafting stuff down at the bottom. My kitchen's down there, tavern, library, dragon, temples, you know. Only the basics. Time to get a box and dangle it over magma. I mean, go nuts, you know. Drop lava on them. Have fun. You got a question that you hope that you can answer. Get a military squad. How can you get a military squad to equip bolts? So they can't equip multiple types of bolts. So make sure you only have one type of bolts available to them. The second thing is there is no equip bolts button. And the only way that you can get them to use bolts is if they are in a walkway that's this wide, okay? Make a little stockpile here for that one type of bolts with a door there, and then a door to the outside that you can lock, right? Fortify this, dig down in front of it, dig underneath in front of it, at least 3 blocks wide so that they can't jump out to path to the enemy. Otherwise, what they will do is they will simply fire until they run out of bolts, which is extraordinarily quick, and then they will just run at the enemy and whack them in the head with their crossbows. Why are we effing? Did my chat go offline? What happened? Okay, I was just like, why are we effing? What happened? You lost the stream? I didn't even drop a frame. Hiccup, good here. Okay, chip. Thank you, chat. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even drop a frame, so. You have no hiccup? Okay, cool. I just suddenly started seeing Fs. I was like, okay, what did I do? It was either that or something died, but nothing's died except for like my reindeer. That was because I slaughtered it intentionally. Weird as heck. Okay. Huh. All right. Do I repeat the thing I just said? Probably on Twitch's. Yeah, no kidding. Clearly, Dwarf Fortress is too famous for Twitch, and we're taking the whole site down. We've peaked, guys. Can I explain the dragon? I caught it in a cage trap, and now it lives there. What if people aren't adults? Then you shouldn't be watching this stream because I say naughty words like butt and fuck and ass and twat. Have you trained your dragon? Technically, yes. Chat, what was I talking about before the hiccup? My brain just lost it completely. Everybody's fighting. Helmet snakes fighting. Uh-oh. Helmet snakes are danger. Archers, right. So what you need to do to build archers essentially is here, I'll just give you guys an on-screen diagram. In order to make archers work, training them isn't too bad. You just need to set up the archery things and then just set up multiple archery zones with one target per zone. But to actually make them work, what you have to do is you have to dig a line like this, have a doorway, and then a stockpile with only one type of bolts in it, because they can only equip one type of bolts at a time. So just make sure that you only have one type of bolts available. How do you make undead? With a Necronomicon and a Necromancer and something to scare his shit. Then what you need is a door so that you can lock them so they can't leave. And then what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to channel out, and I do mean channel down, about 3 to 4 blocks worth of space, right? Make sure that there's a moat that then goes underneath and then is dug underneath this area. So they need to be in an overhang with a fortified wall, okay, with only access to bolts. Otherwise, what they will do is they will fire until they run out of ammo, and they will run straight at the enemy and just whack them. And it looks like they just run out immediately. Crossbow dwarves are fucky as hell, to put it nicely. You can use them, but they're fucky as hell. And the old school community has just kind of gotten used to it. But now suddenly a whole bunch of new people are learning that it's fucky as hell. I'm legally blind stormtrooper. My right eye doesn't work at all. And my left eye is severely visually impaired. So that's what's up with the username and the tags. All right, so let's dive down to the bottom of this pump stack and work. Oh, fuck me. I thought that I already dug this one out, but apparently not. This is stupid. Welcome to Dwarf Fort. I have coloboma, the retina, and the iris in both eyes. Are you going to ask me for my social insurance number next? All right, well then, I will simply time you out. Cool. Moving on. You wonder if they will add bomb orcs. Bomb orcs. Explosions are unlikely until magic, which isn't for a while. What size of socks do you wear? For legal reasons, you need to clarify that this is a joke. Size 10. Do they make socks in I wear men's socks. I don't know. Do they make socks in different size? I wear ankle socks in the summer and wool socks in the winter because I don't like turning the heat on in my apartment. I don't need to expect it. I expect a lack of social awareness, and if people are too incapable of being socially functional, then I don't need to deal with you. All right, let's do this. What's up, Dravos? This column is being built to raise lava. Unfortunately, I have to go through a 9Z level aquifer, which is, as you can see, painful. It's okay, though, chat. The vast majority of you are cool. No one knows tact anymore. I don't think anyone knew tact to begin with, but the internet is just making it worse, which is fine. Twitch should mandate to watch anti-harassment training. Nobody would watch Twitch then. Like, let's be honest, chat. Half of you are here because it's entertaining to lightly harass and make fun of and poke fun at a streamer. Like, be honest with me, right? And here's the thing. That's totally cool. You guys are absolutely allowed to poke fun at me and make fun of me. But here's the thing. Don't be a dick about it. Just treat me like a person, and we all good. I make fun of my friends all the time. Come on. Don't be a dick about the things you don't like. I'd play the actual song, but I would get content ID'd because the people who own it are dicks. You're here to learn how to... You're here to learn how to stop committing dwarf genocide inadvertently? I mean, it's sometimes kind of difficult, to be fair. If it's a lady dragon, in order to lay eggs, they do in fact need a nest box just like chickens. Why do you make a box room as you go through the aquifer? To remind me where the aquifer is. And also to stop the flow of water from above and below. How often does a dragon lay an egg? I actually don't know. I actually don't know. But I've had lady dragons in my forts before, and by the end of it, there's like 50 eggs on a pedestal next to it. Could I please name a dwarf after you? You know, you just remind me, Ultimate Lizard, that I totally forgot to turn the Dwarf Redemptions back on. They're on pause now, so it's fair. Good luck. Merc got it. You already have a dwarf, Merc. You thought it was on? It was on, and then I turned it off. Come on, Merc. Why you gotta be like that? I mean, good clicking speed. I mean, A+ for your reflexes, but seriously. What kind of dwarf do you want, Merc? And kind of unhinged. All right. This child. Domalith. She is hopeless, dwelling upon suffering a major injury, didn't feel anything after playing make-believe, and felt restless after dwelling upon being able to rest and recuperate. Health-wise, she has plenty of wounds. History-wise, received Eli... We used a Forgotten Beast silk to stitch your upper body closed. Shoutouts to Tekid, who stitched you shut. Makes sense that it's a farmer. She is in a constant state of internal rage, and she is not a private person and freely shares details of her life. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this since she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and rarely feels discouraged. She enjoys the company of others and easily falls in love and rarely develops positive Wait, hold on. She isn't the kind of person to easily fall in love. Or rather, she can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments, and she can occasionally overindulge. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Zoen Halb, thanks to the tier 1 subscription. Cheers. She personally does not care about friendship and does not care about fairness and dreams of raising a family. She likes sandstone, Laputer, Morganite, giant wolverine leather, floodgates and goats for their eating habits, and prickleberries for their precise thorns. Wait, what? Really? Precise thorns. Huh, never seen that before. When possible, she prefers to consume parch and dwarven rum and can't stand large roaches. But she feels euphoric due to inebriation. Welcome to the fort, Merc. I don't know if you'll make it through your childhood, but you're here now. Love you, chat. Apologies for all the criticism today, but love you, chat. Something that's very important for me and my stream is to just keep the stream's values the same that it's always been. Why is there a dead donkey on the ground? That's a horse. Why is there a dead horse on the ground? Get rid of it. So I will be continuing this same kind of styling of chat because I don't, as much as my stream has grown over the past few weeks, I want things to still remain what they've been before to a degree. Is the dragon trained now? The dragon's been trained this whole time. I think it's a semi-wild or trained dragon. Currently, it clearly wants to go this way. Also, chat, if you're looking for some extremely slow-paced, chill, relaxing, awesome Dwarf Fortress content, I recommend checking out Deep Space. Just click that heart. Click that heart at the top of the stream. Why is there a naked man in my tavern? Why is he a dancer? Why is he an 83-year-old naked man in my tavern? Not even a dwarf. He's singing, too. What the fuck's he on about? My guy. Why are you married to a clothed bard? Why not? Why? It's the naked grandpa dance party. Clearly. Florida man has arrived. Yeah. It's his art. Fair. You know, honestly, you say it that way. It's a performance art. I get it. Okay. Can't judge. Some things get better with age. Some things don't. I'm not going to judge the dance of his people. Don't worry, Chad. I will, however, comment on its strangeness. I mean, he's here. Vile force of darkness has arrived. Well, I'm going to assume that my pretty talented squads can do the thing again that I need them to do. Let's hope that they grab weapons first. Oh, they're going up. They going up. They going up. They still going up. Looks like you woke up just in time. Good morning. Okay, there's also just like a poet coming into the fort to visit. So I'm just gonna lock these gates real quick, just to give us some more time, because my soldiers apparently aren't ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign these two squads to go stand right here. And once they're ready, then we will send them up. Here they cometh. We're going to keep the game paused for a sec. Unforbid all these. And then station the squads up here. So there is a goblin right here who has very bad intuition and is utterly humorless. Well, lady, the dwarf who's currently wielding a bismuth bronze short sword. I hate how short the swords are on the sprites. Wish they were longer. Seems like our goblin is running away with heavy bleeding and is flying to a lot of pieces. As for the combat logs, it appears that Kabuk is in Kubok is in an absolute martial trance. Spear Dwarf misses the Goblin Bard. The Spear Dwarf attacks the Goblin Bard, but she jumps away. Let's check out the Goblin Bowman here. The Goblin Bowman says, "Death all around us!" I am not in fear. There's 2, 3 up here. Dwarf in melee. It seems like a hand has gone flying. 2 more dwarves fighting spears and swords, respectively. It's another goblin down. They're running up north to fight with this one. If we check in on the combat logs briefly, we can see that 2 more dragon. Okay, I think I see what's happening here. Because the dragon is a war dragon, it just starts attacking everything when there's fighting going on. Dragon want to play too. Dragon's like, fighting, red fire! Which, of course, results in this. So I found the problem. No, the fun's just beginning, actually. So now what I need to do, because the siege on the surface is over, is I need to station my military down here. And I need to lock this door. I need to seal the dragon in. Don't you do it. That lady's carrying a baby. You will be lonely? I mean... Alright, it didn't... Seems to have ended much... Okay, nope, things are still dying. It seems like we're still in the midst of guest executions. Let's just follow one of my military dwarves around. Things are still dying. That didn't mean stuff's dying. Also, thanks, Deep Space. Is the blood adding to the scenery? You walk away for 5 minutes. Don't worry about it. It's fine. There's just naked humans, elves, dwarves. Blood and vomit everywhere. Uh-oh. The same dwarf was found dead twice. There's a necromancer in the fort. Are you friendly? Or are you unfriendly? Do I have zombies in my fort now? Oh, we have an intelligent undead zombie named Urist in the fort. Well, that's good. Did you miss the party? Looks colorful. It's just getting started. Uh-oh. This is fine. This is fine. How's the hospital doing? I mean, this is round 2 of this, right? You know, to all of you who wanted me to have a really exciting fort, we got it. We got it. Okay, so pro tip, do not war train your dragon. Quick, delete the hospital. I mean, let's see, do they keep doing jobs? Jobs are still happening. Only if jobs stop. Are you not entertained? Exactly. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Are dwarves putting bodies in tombs? Sweet, no, they're actually like doing their jobs now. But we do, in fact, have Urist Useltat. Cursed zombie. Doesn't feel anything. What just happened? Okay, I know exactly what's happening. So I can explain it. We have a trained, somewhat tame dragon next to my library. That's the first thing. Second thing, whenever sieges show up, Dragon just starts shooting fireballs because Dragon want to play too. But Dragon is chained up so that it doesn't accidentally get executed by somebody if it stops being tame. Problem is that it just blasts everybody and I have visitors. The visitors then go, we're being attacked by the dwarves that we're staying with, and attack everybody. Mostly my dwarves. So, my trained dragon, which is trying to help with the siege, is using this as an opportunity to shoot fireballs into a library. Combine that with also a bug with hospitals that breaks all jobs. This is a very good fort. I like this fort. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna just let things keep happening. We're just gonna let the hospital do its thing. Hopefully people stop dying. And I'm going to lock up the dragon a little bit more. I'm going to give it windows so that it can't shoot people with fire. Snazzy tattoo. It's a Portal concept art, and I need to get it finished. And I promised chat now that I'm also going to go get a Dwarf Fortress tattoo. And due to the fact that, well, due to a lot of things, but all right. So what we're gonna do here actually is I'm just gonna do this the easy way. Just put a wall here. just fucking put a wall there. We'll figure it out later. We will figure it out. Just put a wall there for now. Put a wall there. Do a bridge. We'll do something fancy, but for right now, just wall will do. Just wall will do. Wall will do for right now. Can we chain the dragon on the surface where the enemies spawn? Then my whole map will burn down every time there's a siege. We need a dragon muzzle. Bernie's so cute, though. I mean, look at him. His name's Coben. His tail wags, even. Did you see that? I'm pretty sure his tail's just wagged. Dragon cute. He just needs a donkey friend. Did your army take the dragon? I mean, I could see, okay, so if you guys are okay with this, I could do a save scum and see if they could take the dragon. I don't know. Because there used to be a bug in the game where if you war trained a dragon and assigned them to your military, the military would immediately execute it. I don't know if that's still a bug. But it might accidentally just burn my military to death. Why is there just like a person over here? Oh, you're cleaning vomit. Okay, I thought you were vomiting. I was like, why are you vomiting? Hey, look, free book. What's this? Fortunately, executing the visitors got us free books, so we now have an opal-bound codex. The written portion consists of a 182-page manual entitled The Further Musings, authored by Cafino, Ifolamini, Elfie name. It concerns the classification of creatures by their physical features. The writing throughout is ornate and refined and gives a feeling of compassion here and there. And overall, the prose is passable. We got a passable book for free. Look at that. Fantastic. We got 2 even. Look at the second. There's a second one under here. There's also My Friend Seizures. That's not a friend, but okay. Written portion consists of a 2-page poem entitled My Friend Seizures. Maybe they had a friend that's literally named Seizures? Authored by Cyril Ekolom. The work has no particular subject, sure. And the writing is rare, but particularly exquisite tones of praise. The poetry is masterful. All right. Dragon trying to protect. It's just a really dangerous library, okay? You have to sign a waiver to go into that library. If a siege starts up, you might be in trouble. So I'm just going to do another body stockpile down here. Don't mind me. Just don't mind me. This has been a wild stream, chat. In like every respect. You guys have been extraordinarily kind. I've actually had to ban people today. And I have a dragon just hanging out in my tavern that's just like, or in the library that's just going randomly and blasting people. And now I'm stuck in ads. Thank you for clipping that. You just got here? Well, congrats. This has been a stream. How to get there? It's my pet. We tamed it. Naturally. Which I don't know if I would recommend. It seems to have caused more surprise oopsies and problems than it's worth. It's been a messy day. Yes. Yes, it has. Two dwarves have been missing for a week. One of them's a zombie, apparently. I don't want you to eradicate monsters. You're going to kill my dragon. What's up, Stefetch? Stefetch 7. Hi, how are you? He's a pet. And he's a pet until he decides to get all angry. And when he gets angry, then somebody catches fire. And when somebody catches fire, then other people stab each other because so-and-so's best friend just caught fire due to my dragon being angry and going... It's a whole thing. Hey, Raz. How's my old sleepy dwarf doing? You briefly saw that you had a vampire in your fort, but now it won't show who it is, and you have yet to find them? They're funny colors. Look for the blue dwarf. Look for the dwarf that looks for, what is his name? Mr. Manhattan, I think? From Watchmen? What's his name, right? That sounds right. Or have you been here the whole time and you're headed to bed now? I get you. You have a good time. Do I make giveaways on Dwarf Fortress? No. I generally assume that if you're going to play Dwarf Fortress and you can't afford it, wait for the free version, which will be updated soon. And otherwise, go beg for free video games elsewhere. Thanks. Using the wrong button. Turns out Dwarf Fortress is a free video game, so you could just, play it. Just wait for them to update it. I look like Prince? Thank you? It's a new one. I usually get Benedict Cumberbatch, which I very much don't understand. They also tend to have really high social skills, so the game who suggests... Yeah, usually they're your mayor. Check your mayor. Always suspect the mayor. Basically, if you have a vampire in your fort, suspect the politicians. I really need to, organize my livestock. Badly. Yeah, if you're worried about vampire infestations, check the politicians. That's probably where they are. Hold up. Happening again? Oh my god. Is it really just that simple? Problems in the fort? Delete the hospital. That's wild. That works so easily. Wait, hold on. Do you keep getting like counts in your fort? Because that's pretty badass actually if you have multiple counts. Unless you're getting barons. Those are also pretty badass. So chat, today we learned if everybody refuses to work, delete your hospital. And then they'll get back to work and then you can rebuild the hospital. That's what we learned today. And hopefully this bug gets fixed quickly. This is really bad. See all the love for DF? Hey, Psychon, how's things? It's been wild, dude. It's been wild. Uh-oh. Andor's running away from something. Terrified while in conflict, eh? Is it this guy? Vengeful while in existing conflict. Well, this human poet's a problem. Probably needs to be executed. Morning, caveman crafting. What's up, dude? Get him, Dwarf! Kick his ass! Okay, that problem solved. So we have a friendly zombie in the fort now, who is apparently seriously injured. It's okay, you don't feel it. Hold on. Are your brains showing? Or is that hair? Wow. Shoutouts to the necromancer who was just chilling for resin my zombie. I don't know. I don't think they can become were creatures, but I think if they're already a were creature, then they continue to be a were creature. I feel like I've seen that. All right. That's the beginning of the zombie army. I mean, we've got 2. Also, I really hope I didn't flood this again. Please tell me I didn't. 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 Phew, I didn't. All right, let's work on this. Zombies are lovely. I do like zombies in Dwarf Fort. Okay, maybe not fully fixed. Also, did they build that wall in front of the... Maybe I need to delete and rebuild the hospital again. Yeah, okay, they also didn't do that. No burrow turned on. Okay. Maybe I do need to delete all zones and then rebuild all zones. Oh boy. Next time this happens, I will try simply pausing all zones. Though the guild hall I didn't need to. I wonder if it's like a public zones problem. Gotta go to bed? Yeah, cheers. Crazy. Hospital still exists? Nope, I nuked it. It's all good. Let's try this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Does this. Does this. Nobody 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 does this. The game play for a few seconds. Force all jobs to cease. Then select to do this. Select to do this. Select to do this. Everybody. Sure. Everybody. 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 Okay. Okay, there's still something that's like hostile in here. All right, I guess I need to set up a patrol route then. All right, dwarves, you guys should be removing... Hold on. Forbid that. I don't really want to accidentally forget about it. Oh, well, this is a pain. This sucks. I'm not a fan. Especially because I like this fort. And all it's really doing is it's just giving me a shit ton of depressed dwarves. So maybe what we need to do is just put the dragon... What is here that you guys are running? Because there's something here. Can't be you, because... But there's something that the dwarves are running away from. It's also not the dragon, I can tell you that. You know what? It's kind of annoying that it doesn't save the doctor. Oh, wait, no, it does. Okay, so it does save the hospital settings. Interesting. Interrupted by Elf Dancer. Goblin Dancer. All right. Well, you are correct, actually. I didn't think about that. Probably just this... Jeez. Like, the soldiers should just kill them if they're hostile, but they're not. Where is this elf dancer and goblin dancer? Hmm. This one seems fine. At least I can read their thoughts, which does actually make this quite a bit easier. Just hoping that the soldiers will just deal with them. Do you have a manager assigned? Because they will just straight up not do certain jobs if you don't have a manager assigned. And I'm pretty sure Lever is one of them. It's got to be this guy. Oh, there we go. All right, well, there goes that. Well, dwarves are doing their gerbs now. Let's see. Lots of brewing demonstrations. Yeah, I know you can steal troll wool. Not that useful, though. Yeah, that'll do it. If the manager doesn't have access to their office, then you can't pull levers usually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a... I'm just going to make everybody haul. Just delete. Let's just say nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Everybody does this. Nobody 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 does this. There we go. This is what I want to see. I want to see people doing this. Place item in tomb. Chat, remember, nobody does this. I mean, you know, honestly, if I had a, like, tame dragon next to my library that kept blowing my dudes up, I also wouldn't want to do this. Well, the manager doesn't pull the lever. The manager is the dwarf that assigns the order to pull the lever. If that makes any sense. All right, let's just let this run for a minute and reassign our tavern. Don't mind the bears in the tavern. Unlike the dragon, they are actually permanently tame. All right, so dragon is now sealed in. I do love the fact that the dragon genuinely just seems like it's here to help and trying to help. Like, I actually kind of love that. Like, this is admittedly a very frustrating outcome. But it's like, it doesn't hurt anybody until we're under attack. And then the dragon's like, I'm helping! I'm here now! What do you need? Blast him! It's like I'm helping sets the group of bards in the library on fire. There's something about that that's just really funny to me. Like, this sucks right now, but you know, in like 6 months, guys, I'm gonna be telling this story and you guys are gonna be like, I was there! I remember that! That was hilarious! You know what I mean? It's cute in a devastating way. Kinda, yeah. Do you need a common dining hall? You know, I never use dining halls. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know what they're for. Like, I don't really understand the point of them. To me, like, taverns just kind of negate the purpose for a dining hall. I only ever use them for assigning specific rooms to specific people who need them. This is Mish. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. So Stoolie P, longs TLDR. We have an artifact happening. I have a dragon. It was behind fortifications in my library so that the dwarves could oogle it and look at it. It's war trained, which I just kind of did absent-mindedly to show chat that you could and forgot about it. Turns out, if you war train the dragon, okay, whenever a fight happens, the dragon just starts blasting anything that is not your faction. Why? I don't know. Which has caused 2 almost total fort meltdowns in like 3 hours. It's just like it's like when your pet dog bites your neighbor because like your neighbor hugs you, and your neighbor's never seen that kind, and your dog's never seen that kind of like activity before. Combine that also with a bug that causes the entire fort to cease functioning if you have a hospital. Speaking of, we're rebuilding that hospital. No visitors. Get out, visitors. I want you to all leave. Fine, sure. We can have some... We can have a poetry group. Which appears to be a single poet. You once had a partner who had to lock the cat out of the bedroom because it thought we were trying to kill each other and was admirably ready to fight to the death. I know exactly what you mean. I used to live with my ex, or when I lived with my ex-girlfriend, she had 2 cats and we had to lock one of them in the bathroom for the same reason. The other one would just sleep under the bed, didn't give a shit. All right. Let's just get these bodies removed from here. Also, I love watching my squads patrol around my fort because it's like, it's a dwarf patrolling with a fucking grizzly bear following him. Also, baby grizzly bear following mom because that's what baby grizzlies do. It's just like, dwarf going for a walk with a bear following it. Ugh. You do have to designate your well as a water area. If you want them to prioritize it, well, you don't have to. They'll use it regardless. But if you want them to prioritize it, you do have to designate it. Pretty much, yeah. Fucks about, doesn't give a shit, or murder anything that speaks to my family. All right, so you unpause, you unpause. This up here was a different guild. I can't actually remember which one. Shit. Because that's my farmer's guild down there. I'm assuming the ranger guild. This is the lavender shells. This is the flowery raven. Okay. Wait, are you also a flowery raven? No, you're the ripe larks. Okay. All right, then this down here is just going to be generic whatever the fuck temple. Also, I realize these are going outside, but I don't actually care all that much. First time that you babysat your sister's cat for a week, she dropped off at your house a full 72 hours and you didn't see it, and it just disappeared, and food and the food and water vanished, and you cleared out the and you cleared out the presents that it left for you. Hey, well, at the very least, like, was doing its job. Sure, there's an easier way of doing this, but oh, I see. I can click that button. Okay, let's just. Oh wait, that's a stockpile. I'm a big dumb. Temple of Dai, the South Sanctum. All right, so I don't even know who's alive and who's dead at this point. I'll be honest. Shit's just kind of gone nuts. What's up, Overdose Online? Can a minecart work if dwarves carry the stone upstairs to the minecart and then kick the minecart further in your fort? Yeah, as long as it... Just make sure it doesn't fly off your tracks. If you're kicking it, just make sure it's got, like, things to stop it. Like, at corners so that it doesn't, like, derail itself. Because minecarts derailing are fatal if it hits somebody. Is there how to start with a second guild video on your channel? How to start with a second guild? It's literally the same way you do the first one. What? Why would I need to do, like, how to start with the second guild video? All right. I think we're good now. Make sure they're kicking it in the right direction. I don't know what your settings are, so it's difficult for me to say. I don't know if there's people who know how minecarts work, but what I would recommend doing is post a screenshot of your settings and a screenshot of the start of it in a Discord somewhere, so that somebody else can take a look. Because I don't know what your settings are, and you might just have a setting wrong. But if it's not going anywhere and they're set to kick it, my assumption would be it's set to go in the wrong direction. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, delete all your zones. Delete all your meeting zones. Which is why I'm rebuilding all my meeting zones, because it just happened again. Also, Nosti, do you have any preference in type of dwarf? Or job? Or any preferences whatsoever aside from dwarf me dude? Otherwise, I will give you a random dwarf. Just any dwarfs? That's a guy? Nasty311, you're 140 years old. You have 2 children. We need to focus on making these dwarves less pissed, because look how pissed they all are. You value peace and you're bashful. You value romance and you're overcautious but ambitious. Hold on a second. Before I forget. Select to do this. Select to do this. Select to do this. Everybody does this. Select to do this. Everybody does this. Everybody does this. Everybody does this. Everybody already does this. Sweet. Where'd you go? Gotta find you again. I know Cam's gone, because I'm reading. If Cam's gone, it's probably intentional. All right, so. You're not in a squad, you're a rusty swords dwarf. You're a legendary stonecrafter, and you're euphoric due to inebriation and relieved after discussing the his problems with an acquaintance. So you spoke with an acquaintance, and you discussed your life problems, and you're happy about this. Oh no, I need to take my squads off of their patrol routes and stations. There you go. So you've had some hard times recently, and you spoke with a friend about it, and this made you feel better. Your description is his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his dark tan skin is wrinkled. His hair is gray mixed with white, and his eyes are bronze. An undead doom art butcher. Ooh, annihilated every adult dwarf in your fortress, and the stupid elf bards in the tavern did nothing. I mean, maybe it's because they don't care about you. Abel Bacon. Recently, what are your memories? You remembered communing with your god. You discussed your problems with a sibling. Yeah, so this dwarf's really stressed, but you keep on speaking with your family about it. So I think that you have a healthy relationship with your family, which is good. Which means you're definitely going to be on the road to recovery, if nothing else. You were a former member of the competitive floor. Where's your personality? There's your personality. He's bashful, and he can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Very ambitious, and always looking for a way to better his situation. He is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he has a greedy streak. He isn't particularly curious about the world. And he's always looking for a way to better his situation. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he takes offered help and gift without feeling particularly grateful, and he's often nervous, and he occasionally overindulges and he's slow to anger. He personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, but values romance and dreams of mastering a skill. Like bismuth, bronze, star sapphire, giant wild boar, leather, oyster shell, gems and grates, and toy hammers and horses for their strength. Spider monkey men for their long limbs, and the sight of the sects of right, or the secrets of right. I always read that as sects because there's a different group called the sects of something. Anyway, and the secrets of right, and when possible prefers to consume giant mongoose, lungfish, and rye beer, and an artifact. Rock salt ring, cool. You hate large roaches. Welcome to the fort. As for the artifact, I didn't even hear that go off. This is a rock salt ring. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval Kesserite cabochons and decorated with willow and encircled with bands of round rock salt cabochons and sheep's wool. And this object menaces with spikes of Kesserite and alpaca wool and cow bone. On the item is an image of Fath Knife Saint, the dwarf in smoky quartz. On the item is an image of Rimtar Walkshot, in the dwarf in smoky quartz. So I don't really care about that one. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go into the manager and we're going to queue up some meals. Lavish meals. Let's do 250. For keeping dwarves from going insane, give them everything they want. Make things for them. Accept deals. Be nice to your mayor. Appoint dwarves to positions of power and be nice to them too. Give them nice bedrooms. Provide more furniture. Put statues in every bedroom. Read their thoughts and see what they need. What's invest? You're earning tickets by watching this stream. If you type in exclamation point tickets, it'll tell you the number of hours that you watch the stream and the number of tickets that you have, and you can invest those tickets once every 55 minutes to win some in return. Best, and hello, blind and chat, new player here. You've reached your 100th dwarf in your fortress. I mean, you're basically a pro then. You might have a tiny little vampire problem. Okay, well, any advices? You have a good idea of who she is because she's got a weird greenish skin, but you thought it would be fun to make her baron, and now she started killing. So, well, congratulations. You now have a evil baron. Which honestly could be a really fun fort. You just need to have a steady supply of food for her. But if you want to deal with her, you could set up the criminal justice system and put her in prison. But keep note, that will just make her really hungry. But yeah, that's what I would say is put her in prison and then lock the door. But you're also kind of in trouble because she's your baron, so you can't get rid of her. I was definitely going to make that into a ranger guild or something and completely spaced on it. All right. So dwarves keep being found dead, and the reason they're being found dead is because they're dehydrated, and the reason for that is because I don't have access to water because the water is currently frozen. So I need a well, like stat. I should have just made a well in the aquifer, but I haven't done that yet, but I guess I can do that now. Gonna make a well real quick. Just a super quick and dirty well. Please tell me that this works. They all seem kind of busy. Everybody that's in the hospital right now is currently dying of thirst, which is kind of amazing, actually. An odd place to be drinking. Why is there alcohol? That just delete the hospital? That statement isn't entirely accurate. Dwarf, you good? All right, how about this? I do have enough picks, don't I? How much coal do I have? Hey, Eon Raptor. Shit's been wild recently. What's up, dude? Or do I just have... Okay, I just have steel. All right, we'll make steel ones then. That's fine. Steel is better than iron, after all. There we go. We've got dwarves digging now. I mean, it's been a thing. Eon Raptor's somebody who I've had the pleasure of hanging out with in real life. So it's nice to see you, man. I hope that you've been well. Maybe I'll see you at PAX again one of these years. All right, let's just dig this out. This is a very quick and easy way of making an aquifer well. Essentially, you just dig one layer down into the aquifer, channel around it, so the dwarves can still get out, and then just build a well right there. This is going to be a water zone, and this will give us water year-round. Currently, it's not a water zone, but it will be. I swear. It's just not done yet. The problem with barons is they need to speak with the outpost liaison to trade. So if they're not there, then you will eventually go to war with your own faction because they're not able to trade. Won't your well be stagnant water? It's better to have a stagnant water well than no well. I need a bucket. Okay. And get wounds infected? Did you hear me or no? Also, if so, not to a point where it's ever been an even remote concern. Like, I'm sure probably, but I've used stagnant water wells for years and never had an issue with it. So if it's actually a problem now, that's news to me. But also, aquifers are clean water. The only type of wells that I've actually had problems with are salty water wells. So if like you make it in an ocean, that I've had problems with. That'll kill dwarves. How's the dragon? I was gonna say he's dragging his feet, but probably still sad that it's confined. Semi-wild. Still the pet of one of my dwarves.
You suck.
What? It was right there. Humans pee in not ocean. All right, so let's build that. How are you able to get your dwarves to build walls in a 1x corridor without them building in front and blocking the spaces off? Okay, so say I want to build a wall here, right? And I want them to end on this side, forbid all of these rocks, because they'll take the rock from this side and they'll build from this way and then they'll get stuck. So if you forbid these rocks and you don't let them use these rocks, they will bring the material from this side and then they will build it there. That's how you forbid them. So as you can see, this dwarf is building from here because they grabbed this boulder. If they grabbed this boulder, they'd build from here. See the difference? A gremlin. Did the gremlin just release a tame grizzly? So gremlins do two things, chat, right? They release critters from cages, and they pull levers. I think that this gremlin just released a tame grizzly bear. Sorry, buddy, but that one's on you. Not a very smart gremlin, was it? Yeah. Oh my word. It's defends is well. It's definitely defending the bear's right to be a bear. I don't know about arms, but no, I didn't even think about that. I bought those off the humans right before the last fight broke out and forgot that I bought them. So that's not me being clever. That's just coincidence. Pure coincidence. Not a very bright gremlin though. It's very funny. All right, so let's just hold up for a second here and like take count of what's happening. Still got a bunch of random dancers and shit in the fort, but they're just booking it around seemingly at random. There ain't much I can do about them, so that's fine. Where is that aquifer start? There it is. See, dwarves are already cleaning themselves in it. Like it's better to have a shitty well than no well, and I've had no well for 6 years. So waiting on a bucket. Yeah, it's a forgotten beast. Django. Six years, yes. As this fort's 6 years old. Without a long time, without a bath. I mean, there is like, you know, it's funny. I did actually have soap in the stockpile for a bit. Worse than bad luck. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Look at all these dwarves coming to clean themselves. Yeah, water sources are where dwarves shower. Shout out to the dwarf cleaning the blood up. But not all of it. The bigger your embark zone, the more lag you'll have. So it's up to you, Dill Cripple. Oh, shit. The domination. No, the demonation. Chat, I think that Nevada wants to make a temple in my fort. The denomination of taxes. They denominate taxes, naturally. Call it Roadhouse. It's the IRS priest. All right, well, taxes. Sweet. So we need to make a temple for turn in taxes. Let's, Yeah, it's the denomination of taxes. They denominate taxes. Oh, I guess we'll put it right here. So it's fitting close-ish to my other stuff. Make sure it's decorated in gold. I was going to say we should just fill it up with statues. I don't have gold in this fort. We don't actually have any precious metals. We just have iron. Iron and tin? Yeah, tin. Steel then? I'd have to make more steel. I've been informed that holiday requirements for Dwarf Fortress, or for my family, not for Dwarf Fortress, but holiday requirements for my family have been lifted because it's snowing too much, and vast majority of my family won't drive in the snow. And one of my cousins is sick. So no family dinner tonight, but the benefit of that is I can stream a little longer and also have tutorials for you guys tomorrow. Or some sort of video. That means I get to stream for like an extra hour instead of ending in 15 minutes. But I might still be going over to my parents' house, so I'm playing it by ear right now. 18-hour day of DF, woo. Yeah, about that. I mean, you might get a stream tomorrow, actually, is what will happen. Was that goblin a ghost? Possibly. Flappy Turd. That's a good username. I like that one. Thank you very much for the that tier 1. Cheers, friend. How ID dwarves infected Werebeast. How to figure out which dwarves are infected with Werebeast. They're the ones that have been bit. My advice would be wait until the full moon starts, pause the game, and then lock every room with a Werebeast in it, and the dwarves that are stuck in there with them, fuck them. It's pretty shit user. Flappy Turd's funny, especially if it was made around the same time as Flappy Bird. That's a good username. I like that one. It's up there with Sweet Sparkle Farts. Also, House of Name, your username would check out for that strat. Really, though, what you have to do is you have to go through each individual combat log, and every dwarf that's bit is infected. It's extraordinarily tedious to go through. You made it at that time? I like that you stuck with it. That's good. Because that game was, in fact, a turd. Where do you find the individual combat logs? You click on the 2 little swords crossed. They're like these ones, and they look like this. So you have to scroll through lines and lines and lines and lines and lines of this. You played Dwarf Fortress over a decade ago, the whole time you were in university. Question. How do you get different races in your base? Have public taverns or temples, and then they can petition for residency. And when they petition for residency, then you can allow them to stay permanently after 1 year. We have a ghost. Or libraries for temporary visitors? Sure. Yep. Also, did my... Can't export earrings, unfortunately. You always learn something useful. That's great. You'll also probably learn plenty of things that are useless, like the fact that hamsters can consume more alcohol than any other known living creature on Earth, in proportion to their body size. Meaning, one hamster can consume about 1.5 liters of Everclear per day and feel absolutely no ill side effects. You can also give them vodka in place of water, and they will be perfectly happy. The thing is, do not give them flavored vodka, as that can have chemicals that can hurt them. You've learned something now. Because she had Flappy Bird on it? That's fantastic. Shoutouts to your ex. Like, no, as in real life. I'm not talking about the game right now. This is real life facts. You can look it up. Do you have a clay or kiln tutorial? Not at all. No, not yet. Because I've been streaming so much, by the time I'm done streaming for 10, 12 hours, or 8 or 9 hours, I've basically done a 12-hour workday, and then after that, it's like, all right, I have like an hour and a half to make a tutorial, and I have to record a 30-minute Let's Play, and then by the time I'm done that, I have another hour and a half of editing to do, and then I upload stuff, and then I crash, and it's like, the ones that require more prep like that, I just haven't gotten to yet. So, apologies for being slow on that, but I'm working on it. But seriously though, go fact check that it is true that hamsters can consume more alcohol than any other known living creature on Earth, which is also not properly represented in Dwarf Fortress, which is kind of a shame. All right, so temple. Holy shit, Soul has 69 or 67 worshippers, not 69. Stone would be very happy about that. The denomination of taxes. The denomination of taxes. All right. They worship the gods of wealth and trade. What are the purple clouds? The visualization of the stench of rotting flesh. Miasma. If you think about it, he might be saying that your mother was a drunk. Also, this goblin is not a ghost. This is just a goblin. All right, so it needs more value. That's 1,600 right now. They hibernate, so don't fear that think that they've died. There you go. Hamsters are the superior life form. Hamsters are just superior. Hamsters are, in fact, superior to the Irish. Yes. And they're also better at being Russian than Russians because they can drink more vodka. In proportion to their body size, of course. You know, for someone with so many kids, Anander, you're real mature. Hamsters could outdrink the World Cup audience if they were the same size as them, yeah. An Elven caravan has arrived. Well, based on how that last one went, I'm surprised they're still here. We did kind of execute the last ones. Oddly enough, not actually at war with anyone that we shouldn't be yet. We did kill an entire caravan of Elvish soldiers. Or rather, they attacked us, admittedly. because we were killing all of their friends. Lamal, why the elf execution? So long story short, the dragon got angry, and attacked a bunch of people, right? And when the dragon got angry and attacked a bunch of people, because the dragon belongs to me, they blamed it on us. And then my military ran around executing all of our guests, and right as a trade caravan was showing up, and they were like, why are you executing our citizens? And long story short, a bunch of elves died. It's fine. I don't think they know, so maybe they'll leave. You had plenty of booze, probably injury, and when dwarves are injured, they need water. Same way that dwarf dies of dehydration, apparently. That or they're so stressed. Kill everyone so the word doesn't spread? Not how that works. I do like your way of thinking, though. I'm going to recognize our priest, the holy gem. Oh, that's a shame. There's nobody named. So, Kolib, chat, who do we give it to? The proficient negotiator and competent liar, Kolib, Kilob, or do we give it to Nil, the competent negotiator and competent pacifier? This is the denomination of taxes. The liar? 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 Okay. Kilob gets it. So now we have a holy gem of the denomination of taxes. Why is there a cat in there? Come on, come in. But usually if some random person dies of alcohol poisoning, or not alcohol poisoning, of dehydration, it's because they were too depressed to drink, and it was like they starved themselves to death. So it's usually suicide. Hey, some migrants have arrived. Excellent. More potential casualties. That's usually what causes it. It's not usually... It's usually depression. It's not usually... like that they're actually out of alcohol or something. Right, so this right here is going to be our well. More kindling has arrived? Are you referring to my migrants? I mean, sure. I don't know if I'd call them kindling, but... Good lord. I'm assuming a lot of these ones that are just being found dead for being dehydrated are either failing to be doctored or they're just super depressed based on how many depressed dwarves I have. And that number just made the depressed dwarves number go down by 1, so I guess that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good lord, guys. Stop dying. It's your new rules. You're not allowed to die. Making me have to build a bunch more coffins here. This is inconvenient. Did we trade with the elves? They haven't even arrived at my trade depot yet, dude. How do we get the dwarves out of the angry face mood? By being really nice to them and giving them everything that they ask for, and I'm trying my damnedest. I mean, like, it's really just a matter of you have to give them things that they want. So this dwarf wants to eat a good meal. Okay, we have to prepare more good meals. This dwarf wants to acquire an object and be extravagant and be with family and be with friends and get martial training. So I have to give them all that. I do have a kitchen, do I not? Maybe I don't. That might actually be a problem. I wonder if I got toppled or something, because I swear that I had kitchens. Or maybe it was in that... Well, anyway, I have kitchens now. Dwarves need a union. I literally just gave them one. That's what guilds are, by the way. Yep. Straight up just didn't have any kitchens. Well, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. Forgotten beasts? Zareth? Is that what you call a pack of 4 forgotten beasts? It's just forgotten beasts? Forgetting beasts, maybe? The New World Order. Okay. Well, aside from this whole thing being a little bit sad, do you guys want to buy some coffins? JK, you can't carry coffins, they're too heavy. Bring you some gems. Good night, Wormhand. Thanks for hanging out. Is the dragon still alive? Dragon is in fact still alive, yep. I appreciate you watching my tutorials while at work, Yanak. And also, please pester Moon Moon so he keeps streaming this game. Thanks. Are all creatures one tile big? Yes. But big creatures fill up more than one tile. But everything can fit into a tile. The classic Dwarf Fortress saying is 999 or 1,000 dragons can fit in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like Paper Mario in that. It's a 3D space, but items are flat when they lie down. So the weirdness of that is just kind of something that we deal with in Dwarf Fort. That being said, multi-tile creatures are planned for the far-flung future, and we'll get them one day. Any plans to tackle the hidden fun stuff? Right now, I'm trying to figure out my own dragon. One thing at a time, but do I have any plans? Not active plans. Why is this door just held open? What the fuck? I don't think I've seen that before. Why is it just held open? But currently, not really. Not for this fort, anyway. Well, there's certain far-flung in the future planned features that will make multi-tile creatures possible. But multi-tile creatures are really difficult to do in any game in this format. Or any game that uses this, like, tile format, rather. In fact, I know of, like, one that does, and it's called Lost Flame. It's a little roguelike, little turn-based roguelike. It's not perfect, it's got some problems, but it's $15, and it's this. It's very heavily Dark Souls inspired and super easy to get into, but this thing actually has like big attack patterns and multi-tile enemies, and it's really weird in places because like there'll be enemies that like can't fit through a door, so you'll like walk up to a door and you'll peek through and there'll be like 5 dudes that are too big to get through the door and they'll just be like bumping up against the wall. It's a neat little game though. If you want like a really hard permadeath game that's very obviously Dark Souls inspired, neat little game. There's like 40 hours 50 hours worth of content in it, and it's, you know, it's early access, but single dev. He patches it like twice a year. You went out for a while. What happened to the winged creature in the basement? It flew away, and I haven't seen it again, thankfully. They'd have to be able to break their way in, right, or something like that. What, for multi-tile creatures? Yes, but like the map rewrite and the siege update and a lot of other things are going to make things like that possible, even though they're currently not. Can you tell you where to build those bee boxes? You mean hives? Bee boxes? I'm assuming you mean like beehives? They're literally just called hives. And they're under farming. Ever played Phoenix Point? Yeah, I played the single campaign of Phoenix Point, and I don't feel the need to ever go back. It was fine. I've honestly, the only like modern XCOM game that I truly enjoyed and played from end to end and liked the entire experience of was Xenonauts 1. I played a single campaign of that and didn't do a second one. There's other games that I enjoyed as well, but the more ones that try to be more like XCOM that aren't actually like XCOM, never quite did it for me. They just always felt incomplete and weird and buggy and slow and clunky and bleh. Admittedly, it's gotten a lot of DLC, so maybe it's better now, but... Xenonauts, yes. Looking forward to Xenonauts 2. Fingers crossed it's good. How much bee syrup can you get from bee boxes? Ask Rocksteady. I played it way after release, so if it wasn't good at release, I can't speak to that. All right, so we're making good food. Number of depressed dwarves is down to 12. Number of super depressed dwarves just went up 1. It went down 1, then it went up again. So I think what we're going to do, actually, is we're going to do minimal work for a little bit. We're going to let these dwarves finish all these meals in these coffins, and then I'm just going to let them hang out for a bit. And if another siege shows up, fuck it. I'm locking the door and leaving them outside, because I need these dwarves to get a break. I never played any of the Jagged Alliance games, so I have no nostalgia for them. And I have no real interest in going back. I already have, like, absurd forever games. I don't need more. I have most of the chores disabled, if not all of them. I think all of them. I think it's under labor, standing orders, chores. Yeah, children don't do chores. The small ROM bridge. Room? You mean the room with the bridge in it? This is an atom smasher. This is garbage disposal. Anything put underneath it and that has the bridge closed on it gets crushed into oblivion and ceases to exist in the map. Goblets are metal mugs, yep. Glass goblets as well. See? There's Ast. Hanging out with his Durgan. He's training him, see? What's Durgan think about this? Hopeless after being confined. Sag. It does and it doesn't pause when something bad happens. But if you go into the announcements, this is going to sound like old Dwarf Fortress. If you go to the announcements.txt folder in your game, you can set it so that it pauses when almost anything happens, depending on what you want. All right, so... Is that a ghost? No, that's a zombie. Okay, so... I was going to do a thing. I spaced on it. I think I'm just going to make a bunch more stoneworkers. 'Cause that's really what we need here. 2 babies. And we're also going to make a bunch more craft store shops. And we're going to give these dwarves something to acquire. Because they need something to acquire. I'm going to go into here and we're going to go work orders. And I'm going to say rock crafts. We're just going to queue up 250. Yeah. Although, be careful. Anything dropped very high distances onto someone's head can instantly kill them. Including a sock. I definitely speak with experience. I once killed a dwarf with a sock. Accidentally, of course. Yeah, what Clino said in regards to artifacts. Trying to just give all these dwarves crafts, things to do. What are you in for? I killed a man with a sock. Terminal slockolosity? Yes. I'm curious if it's still snowing outside. Hold up. It is, in fact, still snowing outside. Do you have to manually assign tombs and bedrooms? No. Dwarves will claim them, but some dwarves will never claim them, so the vast majority of them will be claimed and then just occasionally check. Like, for some reason, hunters don't like to claim bedrooms for some reason. Also, just because we were yelling at Twitter, I just want to grab this screen grab earlier from the Satisfactory account. We recognize that many of our players play other video games. However, we will no longer allow Satisfactory players to play other video games such as Minecraft, Goat Simulator, God of War, RuneScape, or Final Fantasy. Stray is okay though. Cute cat. Also, mouse game, okay. Kinderbad, what kind of dwarf do you want? The community manager over at Coffee Stain is awesome, by the way. No mention of Factorial? That's not a video game. That's a job. What a great tweet. Yep. Yeah, they also made Goat Simulator. It is too a game. I know, I'm throwing out shade. Don't mind me. Jace is hilarious. Yeah, Jace is good people. Thanks, Clino. Factorio is a masterclass. Okay, so EVE Online is a job. Factorio is your homework. How's that? It's been helping on loads and learning the game. I'm glad. What, for Satisfactory? Getting crazed? Oh, totally. No, absolutely. I mean, Satisfactory wouldn't exist without Factorio. It's like RimWorld wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. But, all right, so... Let's see, did you respond? You'd love a scholarly type of dwarf. Kinder is fine. Okay, sweet. Let's see. So everybody's in the fort in the fort has died multiple times. So I will just simply, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people have died. Do you prefer beard or no beard, Kinder? That's the question. Beard or no beard? If you go with no beard right now, you will get a much better dwarf, though. It's a lot, Gibda, but it gets easier as time goes on. Yes, definitely that RimWorld ripoff. Absolutely. Beard? I mean, I'm not asking you, dude. You'll leave it up to me? All right, I'll give you the top dwarf then. The Master Astronomer. You wanted a scholarly type dwarf. I'll give you a scholar. And I'm going to remove other jobs, so you are going to go be a full-time astronomer. You're going to hang out next to the dragon pen and be an astronomer. I think that's pretty badass, personally. Let's just make sure that's the right dwarf. Ast. Moses is the name of the dwarf, so it is the right dwarf. Kinder. So Kinder, you have a child. As for relations, you only have one kid, no spouse, or no living spouse anyway. You do have quite a few friends in the fort, actually. You worship two deities. You are a lover in love with a jurist who is not in the fort. You are crying. Let's see, what else can we find out about you? Recent memories. You felt fondness when making a friend, delighted when watching a performance. You felt proud after remembering the establishment of a guild hall for the Hall of Passes. You felt fondness when making a friend, and you've had a pretty good life aside from you were once uneasy seeing a goblin die. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. After seeing a goblin die. She currently is more thoughtless and has a relentless drive and is completely consumed by ambition. She dislikes helping others, and she has strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She has a greedy streak and she tends to avoid crowds. She's often nervous and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is conflicted by this since she values harmony as an intellectual concept. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she feels she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She personally believes that acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and strongly believes tranquility and quiet. Oh, and she strongly values tranquility and quiet and respects the law. That's a dwarf. She dreams of mastering a skill. Glad she's not my mom. Christ. She likes magnetite, sterling silver, red glossier, llama wool, millstones, and scepters. And the words of the azure lenses and the sound of the play of tresses and the sight of the secrets of right. And when possible, prefers to consume otter, mussel, and grackle. Or prickleberry wine, not grackleberry wine. Prickleberry wine and nath seed oil. And cashew apples. And she hates oysters. Have you done anything about adjusting the new keybinds to make a mouse integration easier? You found the transition to using a mouse very difficult? So for me, because I got the game early, the only thing that I did was I inverted the mouse wheel for moving up and down zones, and I rebound, I think it's E and C by default, to greater than and less than symbol on the keyboard again for moving up and down layers. I didn't find it to be that bad, but what I'll say is my initial impressions when I first jumped in after not playing this version before. So like, because I got it the Friday before it came out, right? So I got it a couple days early, which is how I had so many tutorials ready on day one. One, I was committed to not changing any of the settings. And the reason for this is I just wanted to be able to teach people to play the game. But the first 5 to 7 hours was a test of my own patience to the most degree. I was sitting here pissed off, angry, going, what the fuck is wrong with these keys? Why is this bound this way? Why is this done this way? Why do I hate this so much? I fucking hate this. This sucks. And then after about 5 hours, I was pretty much used to it. And by about hour 7, I was like, oh, it's still just Dwarf Fortress, and I didn't even think about it anymore. And I don't think I'll ever change it. Aside from the scroll wheel, that's it. But yeah, I don't really plan on changing them. Like, they're fine. Like I'm already like I use WASD for movement all the time. Yeah, that's fine. You know, I learned to play a significantly more complicated control scheme. I'm a big kid. I can use a new control scheme. Aside from the scroll wheel. The scroll wheel was bonkers. I was like, what the fuck is this? What are all those pipes for? Well, they're going to be for pumping lava from the basement to the surface, but right now I'm trying to give these dwarves a break so that they can just relax a little because, oh my god, they're stressed out. And also there's just, like, random crap on all the floors everywhere. Like, it's a bad time, man. It's a bad time. I need a really big weapon stockpile, actually. Let's just go weapons. Yes. Yes. Actually, yes. No. No traps. Just weapons. I just need to get stuff put away. You're permanently damaged? You already learned a significantly more complicated and difficult control scheme. You can learn a new one. I believe in you. Is McCommy still alive? Good question. And did he tame a unicorn? No. I can tell you no for a fact. So every time I did have a unicorn in one of my cages, but I'm pretty sure it starved to death by now. Today has been so fucking, like, you've been here for a good chunk of the day. You know what I've been doing. Obviously, your dumb dwarf has not tamed a goddamn unicorn. However, you are reading The Author for Students. Which I can inform you is a written portion consists of a 23-page essay entitled Author for Students, authored by Ol Elan Luki, and it concerns the authoring of My Friend Clasp by the human Ol Buckcurled in Valley Sums in the early spring of 184, which gives the feeling of compassion here and there, and overall the prose is not awful but not very good either. You're reading an okay book. So I'm sure you'll be fine not taming unicorns yet. You're not dead yet, which is doing better than a lot of dwarves today. It's an essay on it's a book it's a written essay on a book, yes. Curious if the FPS speeds up when I zoom in. Graphical FPS, that is. Yeah, it does, kind of. That's interesting. And another kid was born. Somebody is fighting? Bart is fighting with a rabbit. Okay. Just trying to improve general moods. We've gone from 20 super depressed dwarves down to 11, which is already an improvement. They're not blueprints the way you think they are. There's blueprinting tool, which is a planning tool. It's not a blueprinting tool. In fact, I would say calling them blueprints is misleading. Going terminal program, like VI-like controls? All right, can't help you. I mean, it's genuinely, if you can learn a very complicated control scheme, you can learn a considerably simpler control scheme. And I think it's goofy to lose sleep over it, frankly, but that's just me. It's like, is it something that you're used to? Sure. I'm used to lots of things that change. I learned the new thing. But, I don't know. Chat's going to accuse me of being mean again. The macros still exist. Do I use them? No. I've completely disabled all keyboard controls. Not because I don't like keyboard controls. I actually kind of miss the keyboard controls. But there's nothing worse than swapping between keyboard and mouse controls. Genuinely. Like, that is worse to me than still having keyboard controls. I would rather just pick one and stick with it because it's easier. So I use hotkeys for certain things, and then everything else I'm just using the mouse. Call me a heretic if you want. That's easier for me. Because not everything is, like, I'd rather, like, if everything had keyboard control, I would use the keyboard. But because not everything has keyboard control, there's no reason to use the keyboard. But you guys play the game you want to play, and the way you want to play it, and I will play it the way I want to play it. For me, just having one but not the other is redundant. Very much all or nothing kind of person. And honestly, it's been fine. So, siege by goblins and suddenly elves in your tavern went berserk and started attacking people. So, same thing that happened to me. Sort of. No, you mean it. Also, hail Satan. So, I literally am a heretic. There you go. Not only am I a heretic, I'm actually a heretic. Played a bit of ASCII EDF years ago and then picked this up, and you've learned the new control scheme basically from scratch. Personally, you found it to make sense playing between the mouse and keyboard controls. Yeah, it's fine. Like, it's perfectly fine. Is the way I see it. When did they cancel that one? Atomic Udon! Very much for that brand new subscription. How's things, dude? Long time. All right, let's do that. Boop and boop. Always remember your username because it's a good username. Atomic Udon just reminds me of the one time I ended up at the udon place with udon that was way too spicy. And oh my god, I'm through the aquifer. Ah, hallelujah. Sorry. I'm just so happy right now. I'm through the fucking aquifer. I can just dig away. It only took literally 2 days. Hallelujah. All right. Well, yeah, I hope you've been well, Atomic Udon, and thank you very much for that subscription once again. What's this big hole for? It's so that America can throw money in it, and I put the word military at the top of it. No, it's for pump stacks. We're gonna be pumping lava from the magma sea up to the surface. Argentum Sound. Thank you very much for that raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I didn't make that joke up. I stole that from the Onion, by the way. It's an old Onion bit. Thanks for the 5-pack. You're lovely. Cheers. Or rather, the 10-pack even. 10-pack of gift subs. Chat, can I get a round of this thing for the gift? Also, click the heart at the top of the stream and follow the channel at Radios. Hey, thank you. Cheers. Means a lot, friend. God, the fact that you guys are moving this fast in slow mode is absurd to me. I need empty cages. Let's make some wood cages. Just a tiny raid. Tiny raids is still a raid, dude. Doesn't matter. Raid's a raid. You hope more people know of me. That means a lot. Best way to get rid of rotten food? Throw it in the river! Leave it outside so that it rots in a refuse pile? or put an underground refuse pile out somewhere so that they just get stuck there because they're considered refuse. But you can also, alternatively, if you don't want to do that, crush it with a drawbridge. Probably the most effective. Or you can do what Ferrari just did with their team principal in F1, which is throw him in the river. I don't know why that's like stuck in my brain, but oh, I used rope. Okay. It's a shame they didn't actually throw him in the river. they really should have. Not like fatal distance or anything, just like throw him in the river. Comedic throw in the river, you know? Can you not fish in the caverns? There's specific types of fish that are unique to the caverns. Of course you can fish in the caverns. Cheers, Theric Games. We're going to be taking tomorrow off, though. I will be using tomorrow to build a whole bunch of stuff for YouTube. And I think kind of the schedule going forwards, guys, is going to be guaranteed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday streams, the really long streams that I like to do. And then Saturday, Sundays are both going to be optional, so that if I am going camping or something or just want to take a day off, I'll take those days off. And Friday is basically like my meetings and podcast recording day. And then Monday will just be like either a chill / YouTube day. So I think that's going to be the schedule going forward, and I'll set up a little schedule widget beneath the stream after today. Wait, whose birthday is it today? I see people wishing somebody happy birthday. I mean, it's probably many people's birthday today, based on the number of people watching. So you're drinking. That's a fair thing to take a break for. Okay, let's just cancel these and make these out of a different stone type. Of course it's FG's birthday. Thanks, Animal, for the correct answer there. Zealthrow, thanks for checking out a gift. Cheers. Oh, Sanic, I understand. But yeah, long stream on your birthday then, I suppose. What you believe is a haunted cavern? Fun. Could come from that. But, like, I guess at that point, it's a define good. Excited? Like, excitement, adventure, nightmares? PTSD? The good things that you find from opening up a haunted cavern. Have I experienced any crashing yet? I've had a few crashes, yeah, which is why I have, what's it called? Which is why I have seasonal auto-saving turned on. I recommend you turn it on too. That sounds horrific, Kleno. Only in this game? It seems to only happen when there's mass loyalty issues with non-hostile units suddenly becoming hostile, which, to be clear, is a pretty specific thing, which is being caused by my dragon, but don't worry about it. It seems to only happen in that situation. Orange, thank you. Rhymes with Thorhinge, I suppose. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. And chat, I just have to say a real quick shout out because I don't even know what to make my goals anymore. Because I was, at the beginning of this month, when we started going up in the numbers, I was like, we're gonna you know, maybe hit 1,500 subs. Cool. And we're at 2,226. Why are we shouting? What? Anyway, I've just like lost goals. I don't know what my mods are doing, but you know, we've run out of goals. Goals are crazy. Mods, what actually are you doing? Like, I'm very perplexed by my mods. Animal be derping, I suppose. Yeah, you did hit 150 dwarves, and now that you're over 200, could be one time an hour or maybe one time every 5 minutes. What, just like random breakdowns of shit? Boot guests out. Thank you for all the guide and tip videos. You and the wiki have helped you on your first 3 runs. Hell yeah. Which had a necromancer dwarf in your first microwave. Excited to see how this plays out. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, it's been wild. Goals, 8 hours sleep. Yeah, I haven't had one of those since this all happened. Shout out to not having goals. Animals just like shout. Animals just like, streamer gave me the power. I've got the power. I can cause problems. And before Animal just like puts chat in like emote only mode and like turns off slow mode and then just like starts banning everybody that posts. This is what I get for putting one of my most trusted regulars for. I'm a cat with a keyboard. You sure you're not like 100 monkeys in a trench coat with a keyboard? We're being repressed. Release the chat. Here, fine. There you go. You're free. Have fun chat for a little bit while I dig this stupid hole out. All right. Oh, no, wrong spot. Whoop. 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 I'll pump from there and go that way. Okay, so pump. What happened? You just got back? Nothing of value. I'm just digging. Don't mind me. I unreleased chat. They're no longer in the slow mode, so they can talk as quickly as they like, theoretically. I'm gonna say all the bad words. Bums. Oh no. Shock. Shock and offend. Honk, what?
Tea, Earl Grey, hot.
Tea, Earl Grey, honk. All right, well, we'll let the dwarves work on that.
You fucking donkey!
You know it. Can you even say the fuck word? You absolutely can say the fuck word. Why would I not allow chat to say fuck? What? Watch your mouth, Anander. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna place a armor stockpile. We're down to only 13 extraordinarily depressed dwarves now, which is good. What's your fucking language, chat? Yeah, there you go. This is a Christian stream. I'll have you know. Bad words in my Christian Minecraft server. Yannico, thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. It was 11, yeah.
Bring out your dead!
You know, Pilot, right now we're just making up for all of the years where I would have to ask for rounds of beers because nobody said anything in 15 minutes. That's all that we're doing right now. We're making up for lost time. You know, it's like how Zach Adams stated that, you know, they're just getting a computer science wage, except they're getting it all in one paycheck instead of over 20 years in normal people paychecks, right? I'm just making up for the last like 8 years of streaming where there was multiple times a stream where I would have to ask chat to spam an emote just so that there was more than 2 people talking in 40 minutes. Thank you, chat. You had some disappointing port on Friday? I had some extraordinarily strong whiskey in my fridge. Extraordinarily strong whiskey. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to finish that pump stack. Hopefully nothing bad happens between now and then. I just want the bot to like randomly vomit and then not post beer for 5 minutes. That's all I want. Do you hear Stellaris soundtrack? Nope, this is Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. God, we have so much random armor and shit. All right, let's reassign my squads that have lost dwarves. Well, can't do that. What happened to this dwarf? All right, here, look at that. Bots have feelings too, you know. I think our bot is perfectly chill. You know, with the amount of alcohol that our bot drinks. Maybe our bot's just a hamster, you know, but like a giant hamster. So it would take like 100,000 people to like drown it. Holski, thanks for the tier 1. Hamster bot. Should I rename Crypt Calcium to Hamster bot? Oh, that's probably already taken. Sorry, why'd you jump me over here, game? All right. Why are all my doctors the skilled military dwarves? Thank you very much for the 7 cents, DX Pong. Crypt hamster. Maybe we could do a hamster, I don't know. Although if it was a hamster, it would be chugging alcohol. I wonder if they consider that animal abuse or if they'd be okay with that. I think Wambler's probably better than hamster, honestly. Although realistically, maybe we need a gnome emote. Because there are no gnomes in Dwarf Fortress, believe it or not. And all they do is show up and drink all of your alcohol and then run away. Uh-oh. What? Thief! Protect the horde from skulking filth! Is it kobolds? Oh, it's kobolds. That's fine. They won't do anything. I'll just run away. Hi, kobold. Bye, kobold. It's still Gilililtris. It's literally like the same 3 kobolds that attack me every year. It's the same 3 kobolds. I also have a ghost. Need to deal with that. We're probably getting pretty close to digging out that entire thing. Ghost. Holy shit, there's a lot of things dead on this map. How do we get rid of kobolds? They're adorable. You can stab them to death. Every now and again, like, some kobolds will manage to take over, like, a necromancer tower or something on the overworld, and I'm always just very proud of them. It's like, oh, look at you, you adorable little bastard.
Over here, he has a sword.
No, I don't. What are you talking about? I don't have a sword, okay? But, you know, I do have a rat. Unrelated. And a rubber duck. Also unrelated. Where did this thing go? Ghost. Guess I could just randomly start. It's not actually an IKEA rat. I mean, I am ratified. Let's see. I also have a playdate. Also unrelated. Okay. If we can process any plants. Nope. This controller? It's just an Xbox One controller. Why are there combat and military orders specific to arresting instead of killing? No, because the military doesn't arrest. That's what the captain of the guard does. But the captain of the guard can be given their own specific squad if you want to use them for arresting. Enjoy your looks, fluffy fluffer. Why does the other camera have such poor quality? So, fun fact. This camera, the one I use for my record player, is the first ever camera I used for streaming. This camera is the second camera I used for streaming. Although, the artifacting on it is artificial, not actually artifacting. And then this camera is a GoPro that I bought in 2020 for streaming. So, it's like the whole history of my streaming career in 3 cameras. All right, let's just continue going upwards. Or downwards, I guess. I should have macroed this, but I've gone far enough down that I've stopped caring. Can you make a steam bomb in DF? I don't actually know if steam does damage. I don't think it does. Which is, like, kind of sad, but... It's not like Caves of Cud where steam can insta-gib you, which is bonkers. You can, however, kill things out with magma without actually touching them with the magma. If you drop boulders into lava, then it causes magma to spray up like mist, and that will just fry anything instantly that it touches. Yeah, we're making a lava pump stack. Which means we have a very, 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 very long distance to go. Lava mist sounds painful. It's not very misty. Also, I know exactly why my captain of the guard is pissed, by the way. My captain of the guard is pissed because he has an improper room of all counts. So I'm going to give my captain of the guard proper offices now because I kind of feel bad. Kind of. I mean, screw the cops, but also kind of feel bad. So we're going to give him proper offices and everything now. Because you need to give them... You need to sell more to your trade caravans to actually get migrants now. Previously, you would just get migrants for no reason, and that was kind of a bug. So now you need to actually sell stuff to the trade caravans and give them gifts and such to actually get migrants. Well, I mean, cops in Dwarf Fortress have a nasty habit of beating dwarves to death, so... I mean, like, Captain of the Guard, it's like there's a reason you give him the weakest weapon you have. Because they do have a nasty habit of beating dwarves to death. Are you trying to song request in my chat? What's happening? You just found out about mining and it's so cool. Well, that's awesome. Auto mining is an excellent tool. A lot of people thought that I was using mods in the older versions to make it work. It's like, no, it just works like that. Oh. I had the game tabbed up. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Well, a force that is both dark and vile has arrived. No, auto mining is not a mod. I literally just stated people for some reason think that it's a mod all the time, but it's not. So... The word wall? I don't know what you're on about. I was gonna say, so what siege? Alright, dwarves. Get him! Now, before I allow this to start, okay, I'm going to lock the door to where the Durgan live. Alright, Bernie, please don't go full Bernie. Please don't go Bernie. Please don't go full Bernie. You don't need to burn everybody that isn't part of our faction, okay? Please. The dwarves got this. The bears got this. Okay? Unlike the football team, the bears are actually pretty good. Okay? Okay? Okay. Go, boys. Chat, can I get some jam emotes? Because this song is a bop. Oh, this dwarf's gonna go drink, not actually go to war. Well, that's fair. To war! Something just died. What was it? Oh, snatchers. Protect the children. We're just gonna let him do his thing? Oh, okay, well, this dwarf is in a pool of their own blood, fishing. I mean, okay. Fighting on the hillside, we do have the high ground. I'm not even seeing what's happening. Also starting an artifact, apparently. There's 4 dead goblins right there. They all seem to be up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these 2 dwarves. I'm going to kill those last 2. There's apparently some in trees. They are fighting. Our dwarves are being heroes. Asteth here, the weaponsmith, vaults into the tree. As this goblin is sitting here horrified after seeing a goblin die. I would be too, frankly, if we can get this guy. Dwarf turns around. Don't know what I expected. Okay. The other 2, the rest of the squad show up, and they're able to deal with the with the goblin. Well, I mean, I'm unimpressed, but I'm not gonna say I didn't expect it. Okay, so now we're gonna unforbid everything. So who died? Who did that? Who is? It's Ral and Asteth. I don't expect them to. How's your swimming skill? I mean, okay, that one drowned. Ah, okay. There he goes. Hey, 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 hey. Dwarves are not very good at swimming. It is known. Well, we won the siege. And the dragon didn't torch anybody! Yay! Draggy behaved! Oh, hey, a human caravan has arrived to trade. Well, that's cool. I'm very, 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 very unimpressed. You know, we need a dragon emote, chat. What do you guys think? Crypt Bernie, except it's just a dragon going. What do you think? Lightning Runner. What kind of derf do you want? We can get Bernie. I mean, it is kind of a Bernie Sanders joke, but also at the same time, it's just funny. A planter? Oh, that's easy. I got a planter. Beard or no beard? I got tons of farmers. Beard cap. That's it. That's it will do. Light. Runner. I think I spelled that right. Lightning Runner. You have a spouse and a pet guinea hen. And you're wearing leather, mostly. Remind me to read your description in a minute. The Forgotten Beast, Nagusu Oget Konson Amu has come. A huge quadruped composed of sapphire. It has 4 short horns and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. Fuck. Oh, cool. It's in the one that it can't get to us. That's that. Never mind. We're safe. We'll just leave it down there. It can fight the other one that's down there. It's totally okay. I didn't want to fight it anyway. Where's the dwarf again? Anyways. There he is. Milk it? Nah. That's a Forgotten Beast. Don't worry about it. He almost never feels discouraged. He strongly prefers discussions of abstract ideas, and and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation and does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others, and he finds obligations confining, though. He is conflicted by this as he, although he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He often feels envious of others, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and doesn't handle stress well. And he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is assertive, and he enjoys the company of others. Big ugly boy. Yes, this is true. Very, very big ugly boy. But fortunately, he's in the basement, so we don't need to worry about things that are in the basement if the basement can't get to us, and that basement can't get to us, so we don't need to worry about it. Worry about the remembered ones? Yeah. Yes, and some are better left forgotten. Oof, Tropic Communist. I mean, I've been a forgotten beast for most of my career streaming, so I'm no longer forgotten. I'm now a mildly well-known-ish beast. I'll have you know that this channel went from the top 0.5% of Twitch to the top 0.05% of Twitch in the past 10 days, so. But do I spew web? Not generally. Oy. In fact, let's see if it's gone down. See if that number's gotten higher. Moochie, what up? Consider it struck. I need tables. That's a shame. All right, let's bring in this. Let's actually just do 2 of these, 2 chests. 2 cabinets. A bed. Military.
Strike the earth.
Consider it struck. And we got, that's armor stands and weapon racks. Oh. Also, actually top 0, here, I'm going to show you a website. This is a Twitch tracker. We're the top 0.04. Previously, we were in like the top 30,000 English-speaking channels. And we're now in the top 1,240, which is bananas, by the way. And this is only with an average of 607 viewers. And my average and that's over the last 30 days, right? My average has actually been a 908. So it's actually higher than that. Quite literally, yeah. Which is crazy. And that's not because of anything I did in particular. That's because you guys decide to tune in every day. You guys could have all been like, oh, hey, this guy made cool tutorials. Okay, thanks. Watch the cool tutorials. Bye. But no, there's people tuning into the streams and, like, sticking around. Which, like, is bonkers. Twitch didn't track stats all the way back, so it's actually more than that. 2 of them? An enormous skinless theropod named Omo. Umu? Omo. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its fire. Fucking game, give me a break. All right, this one can reach me. Okay. Oh no. All right. All right, squads. It's your time to prove your worth and earn your pay. More like, oh no, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Anyway, it's already in the fort. Got him. It's okay, hold up. I think we can fight it, though. Limul, the miner, has created a Casserite armor stand and offers it to the River Blades. Well, that's cool. I'm more worried about this. What the fuck is that? It's a forgotten beast named Omo. It is a enormous skinless theropod. It has wings, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its fire. He is incredibly tough. I'm just waiting for my military to get into the stairs. They're just picking up their weapons and whatnot. Can anything break down doors? Building topplers can, which is a certain subset of creatures. Don't worry, we also have bears. We should be good. We also have shields. Here it come. So it looks like this dwarf right here is going to be the first one to dive in. He screams, "This is a fight, I must press on." There's blood. It hasn't had the chance to fire fire yet, quite literally. Back in the combat logs immediately. The Spear Dwarf kicks the Forgotten Beast in the right arm with his foot, bruising the muscle. You thought it insta-died? I kind of thought it did too. It looked like it got knocked over. Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his steel spear, chipping the bone. A ligament in the tendon has been torn. Spear Dwarf kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper right arm with its foot, bruising the muscle. The Spear Dwarf then bites the Forgotten Beast in the right lower arm, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The Swordmaster latches on firmly. The Spear Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right upper leg. Apparently he hurled balls of fire. They clearly didn't go very far. They missed a bunch of stuff. Clearly. He then kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his foot, bruising the muscle. The Swordmaster punches the Forgotten Beast in the right foot with her right hand, bruising the muscle. The Force pulls the right lower leg, and the Spear Dwarf then stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right hand with his steel spear, chipping the bone. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The Force twists the right lower arm. The Spearmaster then punches the Forgotten Beast in the left lower arm with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper arm, or in the upper body with his steel spear, tearing the muscle, chipping the right true ribs, and tearing the right lung. And it seems to be firmly lodged in the wound. Let's check in on our dwarves here. This dwarf says, "This is a fight I must press on, terrified while in conflict." Currently is terrified, uneasy after being away from friends. We have this dwarf here who's stressed, says, "This is a fight I must press on." I nod back here, who's very scared. Fath up here, he seems kind of fine. "I cannot just stand by." He's vengeful, which is a good thought. "The battle rages, I must press on." Meanwhile, the beastie up here is heavily bleeding and doesn't feel anything while in conflict, but was annoyed after suffering a minor injury. And choked on some smoke. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, like this fight, apparently. Oh, fireball. Somebody caught fire. Ooh, that's not good. So we've got at least one dwarf on fire. I'm sorry, what? Oh, somebody's carrying a baby. Naturally. That doesn't seem good. What started off easy peasy seems to have gone bad. However, Geshu, to the playfulness, the obvious earthen banner of something, is still fighting with it while he's on fire. So he might be burning to death, but he's still fighting. And the creature is dead. Did you just get the kill? Stop, drop, and roll, dwarf. Stop, drop, and roll. So we did lose 3 dwarves. But Geshud here, who's still alive but burning,
Woo!
seems to have snagged the kill. Stabbed the Forgotten Beast in the right wing with his steel spear, chipping the bone. Yeah, so seems like this dwarf dodged it enough that it bled out. And it bled out. And I don't think is going to make it because he's on fire. He's annoyed after choking on smoke. Oopsies, wrong button. Free them from duty? Yeah. No, he's dead. He's dead. And our body's burning. Chat, somebody clip that. Write down the full name. We need to give that dwarf a statue.
Bring out your dead.
Some migrants have arrived. What a good dwarf. What a great dwarf, even. If there are nearby flammable objects, the fires will spread and they will catch on fire, yes. Like grass, trees, all that jazz. When there's I added a migrant message in the announcements.txt folder or file. I added that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to smooth this. We're going to engrave images. Diplomacy. What? Needs Foo Fighters played at his... that dwarf needs a lot of things. That was a phenomenal fight. Let's see. Is this thing being hauled yet? It is. Let's just forbid it real quick. Let's see if we can butcher it. What a grand dwarf. Oh, shit. You picked it up. Hold on a second. Let me just... This spear is the one that was used to kill it. Yeah, I forbid this spear. Yeah. All right, let's unforbid this. Butcher an animal. Do it now. Yeah, okay. So they should be butchering this now. Bury them with the spear? I can't, because there's no body. Should you be worried? They're just a fan of Firefly. So yeah, you should be worried. Oh, wait, no, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Can I not? Tell them what to engrave? Guess not. All right, let's see how much meat we get out of it. Chat, look at our meat. Currently, we have 0 meat. How much meat do you think this thing has? Hell yeah, Bright Lancer. Getting to it. $150, $100, at least 2. One Texas BBQ worth. Crafts Dwarf's Guild. Sweet, yeah, we can do that. 6 grillion. Okay. I mean, that's a big number, I'm sure. $341. We got 137 bone. Bunch of fat. I'm gonna make some ash and some lye. Let's do 81 ash, and then we're gonna make 81 lye. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a statue, I guess. Chat, what was the name of that dwarf? Somebody tell me. Go check that that clip and tell me the name of that dwarf. I'm actually gonna make 10. Specify image of a historical character. Guess should something. Guess should. It's probably got to be this long one, right? Nope, that's a fell ghoul. Exteldus, daughter of Tulun. Banner of Skies. Oh, so then it was this person then. Oh, she was born in 106. She was old. She lived a whole life. All right, well, we're making 10 statues of her. Let's see if we can make some beast soap. All right, broker requested at depot. Oh, wait, never mind. There's no merchants trading right now. They left. I did not get to trade with them. Admittedly, a lot of stuff's been happening. Why is there a dead crow in my thing? Why is there a dead crow here? Please explain, dwarfs. Beast soap by Old Spice. 4 beasts by beasts. All right. Oh, it's Soap Maker's Workshop's over there. I can't make a tomb for them. I could put a slab. I could do a slab for them. And then I can give them a proper tomb for their slab. Pedestal with the spear. I like that idea. Is the spear still down there? Okay, so they've already removed it. Means it's up here. What was the name of this spear? Yeah, it's this one. So it's Merle Niles. Okay, so the question is, where do I put it? I feel like it should be up in the fortress. I don't think it should be down in the basement. Like, maybe back here. Close to the military training spot. Is that sword made of bone? Yeah, it's an artifact sword. If I'm not mistaken. So we'll do slab and then pedestal. All right, so down here, I need to assign some rooms real quick. Dining hall. Or rather, dining hall. And assign this to Tolis. Then office. And assign this to Tolis. And bedroom. And then assign this to Tolis. Now significantly happier. All right. Let's work on this. How's lag with bigger forts? Look at the frame rate. You can see it. This is a bigger fort. I mean, it's not great, but I mean, largely it's fine. At least for me, it's been largely fine. This has been an epic day. Yeah. Will I go back to the old DF? I don't know right now. I don't know. I was pretty adamant on continuing long death, but now I'm undecided. So I don't know. You don't think that Steve realizes this is the Steam version? No, that's funny. I do like this version of the game a lot more. Just like, there's enough mechanical changes in here that I prefer this game, this version of the game, by quite a bit. What's the difference? A lot of under the hood changes that makes the game feel very different. Of course, there's legends, yeah. It makes the game feel very different if you've played it a lot. Yeah, blame the trees. True story, Banana. But yeah, I don't know. I'm undecided. I have to think. I have to sleep on it for a couple months. In regards to long death. Why would it make anybody a heretic, Fluffy Fluffer? Like, even suggesting that is extremely gatekeepy. What? What are the main current issues that are causing some doors to be upset? Chat at Wademaster and tell them some of the things that have happened in this fort that are making doors be upset. Not up to and including the fact that there's currently no alcohol in the fort, which I just realized. I thought I had a drinks order. What? Am I out of plump helmets or some shit? Oh, fuck. But yeah, if anybody is going to start calling people heretics for preferring this version over the old version or vice versa, just fuck off. Like, that's all I have to say to you. It's just fuck off. Also, I've had, like, almost no tantrums. Don't mind the zombie. He's fine. No alcohol. Yeah, no, that you can penalize me for. That's totally acceptable. Well, I mean, like, to give you an idea, like, I'll be playing Classic, but I will be playing version 5 Classic, you know? I'm going to straight up have a channel points redemption in a little bit where you guys can force me into Classic for 5 minutes. But if you don't like it, then you can also pay me money to turn off Classic. So I have no problems with playing Classic DF whatsoever. That's not Classic, though, CCJ. That's DF hack. Auto dump has never been a thing in Classic, so you can't, like, get mad at the game for not having features that it's never had. That's silly. I'm gonna do some underground growing finally. Like, genuinely, like, that's ridiculous. That's like, it's just a ridiculous thing to be upset about. It's like, well, that's not a feature the game's ever had, so why would that upset you? Just wait on the DF hack people, and they will update the game, which they will. So just wait. Be patient. It's slightly too tantrum resistant. Not from all reports I've seen. Yeah, absolutely, DFX getting updated, and you'll get your silly features for people who don't like to play the actual video game and want to use little crutches to make the game easy. Absolutely. I just like throwing shade at people who use DFhack. Don't think I'm actually throwing shade at people who use DFhack, okay? They're just weirdly touchy, and I find that funny. Yeah, it's what makes Dwarf Fortress unapproachable. Like, literally, like, that is the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress unapproachable for new people. So Pasty White over here is throwing shade. You know, it's funny. This camera makes me look pasty white, but I was bowling with some friends the other day, and we did like all right, who's the whitest here? And I was not the whitest by any stretch. I'm actually quite tanned in comparison to a lot of people. When you play Classic DF, you felt like you needed to use them because every single thing you said that you needed to, which is my biggest problem with the old school DF community, is that they insist that all of these things are necessary when none of them are. Do they make certain things more convenient? Sure. Do they remove some tedium? Sure. Are they necessary? No. And saying that they're necessary is just flat false. I don't feel the need to install mods because I'm trying to help people learn the game in a vanilla capacity. And so I will be playing the game in vanilla until Tarn is done patching. Once Tarn has Classic out and is working fully on converting Adventure Mode to Premium, then I will start diving into mods. Until then, I don't see the point. Cheers from Finland, you're pale as the air. Yeah, but the sun, you probably haven't seen the sun in like 2 months. Do I have auto mining on? No? What? You know that auto mining is literally just like a button that you click, right? To do this, and then they just automatically mine out everything. There's no like auto mining thing. They just automatically, like here, this is auto mining. Look at this. Wait for a dwarf to show up. Zach does bug fixing mostly. Or bug testing. He does QA. Okay, they canceled the job. Come on. Make my job easier. Yeah, but I'm not automating veins, though. I'm making an underground farm. That's not what I'm doing right now. No, that's Spotlight Society. Get it right. Come on, deadbeat artist. Zach knows some programming, but he's not a programmer on Dwarf Fortress. He does writing, he helps with design, he does design, and he does QA. Similar to Caves of Cud, which has one writer and designer and QA person, and then one, a horse was found starved to death. That's a shame. And then one programmer. I just think that it's weird that there's some people that are acting all surprised that I'm not being gatekeepy, which is very strange to me. You know, like I've been looking forward to this version for a really long time, and I've been very excited to play it. And I have some people now that are just like, wait, are you not mad about why would I what? And I'm extraordinarily perplexed by this is all. Like, why would you even ask questions like that? It's like, why would you assume that I'm a bad person? Excuse me? I'm just weirded out by it is all. All right, so we're going to cut this out. Every time a player creates a world, Zach sits there and does all of the writing for it. He's a very busy person. All these depressed dwarves dying. It's a shame. Oops. That was a fuck up. I thought I'd block that off. This is what I get for not... All right, well, we suddenly have a lake. It's gonna flow real quick. All right, we gotta dam off a river. Oops. Oopsies indeed, yep. I'm trying to prioritize this. All right, this ain't so bad. All right, hold on. I need to block this off. This ain't so bad. I'm just gonna need to do some cave-ins. Dwarves, get out of there or you're gonna die. Where are you trying to go, dwarf? It's also gonna freeze in the winter. It's not so bad. We just need to get this blocked. There's a leak? Yeah. How'd the hole open up? So I thought that I'd built a wall here, but clearly I didn't. So I opened the wrong wall in the wrong place. And that's fine. We'll cancel these. This just is going to leak down into the caverns. And then in the winter, this river is going to freeze. And so then we need to dig through this and seal it off. Is what needs to happen. So it's actually not that big of a deal. It's just kind of a pain in the dick. It is going to leak down in the caverns, though, because this is planned for future things. I'm just making a really, 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 really big garden. Is the reality. Holy crap, that's a big raid. Thank you very much for the raid. I don't know how to say your name. You were in my chat the other day, and I didn't know how to say your name then, and I still don't know how to say your name, and I feel bad. But hi, thank you very much for the raid. I just did an oopsie because I was scolding chat for being gatekeepy. It's okay. It's blocked now. It's fine. Super duper not a big oopsie, just a little oopsie. Chat, can we get a big round of beers for the raiders? Please and thank you. Remember you? Oh, I remember names. Go support streams that are playing Dwarf Fort, chat. Say sorry like a Canadian. Sorry there, bud. Hold on. You're looking like a bit of a hoser there, eh? I'm trying to think of other Canadian. I'm from the West Coast, so like we just sound like we're from California, and everybody assumes we're American. Like I don't have that like Canadian accent, unfortunately. Except for every now and again I say talking to boot, which makes a bunch of my friends go, "What the fuck, man?" Talk about Timmy's? Okay, so Tim Hortons coffee is garbage. Their donuts are passable. Their sandwiches are bad. And their hot chocolate is a joke. And their tea is so fucking terrible you can get better tea at 7-Eleven. Anything else you want me to say about Timmy's? Sorry, by the way, for offending all the other Canadians in my chat. Who has Canadian accents? People from Toronto. I'm sorry there, bud. Let's go grab a brew at Timmy's. There, eh? I mean, I hate to offend you there, bud, but unfortunately, Timmy's coffee is just kind of shit. I mean, truly, it's absolutely just like this awful place to get coffee. You're never gonna want to actually drink any of that. Actually, there is a streamer I know who has a pretty good Canadian accent, and that's Northern Quarter. You've been told you sound Canadian? Tim's is like... So if, like, McDonald's is, like, the floor, Tim's is, like, a step down for coffee. And when it comes to donuts, it's like you can get way better donuts. I can read French. I can read enough French to get by in... I can read enough French to get by in Quebec, but no, I don't speak a word of French. It would make more sense for me to learn Spanish because Mexico's closer. So... Well, I'm saying McDonald's is the floor, right? If we're talking about bad coffee, coffee is the only good... Coffee and water are coffee and water and the oatmeal are the only passable things that McDonald's has. As somebody who worked at McDonald's for way too long. And I gotta say that everything but their coffee is, unedible. Then you shouldn't drink McDonald's coffee, zombie. Then you should do something else. All right, we're just gonna close that. So since we got a bunch of people here, I think we should do a fort tour. Let's go up to the surface. So I don't mind the surface. I do have plans to put a castle up here and some other things. It's very unfinished. Down here we have our gardens, which need to be drastically expanded because we keep running out of food, which is what I was working on until I made an oopsie. Then we have our bear enclosure and our other bear enclosure. We have our pig enclosure, and then a military area. And we're working on a tomb for one of my soldiers who just died very dramatically. We have all of our bedrooms around the outside of the big old pit. And then down in the pit, we have our crafting area. We have a little minecart rail that's still bringing boulders from this side over to this side. We have a small stack of boulders right there, as you can see. There's a couple boulders. And then up here, we have the temples where all the angry people go and throw their socks around because they're very angry. And then we have our alcohol pile where the angry people then go to drink alcohol to make some of their angry feelings go away. And then we have our metalworks over there. And if we go up a little bit, we have our tavern where apparently leave books on the ground called Blot Spears and Glory. And then right above that, I mean, we have 2 bear enclosures. That's halfway to a zoo. Bears don't need grass. A lot of animals don't need to graze. Only certain types of animals need to graze. As an example, peahens don't need to graze, whereas bunny rabbits do. Don't ask me why. Pigs also don't need to graze. You know what also don't need to graze is Durgan. Now, this Durgan has been very adorable. We're a big fan of our friend Bernie here. However, Bernie sometimes gets a little bit too excited because I made the mistake of war training Bernie. Now, the problem with war training Bernie is... whenever my military fights something, if Bernie can see things that aren't part of my faction, Bernie attacks them. And by that, no, this is vanilla. This is completely. I'm not running a single mod. This is just a dragon that we captured and trained. So the problem with Bernie is whenever a fight breaks out, Bernie shoots fireballs out of this, which, because I made this window, I was like, oh yeah, this would be great. Our scholars can study over here and do all the things that they do, and then, a fight happens, and then the dragon's just fight! And just starts firing fireballs out and burning all of our visitors. So, that caused a lot of trauma, which is why half the fort's pissed, by the way. It's not because I'm bad at this game, I swear. It's just I didn't expect the dragon to go full fucking Leroy Jenkins every single time we got attacked by 6 goblins. Anyway, so very helpful dragon. What else do we have? I'm sure we have something else that I can show. Right, yeah, okay, hold on. Let's zoom out again, and then we're gonna go down. So I decided to build a pump stack, which is what we're working on right now. We're gonna pump lava from the underground to all the way up to the top. But I decided to go this way, which would be totally fine, right? Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 layers of aquifer we had to dig through. And during all that was when the fucking dragon kept going ape shit. Bah! So, still working on this. They may have actually dug it all the way down, so let's see. How far down do you go? Why so many penis floors? Why you see penis and everything? All right. So yeah, it's actually dug all the way to the bottom now. So, yeah. Can you chain him outside where he actually attacks visitors? So dragons are awesome, but they're also very unfortunate. They're like glass cannons. They have this nasty habit of just kind of exploding into a billion pieces when you shoot at them with a couple arrows or bolts. A pump stack is a stack of pumps. You asked. So we need to pump the lava up. So that's the next project. So a pump stack, if you stack up pumps, you can have just like it's an easy way to pump like stuff from underground all the way to the surface without having to use minecarts or something stupidly shenanigan-y. Wait, did I just like fuck this up? I super duper did. Let's just cancel all this. We'll worry about that later. So let's go from here. Channel these out. Channel this out. Except pump stacks need to alternate, and these aren't alternating right now, so I need to erase that. Gonna go there, there, okay. So there, and there. And there's a tutorial on my YouTube channel that's like 8 minutes long on how to make one of these. This goofy but pretty cool blind guy named Blind made a pump stack tutorial. Fortunately, I've already seen that tutorial, so I'm way ahead of you on that one. Fortunately. Voice of an angel. What? Like, sorry, I have to break kayfabe here. What did you just call me? That's a new one. I've been referred to as many things, but they're generally not an angel. It's usually asshole, meanie, rude. I'm not used to that one. All right, so did I screw this up? They're flirting with me? Ah. Twitch isn't a dating site. Thanks for the 7 cents, DX Pong. Eh, went too far. You worked at McDonald's for a while because you get called a lot of... Of course, you get called a lot of insults. Not only did I work at McDonald's for a while, I worked at McDonald's for 8 years on night shifts working maintenance. So yeah, the guy got called a lot of mean things. Also got robbed a lot. That was the best part of the job, frankly. Oh, just a light aquifer. Still a pain in the ass, though. Well, that one doesn't. Do you really think I would be doing this if this was a heavy aquifer, though, Teller? Like, I appreciate your respect in my apparent ambition, but I'm not that ambitious. I don't fuck around and get right to the point. It's funny because, like, my YouTube videos are generally very, 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 very long because I upload a lot of VODs. Except for when I'm not uploading VODs. Then it's just like, bang, done. Okay, cool. Right to the point. Get the thing done. Talk about the thing. Claiborne. Yes, I was just looking over there and going, was that you? Yes. That's a really good way to describe light versus heavy aquifers. You wish to be a mighty warrior dwarf. Okay, so mighty warrior dwarf. Beard or no beard? Claiborne. Beard, please, Cap. It's much easier than being like, would you like to be a boy dwarf or a girl dwarf? It'd just be the beard or no beard. All right. Dwarf's got a pretty rad beard. Oh. Claiborne. Let's read about you after I back out of this so I can follow you again. Personality-wise, oh, by the way, the reason the frames are so bad is because of all of the water that's leaking into the basement right now. It's fine. He is impervious to the effects of stress after experiencing trauma in 256, and he feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He is somewhat scatterbrained and extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills, and he likes to take it easy. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Values-wise, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally, values peace over war like most of these dwarves, and doesn't care about art one way or another. And if this button works... He likes rutile, sterling silver, and green jade, mussel shell, and the color aqua, and yaks for their shaggy hair, and kestrelmen for their haunting prowess, and the sound of the play of tresses and the sight of the secrets of right, and when possible prefers to consume magpie, anchovy, and tapir cheese, and tomatilla wine. Hates burning maggots. Same. The dwarf is straight up ADHD, and you can relate. What just is somewhat scatterbrained. We've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Would you look at that? Magical. An unusual volcanic wall. That wording is so strange. After playing the older versions of the game for so long, it's so strange. It's like you discovered a what now? Candy? Absolutely. Well, no, sorry, not candy. It's a mysterious wall studded with gems, obviously. What artifact would I go mad or create? So wait, are you asking me if I could build something of peak quality that would never break or wear out or get old or degrade, and I can make one? What would it be? A record player. Obviously. Sheesh. Okay, that or a tape deck. I mean, this is the giveaway, right? The fact that there's actually a record player, don't mind the rat. There's a record player right there, and that's one of two that I own. So yeah, no, a record player. Encrusted with what? Fuck if I know. Why not a record player that can degrade? Why not a record player? I mean, that's the question is if you could make one perfect one thing that would never degrade or get old, a record player. I don't own any 8 tracks. How do you get a monster hunter to hunt on his own and keep the baddies from coming up? They do that. But some of them are lazy and will just hang out in your tavern. So expel the lazy ones. Oh, why not a record? Because I want to listen to multiple records on it, and the stylus on record players degrade. So it would be lovely to have a perfect stylus. I mean, actually, here's more specific. I would just get a perfect stylus for a record player. Just the highest quality stylus that will never degrade, because styluses can go from being, you know, a couple of pennies, like $10, all the way up to like 30,000. And I would absolutely just be like, yeah, I'd buy a perfect stylus. Or I'd make a perfect stylus, is what I would do. So screw pumps. Screw pumps, chat. Screw pumps. We are going to use materials. So dolomite, enormous. Yes. And then we are going to go in the other direction. And we're going to go up one. We're going to go dolomite, enormous. We're going to go up one and up one. And we're going to go dolomite, enormous. Up one. Perfect. And we're going to go dolomite, enormous. I'm just kind of, it's funny, I haven't actually checked. I'm assuming dolomite is lava safe. I haven't looked it up, but chat says it is, so I'm assuming it is. I actually own a diamond stylus, and that's one of the optimal materials to make. So, it's got nothing to do with destroying the record. Not at longer distances. I have severe visual field deficiency. So my right eye is completely blind and my left eye, I see basically out of a toilet paper tube, but also a toilet paper tube that's been punched in the face a couple of times. So I see spots at all times that float around and I can't control them. So it's got nothing, like, I also wear glasses for nearsightedness, but that's got nothing to do with it. Okay, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna need a lot of power for this. According to the game's Stone tab, I haven't even looked at that. I'm literally just taking chat's word for it. But I also have fuckloads of dolomites, so I'm assuming it's accurate. Let's do that. Because here's the thing, right? Dwarf Fortress might be visually complex if you don't know what you're looking at. And I'm not talking about this version of Dwarf Fortress. I'm talking about ASCII, right? But as somebody who has visual impairment issues, ASCII is significantly clearer. Because you know what's really easy is reading a book. ASCII is just like reading a book. It takes a little bit longer to learn what the individual tiles mean, but once you know it, it's a static image, super easy to pause, get your bearings, look at what's there, read, and follow along. It's also a game that is extraordinarily customizable, the older versions, so you can change your fonts, you can change your colors, you can change all sorts of things. So when people complain about like Dwarf Fortress being impossible to look at, it's one thing, and I'm talking about the older versions, it's one thing. Laziness. It's got nothing to do with the game actually being difficult to look at. Which is me being a gatekeepy piece of shit, but it's also kind of true. I find games that are ASCII to be significantly easier to follow than, let's just say, Overwatch or stuff like that. I mean, I absolutely play other games that are like real-time and not ASCII, but these games are far easier for me to follow visually. It just takes a little bit longer to learn. I'm going to ask you to do me a real big favor, Zombie Mike. Let's not go down that subject because the short answer is no, and it always just turns chat into an insufferable mess of like, but technology get better! And sure, doesn't matter to me, and I'm a massive nihilist about that, and I expect to have no vision in the next 20 years, so it's fair. It's just kind of a touchy subject for me. All right. Yay, nihilism. Yay, nihilism. We're going to do that. I'm just going to get rid of that. Doesn't matter. Well, there we are. Minus 80. Still a ways to go. Okay. Pump from the bottom. Going up. Up from the up. Going down. Because architecture isn't a thing anymore, I'm assuming these are going to get constructed way faster. This is what I hate reading. This is exactly what I hoped wouldn't happen, Cold-Blooded, so I know that you're memeing, but please respectfully stop. Just respectfully stop. All right, we're going to go from the top. Develop your own disabilities and then meme about it. Wait, they removed architecture? Yeah, it's straight up gone from the game. Every dwarf, I guess, has it on by default. If it's still there, it's hidden. How do I find the newer graphics harder? There's definitely been a few times where I've had to be like, what the fuck is that? And then pause and stare at it. But like, I find the cat sprites harder to discern than like a lowercase gray C, as an example. But at the same time, it's still a tile-based, sprite-based game that I can pause, so it's not that bad. ASCII's still easier, though. And also things like multi-tile view do make it clearer. Let's go bottom up. You know, I was listening to a podcast the other day where one of the hosts confused Nermal from Garfield and Nurgle from, Warhammer. And in my headcanon now, Nermal and Nurgle are the same people, but or the same creature, but in different universes. Continue to move up. Continue to move up. Also, by the way, none of this will work if one of them is not made out of a magma-safe material. If one single pump is not made out of magma-safe material, what used to happen was the entire thing would explode. So I have to be very careful about what I'm clicking on here. If I use the wrong material to construct one of these pumps, the whole thing will collapse. Also, I'm seeing questions that I'm super duper not reading. So, sorry for missing questions, by the way. I'm building a pump stack. Iron pipes are pump safe. Yeah, which is why I'm using iron. Surprise mechanics. Actual surprise mechanics. Mechanics that are surprising instead of just mechanics that are surprise, your money's gone. I'm also going to need to make more of these. Make one mistake and it all comes down. Yep. It's a surprise, all right. I think I hit the wrong button. I made a mistake. Do you guys see the mistake, chat? Did you see the mistake? I have to dig out half of them and rebuild them. You have no clue. Yep. It's okay. We'll let the dwarves start building the bottom half. I have to make more pumps anyway. God, the game's so laggy right now. Because I'm kind of draining an entire ocean into, or a huge river down into the caverns right now, which is still an oopsie. It's okay, this is going to be a huge garden later. Totally worth it, right? Alright, we just need to wait for, like, mid-fall. Don't worry about all the bodies in there, by the way, it's fine. The dwarves don't mind that much. They just really mind. Okay, so we can go do other things for a little bit. Needs a copy pasta function. It actually has a macro function. I'm just too lazy to turn it on. And my laziness fucked me up, apparently. So this is going to be a chat room. Actually, could you guys do me a favor? Go grab the clip of Geshid being a fucking hero and post it in chat. Could someone please go grab that clip, please? Because we had a dwarf that was an absolute hero. And they saved, not everyone, but we had a dwarf that saved an entire squad by themselves by fending off a fire-breathing beastie. And did a damn good job. Yeah, she. So we're giving them a proper tomb. And also with statues of themselves in it. Gosh, this is laggy. This is gonna be slow until winter rolls around. Then we're gonna go back up to like 50 frames probably. Did I upgrade his house? No, he's dead. Which is why we're making a tomb for him. I mean, the hotkeys for tomb and the hotkey for bed for sarcophagus or coffin used to be right next to the hotkey for beds. So I used to always hit the wrong one first. So yeah, I would say that they're about the same thing. There's one. That's a statue of a naked man, not the dwarf that we want. Why the dwarves keep making statues of that naked dude, I don't know. Bed is short naps, coffin is long naps, yes. Coffin is permanap, bed is temporary nap. Once you level up your temporary nap enough, you get to take permanent naps. I like how I said that plurally, as if like you get to come back or something. I'm sorry, what is that? Definitely not the statue I wanted to make. Love that you can give a bratty dwarf an extravagant tomb and throw the body to the corpse pile and then make a slab and a cheap stone for the brat's name. Yeah, if you really don't like your noble, just like don't actually give them their tomb. I also have some ghosts that I need to deal with. Because I had a bunch of dwarves die that unfortunately. Can I just search for ghosts in here? Nope. Gosh, this used to be like way better sorted. Oh, there's a ghost. Yuvesh, there you are. Do you need to make walls around your pastures? I would say no, unless there's something scary that's going to get in and eat your animals that are in your pastures. So all these dwarves that are moving exceptionally slowly are probably building these pumps. Yeah, look at them all. All these dwarves that are constructing buildings are working on those pumps. Except for this one that's, you know, pushing the minecart. There it goes. God, this fort's running in slow-mo. So you moved your pastures underground? Probably wise. Yeah, I would say that's probably wise. We had our dwarves accidentally had our dwarves execute an entire like caravan of elves because my dragon decided to burn an elf, and then the other elves started attacking my dwarves in the fortress, and then like this one dwarf was just like and killed all of the elves. They won't starve. If things are pastured underground, there's cave moss that can grow. You can pasture anything underground as long as there's cave moss. So if you break into the caverns, anything with dirt or mud on it starts to grow cave moss, and then you can pasture your animals underground. Accidents happen? Yeah, about that. Like as an example, if I go up to my gardens up here, which are right here, this is sand, right? But you see there's this floor fungus growing here. I could dig out a bigger section here, and then we could pasture animals underground. Because there's floor fungus here. Animals can graze on that. So you can have like a herd of elephants that live entirely underground. I think I'm just going to stop moving the camera and just wait for fall. Mid-fall is when the river freezes. How did floor fungus work again? You need to have open caves and to leave it to grow. Yes. Yeah. So you just need to open up. You just need to get access to the caves and discover one of the cavern layers, and then you'll have floor fungus. Hey, Dirk. What up, dude? Florgus, yes. The thing about something that you'll need to know about Dwarf Fortress that you'll learn pretty quick if you play it a lot is that if you think, man, I wish I could do insert thing, you can probably do it. Or alternatively, force something that shouldn't be able to do it. We're also very low on drink. Which is suboptimal. Don Barrand, long time no see, man. How you been? I was wondering about you recently. We actually had a conversation about you a couple months ago. I was like, man, I wonder what he's up to. How's things, man? You want to play with more than 7 FPS? I mean, I know why. The frame rate is low. The frame rate is low because I did an oopsie, which is this. Which is then flowing this way. And down into the caverns, which is flooding the caverns, which is, that. Yeah, it's an oopsie, okay? It was right before the raid happened, okay? For any of you who came in from the raid. I need a beefier CPU. I have a 7700. What more do you want? I guess technically I could afford a new computer now, but like, come on. Christ almighty. Such a helpful person. Thanks for streaming such a complex game and still helping noobs with all your experience. No problem, dude. I mean, I've been, for reference to anybody who's new here, I've been streaming this game for 4.5 years. I'm just really happy people actually raid me now. For years, it's just been, oh yeah, like straight up at PAX East, there's this one streamer who I will never name who straight up told me to my face, he was just like, oh, I'll never raid you, and you'll never get raids, and your stream will probably die because you're playing a dead game that nobody will ever watch. Why is that girl in there? Because she's a werelizard. She's scary. Once a year, she becomes a giant monster and would kill the whole fort. Seems like a nice guy. Yeah, he still streams full-time somehow. So, like, I'm just happy people are watching this. When the moon is full, this critter becomes a actual giant lizard. Kildy1, thank you very much for that prime sub. Cheers. Then why are they so friggin' happy? They're not. He's quite bored, I would think. Well, okay, so she feels enjoyment remembering playing make-believe. She's very stressed. She has a questionable spatial sense, very bad analytical abilities, a poor kinesthetic sense, and bad analytical abilities, and poor kinesthetic sense, and a deficient of willpower. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, and even to the harm of those around her, strengthening after seeing a dwarf die in 252, and is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others after wearing tattered clothing. I would go insane too. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty nuts. So the best way to play Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer, if you're actually interested in Dwarf Fortress multiplayer, is quite simple, actually. Take a save file and send it to your friend, and then play telephone with it. Share save files. That's the classic Dwarf Fortress multiplayer way, or way of playing Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer, is you take a save file, you send it to your friend and say, play it for a year, and then they send it back. That's called a legacy fort. People have been doing that since the eras of Boat Murdered and internet forums in like 2007. I mean, she hasn't seen her mother since 252, and it's 258. It's possible to kill were people while they're in human form to avoid them turning in the full moon. Yep, but this would be killing one of the children in my fort. Hey, Windatar. It's nice to be still around and doing things. But yeah, also the song that plays when your fort dies in this game is called Kogan-san, which directly translates to Boat Murdered. Because I'm a nerd and know what some of the words in this game mean. I have plans, but I don't want to elaborate. IHQMD. Math is hard. I agree. How did I get the dragon? It walked into the map, and I caught it in a cage. There is a room in my Discord server for sharing save files, and I plan on making YouTube videos where I look at other people's forts and give pointers and tips and ideas and critique people's forts. You just witnessed a Spear Dwarf 1v1. A rock like a block. I mean, hell yeah. That's pretty badass. You have blind arrow stick. This dude is gonna make a bushcraft castle. I'm sorry, what? Bushcraft castle? I'm texting my mom right now. I'll have you know. Also apparently difficult when you have no cell signal. Fuck fun. I mean, she might be watching even. Blind IRL mom, if she's in chat, is my mom. But I just really, really want to get to mid-autumn because that's when this river freezes and then the water will stop flowing. And then the frame rate will go back to where it was before. Must be a Samsung? What, this phone? No, actually, it's a TCL T10 Pro, which is not a great phone, but it has a feature that... Is she a mod? No. But it has a feature that most modern phones don't have that some people thought was extinct. A headphone jack. And a replaceable battery. And expandable memory. And it's unlocked. And it doesn't have Facebook installed by default. Best phone ever made. That sounds illegal. I mean, if you were to ask Apple, probably. All right, so I literally, I can't do anything. I'm just gonna wait. This is the laggiest fort I've had in like 2 years, 3 years maybe. TCL T10 Pro. Thought you had to buy a Chinese phone for that? What, like usable phones that don't come with Facebook? Amazon Fun fact, I got banned from Amazon affiliates. Not because I was doing anything wrong, but because not enough people were using it. And because it was literally just my mom and like one other person using my 2 different links, my American and my Canadian one, they were like, due to repeat purchases from the same customer, we are disabling your account and locking you from making a new one due to breaking their terms of service. Like, as if I was just making one to pretend to be a public figure to scam them out of money. So I don't know if I could do that again. That's the thing that can happen? Apparently. I mean, I had a Huawei phone before this one. Did I get the money, though? I got 1 paycheck from Amazon Canada and 2 from Amazon US and 1 from Amazon UK, which was really, really weird because they mailed me a check and I took it to my bank and I had to sign like 4 different pieces of paper to deposit like $80, which was really strange. All right, so I guess we wait until mid-autumn. We just wait for 10 minutes, basically. Thank you very much for that Prime sub, Shaky. Cheers, friend. I'm convinced I destroyed that name. International forms? Yep, to deposit British money into a Canadian bank account. No. Well, hello. Thank you for coming over from the YouTube. A hair on my microphone. Yeah, no, this fort is like intentionally bad on frame too. Can you increase your frame rate to make it go faster? Unfortunately, that's not how it works when it's due to that. I'm waiting for the water to freeze, and then it'll drain and it'll go back up to like 50. Which is funny, because like I've never actually had a problem with liquid physics before. Can't I collapse the wall? I could, or I could just simply wait for mid-autumn, and then it'll freeze, and then I can just dig through it, which is all I'm going to do. I'm trying to hypnotize you. You will follow the stream. Wait, you're already subbed, so that's useless hypnosis. Useless Hypnosis, by the way, is my favorite psychedelic punk band. And also, I would like to remind all of you that before this month, getting 80 followers in a month was, like, good. I've been getting, like, 500 to 700 followers a day since this game came out. That's all I have to say. But yeah, the numbers in the water are the depth, yeah. And if I press this button, it should theoretically turn it off, but it's not for some reason. No, this button, F, yeah. There you go, it turns it off. See the water flowing? Nat Dog, thank you very much for the prime. For a second there, I thought I was hearing fighting sounds. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Did Weird Slug come back? We have a bunch of ghosts about. Nope, Weird Slug went away again. Weird Slug showed up, killed a Crundle, and left the map again. On the bright side, though, we are getting this crap done. This is also why I'm not bothering doing other things, and I'm just letting these dwarves work on this stuff, is because these are gonna take forever to build as well, and I might as well just let them build these. Which they're getting to. It's a lot of unhappy dwarves. It's because I've had a dragon go absolutely ballistic in the middle of the fort a couple times. It's fine. It's not my fault that we have a dragon over here who just likes to help when sieges happen. The problem is Dwarvy Dragon gets way too enthusiastic when it helps, and it just kind of torches everybody. My dwarves included. So, like, while I appreciate its attempted assistance, it's not very helpful. Let's just queue up some more gravestones for those that burned. How exactly do magma power workstations get magma in them? You fill a layer with lava, right? And then one layer above, you channel a single hole into the lava and you build it on the hole. Is how they work. I'm planning on making a tutorial on how to set them up once I have lava in this fort. But first I need to get lava in this fort. Although I could show you in the basement, but first I'm looking for ghosts. there's one. Nope. All right, so here, let me just back out of this menu, click on this, and I'll show you. Do you see these? These are magma forges, which are exactly the same as any other forges, right? Also, I'm seeing jobs getting canceled on that. Let me just nuke those. Sweet. So these are magma forges, right? They're exactly the same as normal forges, except if I mouse over them, there's open space right here, which goes directly down into this lava. So right beneath this tile right here is a single channeled out tile where I dug straight down. And that's where lava is. And that's how magma forges work. The whole... Cannot be the center square? Yeah, well, there's nothing for it to be constructed on if you construct it on the center square. So usually what I do is I do the top center. Or like one to the left or one to the right. But yeah, it's right there, right there, right there, right there, right under the anvil. It's just an open hole into lava. Yeah, I see drink falling. But it's okay. They should be brewing more. Yep, they're brewing more. Yeah, they're brewing. So it's fine. Frame rate's actually gone up a little bit. That's good. What's my favorite drink for the dwarves? I'm sorry, what? That's all I have to say to that. My favorite drink for the dwarves. You know what we should do? We should wait for this waterfall to freeze, and we should just channel into here, and we should just like build up and over this and just get all of this out of here, because this is just getting a little stupid. Like, still a little stupid. Waterfalls are dangerous. That's money right there. I mean, it is trade goods, I suppose. That's the kid playing make-believe in the hospital. You should have seen the military dwarf who opted to vault into the river from the top layer instead of just stabbing a goblin to death. What's the scary face notification? It means that there's a were creature in my fort, which is the child that's locked in the walls. Dosha! Exactly. Let's build a bridge there and have a garbage disposal for when dwarves and goblins / literally anyone decides to dodge on the thing. Just build bridges over the entire thing. I mean, I could do that, but where's the fun in that? One, it's a pain in the dick to build. Two, then I wouldn't get the comedy of the dwarf vaulting into the river. I can cave in the leak, or I can wait another 20 days for the water to freeze, and then I will just simply dig it out and fill it in, which is what I'm going to do. What am I doing here? I did an oopsie, don't worry about it. This was not intentional. It's okay, we blocked it off. It's not flooding my fort, otherwise it would be. If it was flooding my fort, then I absolutely, by the way, would be plugging that with a cork. This is an oopsie. I was planning on letting a little bit of water in. Instead, I let a little lot of water in. What, like that Krug Smash story in Tekid's video, where he talks about how like what? Actually, Tekid, I have a question. Can I watch your video on stream? I know that you're lurking my channel. If you can hear me right now, like after I'm done streaming this fort, can we watch that video? Okay, cool. Chat, we got a thing to watch. In a little bit here. Once this water fucking freezes. Yeah. Tekid in chat. Also, go follow Tekid. All right. Caravan has arrived. Great. Maybe I can buy alcohol from them. The amount of alcohol I have is getting concerningly low. I will be honest. It is getting concerningly low. All right, well, let's just... There we go. Let's do... Is there a mark all button? Sort by value? I don't want to sort. I just want to take all of this shirty clothing. Yes, 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 yes. I love how I'm still resorting to the old strats of just like, give them all the crappy clothes, sell them all the shitty helmets, give them all the crappy clothes. Still resorting to all this. I'm sure they still appreciate it too. Turns out, used clothing is still a viable trade good. All right, let's do that. I like how they're all trying to clean the floor. Your plant clothing industry is not working? That's unfortunate. You keep gathering all the plants on the map, and and no clothing can be made. Have you processed those plants into silk, into thread, and then used a loom to process them into fabric? So the music is just straight up in the game. It's if you want to give them extra music for it. Like, literally, you can just go into your game files and the music's there. I bought the music separately on Bandcamp because that gives them more money. They just keep canceling it? Well, then it's probably been put into a food barrel. I would make a specific stockpile for it, or just wait until you have more. Because most of the stuff that can be made into fabric can also be made into other materials. Itch.io is also a way you can buy the game. But I was referring to the soundtrack, giving them a better cut. The problem with Itch, though, is then you don't get to review the game on Steam. I mean, you do still get a Steam key, but your review doesn't matter. Interesting. Why is your name Pink? Huh. New Outpost Liaison. Mayor Templar meets with the Goblin Outpost Liaison Dast Dogosp Zunanth Swabu. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Huh. New Outpost Liaison is Goblin. Also, they ask if I would like to be a barony. Yes, you are still alive, somehow. Oh, yeah, this is good news. Thanks for gifting a sub, by the way. All right, chat, who do we give it to? Do we give it to Cold-Blooded? Do we give it to Tolis? Do we give it to Old Zwari? Do we give it to Zerdon, our militia commander? Eurus McCommy? Frozen Leaf? Let the dragon have it? I could give it to the dragon's tamer, who's middle management robot. Wicta, what kind of dwarf do you want? Let me know a job. I don't have any way to check that, Templar. Child of the dwarf who slew the forgotten beast. I, once again, don't have any way to check the name of it. But I think I'm going to go with the Dragon's Tamer middle management robot. Also, ads are about to hit, so heads up. But yeah, Wicta, just at me and tell me what kind of dwarf you want. I'll say 2 curbs. Hope you've been well. Soldier if possible. Axe dwarf preferred. Beard or no? Would you like a beard on that dwarf? There's middle management. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. Gotcha. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese. Feel free to go over the documents. They require tools. All right. We get a barony right away currently? Not right away. Pretty quick, probably. All right, so you want a military dwarf, you said? Wicta. Wicta. Wicta is a axe dwarf who is tired. 34 years old, has one child and a pet chick named Eurist. Disdains power, values tranquility, is strong, resists sickness, and values tradition. Recently was irritated upon being forced to endure the decay of a pet. I'm so sorry. Probably died to the dragon or some shit. Over in your personality sphere. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, and he can be very happy and optimistic, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And he is often nervous and is slow to trust others. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and rarely feels discouraged. He's quite polite and has a greedy streak and doesn't seek out excitement and is not particularly interested in what others think of him and is quick to anger. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Strongly values tranquility and quiet and values tradition and values loyalty and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior. Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. He likes basalt, nickel, onyx, and color lime, and gems and picks and anvils, and when possible prefers to consume artichoke wine and can't stand slugs. I'll be honest, getting a dwarf in this fort and my forts these days is basically a fucking lottery. You have to stare at the channel points redemption and then be the first person to claim it when it goes live. So it requires dedication, truly. Another dwarf was founded. Was at the bottom of the waterfall? Yep. Nope. Wonderful. Frames are getting better, though. That part's nice. Let's build some more slabs. Also, I have to say huge thank you once again to everybody who came in from that raid, and especially to those of you who've stuck around. It means a lot. Like, it's been fucking surreal going from, you know, streaming for damn close to a decade on this website and being largely like a nobody, and now suddenly, hi. It's like I streamed to 80 people for the last 8 years, basically. Well, fortunately, climate change is not simulated in Dwarf Fortress yet. How do you link archery ranges to a barracks? Don't worry about it. Just assign the squads to train in the archery slots that you build. And they will just go train one by one. Cold-blooded, thanks for gifting out a sub. Cheers. So, my broker is brewing drinks from plants rather than trading. And, you know, I kind of respect it. But we gotta bring them over. They need a baron. And you need to have a good amount traded back and forth and a good amount of value in your fortress. I don't know the exact numbers in this version. I'll be honest with you. But you basically need a pretty big fort with quite a lot of value. Right, there's a mark all button. All right, so mark all. We're going to give all. And we are going to buy this Zangin. I don't know what a Zangin is, but it looks like a piano, and thus it's cool. So we're going to buy a Mulmarian bone Zangin. We're going to buy an Ingith and a bone Ubel. I'm buying all these instruments. Let's buy some puzzle boxes for the kids. We bought a goose in a cage. I'll take a goose. They brought some barrels with ale in them. I'll take those. Buy some extra picks. Why cloth so expensive? Buy those plump helmets. Buy some fruits. Buy the cheese. Buy those books. Buy that book. Buy the parchment sheets. Finally caught me streaming. Hey, I want to thank you for all the DF tutorials. You've been really helping people learn DF. Well, no problem. Thanks for watching. There'd be no point in making them if nobody watched. Buy the quicklime. And the quicklime. And we'll buy that axe. Great. Gave them a good deal. Frame go up. I love that the leaves fall into the river and you can actually see like the leaves floating in the water. It's so cool. Such a nice little details. I love the little details about this game. Would explode my channel, but I didn't believe you at the time. No, I just expect the worst and like to be pleasantly surprised. And I am very pleasantly surprised. So it's not that I didn't believe you. It's just I expect the worst because I've had the worst happen to me the vast majority of other times that things like this have happened in the past. Every other time a major release that I've played a lot of and covered a lot of has happened, my channel has just been completely buried. Slaughtering a bunch of pigs. Bacon time. DF is something else? Sure. I don't disagree with that. What's up, gloves? The ones with lids have food in them. And the ones that have stuff in them but no lids have alcohol in them. So these have alcohol in them. These ones have food in them. What's my what's my typical export? The gems, encrusted stuff, weapons, fancy jewelry made out of nice materials, stuff of that sort. Why use pots over barrels? Because they're rock and I don't want to constantly go up to the surface and make wooden barrels. I mean, I try and avoid using wood as much as possible, not because it's like a bad material, but just because it's annoying to acquire. Migrants have arrived. Yay, listen, super unhappy dwarves. More neutral ones that we can do what we want with. But yeah, that's generally what it is rock is a better material because it's you're getting rock everywhere all the time when you're making stuff in your fortress anyway, and it's better to simply have a shit ton of rock getting used up instead of having to constantly chop down more trees. It's like, it's not even a, oh, well, chopping down trees pisses off the elves and I don't want to go with the war with the elves. It's got nothing to do with that even. It's literally just like, it's easier to have, like, acquire more stone than it is to acquire more wood in most cases. Now let's do these. Yeah, clay, glass, or rock, whatever is the most accessible. No, but there is brewing that only works in jugs? Or rather, there is a material that only works in jugs, which is used for nothing else, and it's honey. Yeah, acquiring stone is just like, it'll just be everywhere. This is Dwarf Fort. You're going to mine, you're going to dig, and you're going to have stone lying around. So might as well use it for something useful. Hey, White Dog, what's up? Is there alternative to? Is there an alternative? Is there a rock alternative to bins? No, but you can make metal bins. So you can make like if you had tin everywhere, you can make tin bins. If you have like iron everywhere, you can make iron bins. This is your current problem. You decided that you want to make clear glass above the fort. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're on year 4 and you're still underground because of how long it takes to get everything together. Man, I'm glad that you embarked on a heavily forested biome because this would have taken 4 times as long to get the 2,200 blocks that you already have. Yeah, fuck clear glass. Clear glass and crystal glass are way too much of a pain, in my opinion. How do you render fat? You're murdering lots of elephants and you can't render fat for some reason. It's rendered at kitchens and it's done automatically. You have gotten some breakthroughs in Dwarven natural science. Are you asking me if I have, or are you asking if your dwarf has? Because I have no idea. I've been far too busy paying attention to everything else calamity-wise that's been happening in this fort. I don't even know if you're in the library. Where are you? But I don't think so, I would say. You are currently slaughtering a pig. I would say that leads me to believe I should probably remove you from doing other things. You got haunted by a ghost, though. Why was that pig? Oh, well, I need to remove this. I forgot to stockpile. Dwarf isn't a record keeper, though. Dwarf is a scholar. And also, apparently the spouse of my baron. Or a lover of my baron? Yeah, you're the spouse of my baron. Apparently. So you and middle management robot are married. Huh. I actually didn't realize you had so much family in the fort. An aunt? Younger brother? An older brother? You have a kid? I mean, I give Dwarf Fortress $10 a month. I've gifted 3 copies of this game to different people, and I'm still giving them $10 a month. Admittedly, I make a living playing this game. But I would probably still be doing that even if I didn't make a living playing this game. So it's up to you to suggest what you think it's worth from that point. Squawk, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been all right. Shit's been busy over here, man. Squawk is another one of the rare people who I've actually had a drink with who watches this stream. Keep seeing naked people running around. It's actually just because babies don't have sprites yet. Dwarves are married, they will share beds. And they will share beds because they only sleep like once a month. So it's just not an issue. This will be the Baron's bedroom back here. And I will unfuck the pump stack on Tuesday, by the way. I'm not going to do that today. I saw that I fucked up in one spot, and now I'm just like, you know what? That's fine. We will do that another day. That's going to be the Baron Consort's bedroom. I don't know where I'm going to... Yeah, let's do bedroom and dining room as a single unit. So we'll do bedroom, and then dining room can be back here. Dining room, and then bedroom can be over here. Do it that way. Blind has shared that dragon saying several times while I've watched him. Trying to figure out what you're responding to. Might be a silly question, but can you overlap temple zones? You need a separate temple for each religion. If there's a little bit of overlap, that's fine, but it will drop the value of the zones. It's funny when Tard said in an interview people get rich to be able to do whatever they want to do. He's already doing what he wants to do, making Dwarf Fortress, and he doesn't really care about all his money. You know, that reminds me of, that's very similar to my outlook on life, right? Where it's just like, I'm going to keep streaming video games, specifically video games that I care about. And if I have a lot of money to do it, that just means I'm not stressed about rent next month, but I'm going to keep streaming. Like, I'm so fucking excited for... So for those, actually, there's probably a lot of new people here. Once every 4 months or so, Zach and Tarn jump onto my stream, and we talk about Dwarf Fort. We do a little live Q&A, and we talk about Dwarfy-related topics. I can't wait for the next one of those. That fish gonna get pulled in? Maybe. But yeah, genuinely ecstatic. Cannot wait for the next one. Because it's gonna be so much fun to talk about all this stuff. But they still haven't left the map? I've heard about that happening. I've had a few people say that they just don't leave. I haven't parlayed with them yet. Whenever they show up, I just fucking kill them. So, I haven't run into this issue. How do you release animals from cages? Assign them to be in a pasture. Also, I just completely remembered that I also have a rock, so I'm gonna move that rock up to this cage. Because I completely forgot. The dwarf going to prison? Why is Zerdon going to prison? What did Zerdon do? Violation of production order. Did I have a production order I missed? Apparently I need to make bags. Motherfucking adamantine ballista arrows. Can you please freeze? Please. Oh shit, the bottom half froze. So this one's now frozen. Get in there. If you dig down to the caverns, you will gain grass-like stuff. It's called fungus and moss, and it grows. I love that, like, I've watched other streams too, and it's very consistent that almost every stream just has adamantine ballista arrow queued up to be built, 10 of them, because it's the closest thing to the top, and it's stupidly easy to misclick. It's just like, everybody always has the adamantine ballista arrows queued up. 2 questions. You tried to make a minecart dumping track to help move stones, and it wouldn't dump for some reason, and you don't know why. After you deconstructed the track, you thought that it was the best thing to pull a minecart in the barrel. You're not sure. So I made a video about making quantum stockpiles. You could watch that. That hopefully would give you an accurate example of what you need to do. So I would recommend looking at that. Another kid born. Look at that. But if you follow that step by step, it should work. But you don't actually need to make a minecart track. You just need... Oh, actually, we could just plant down here. I didn't realize there was water here. Or dirt down here. Duh. So you don't actually need to make a minecart track. You just need to make a minecart track stop. If you're just trying to make a thing to dump stuff one tile. That's the number of times I've streamed, Cuddly Ray. I initially was a daily streamer when I first started. I started off with a 30-day stream challenge to try and beat my friend. Long story short, I made it to day 30 and just kind of kept going. He quit at like, it was like day 18 or something because he had to go do something for his, like, I think his girlfriend at the time. 3 babies? My God, calm down, dwarves. So, but this was in 2013. And I've never stopped, really. The longest period of time I've taken off of streaming in the last 9 years was 14 days, and it's because I was in hospital for 10. And then 4 I was just on my sofa, just zonked out. Close to 200, yep. Close to the cap. Crix Mating, thank you very much for the prime. Why do I like streaming so much? Why do you like anything? I always wanted to work in radio when I was younger, and that industry is basically dead. For me, streaming was another one. For me, streaming was a social outlet when I was working full-time nights. And I worked full-time nights for a really long time. So it was a social outlet, it was escapism, and it wasn't a job for a really long time. And when will it be reactivated? Probably tomorrow. I mean, you know what? Fuck it. Since we're waiting anyway, I will reactivate the Discord word story. There you go. Redeem it. Oh, shit. The Pits of Anguish Witches, half a day's travel to the north, looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity and has been incorporated into your holdings. But I don't know. Why do you like anything? I enjoy streaming. So, there's a room on my Discord chat where you, the viewer, can add words to a room, and then once every couple hours you guys can make me read it, except for when I get annoyed with it and turn it off, which I did earlier, so I turned it off. Now I'm scrolling all the way up to when I last wrote. So we will, while we are without blob blessings, instead of mead, make whiskey because it brings inebriation. Elves in the dungeon are happier when released. The artifact trap springs when Bernie Sanders burninates thriving thieves. Suddenly, pineapples on toast kidnap Twitch and Twitter users, forcing them to eat pineapple on pizza with pilk abomination. Craftsdwarves create a combined superfragilistic HPL of exponential value. Strange moods create great bone artifacts, and elves lack ability to grow a mental tree. Thus, they ate the goblin fingernails instead. Jobs are rewarding to not do. Swedish furniture is very multidimensional. IKEA of us. Mental tree, yes. This isn't my fault, chat. You did this. I sound a bit like Rich Evans. I don't know. There's worse people I could sound like. All right. Holsky, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. My favorite thing is when people tag that section of my VODs and just be like, ah, yes, the streamer is having a seizure again. Let's make a seed stockpile. Set barrels to 0. Also, thank you very much for the prime, Rich, as well. So chat, I was sitting here going, I'm going to wait until this freezes, but it's taking a bit too long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save and return to the title of the video game. And then we have a little movie night. We're going to watch a thing. I swear it's not sponsored. We're going to watch a friend of mine's video. We're going to watch Tekid's video, which some of you may have already watched. And some of you may have not already watched. And then we're going to raid somebody streaming Dwarf Fort. And then I'm going over to my parents' house to help them eat potato salad because my mom made way too much potato salad because we were supposed to have a holiday dinner thing today, but it's bucketing snow outside, so I'm going over to my parents' house in 30 minutes. You survived the day. You did, in fact, survive the day. Tea and drink. Painter, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. So, the video that we are going to be watching is by Tekid, and it's an introduction to Dwarf Fortress. And also an introduction to Tekid's